All right. It's 4 o'clock. Do you know where Talks is? Finishing touches. What's up, everybody? All right. Let's get the show started.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. It is good to see y'all. I hope you guys had a good day yesterday. I had to take the day off, had some stuff that needed to be taken care of. Leading up to what's going on today. Actually, you know what? I have a big announcement to make here. And doesn't pertain to the channel necessarily outside of what you guys already kind of know about my personal life. So obviously, you guys can see here that the Cancer Fund, or with the Cancer Fund, that my wife has been undergoing treatment, if you guys were not aware. And I have some really big news here. Today was officially the last day of her treatment as far as the chemo and radiation. So she got to ring the bell. It was a really big deal. You know, I gotta say, the nurses and everybody at the clinic, they definitely made it feel like it was a fucking huge deal. So, let's just, if you guys can, I don't know, spam some unicorns in chat for my wife. I gotta say, I am so fucking proud of her for doing this and making it this far. It's crazy. Like, it felt like it took forever, but now that we're here, we look back and we're like, what? Like, it's so weird how your brain does that thing, but it is so fucking awesome. Honestly, I'm tearing up a little. I teared up when she rang the bell. This is just so cool, and she's handling it with like so much grace. So I just gotta say, big W for my wife. If she doesn't see this, then you know what? Too bad, because she is actually in the process of getting the pump removed. But I just want to say I'm so proud of you. God damn it! Like, just watching you go through this has been crazy. And just to see your resolve, it almost sounds lame, but it's fucking inspiring. It really is. Like, the way that she would not let the cancer beat her in any way, shape, or form. Now, the thing that sucks is there are still some side effects, so she's still going through it. We're really hoping that this kind of starts subsiding a little bit, and but realistically, guys, I am thrilled to announce it. Like I said, my wife is now off chemo radiation. She got to the end of it, which, again, we have also been informed that, you know, it's a milestone. So, thank you for all the support, guys, for real. Like, financially, you guys have been more, you have helped more than you know. But anybody that's just been out there with positive vibes, giving the likes, just in general, when I come here and you guys have even tried to make me feel a little bit better to bring up my spirits, I have to say, just sincerely, thank you. I don't know where I would be without having the stream and having the community, because I've had some bad days, guys. I've been keeping it together. I think that, you know, I brought this up before about how talking about politics kind of seems tertiary, or just seems kind of, I don't know. It almost is not serious to me when I'm dealing with what we have been dealing with. Obviously, that's not the case, because everything is serious, and I do have those moments where I'm just like, this, you got to be kidding me. We actually did run into like a little snag. So through this, funny enough, they're like, you gotta love insurance, the way that they fight with you with everything, and it sucked. We had to make some adjustments. I no longer have vision insurance, so thank God I got my eyes checked when I did. You look like a pure heart Asmongold. Oh, thanks. That's actually like, when anybody like compares me to Asmongold, they're usually just being like, "Oh, look at you, Asmon Broads, blah blah blah. What are you trying to do? You greasy-haired hippie, blah, or what do you got? Cockroaches in your computer too?" It's just whatever. I appreciate it though. I hear that. You have more immediate concerns for your wife. No, I really. That's realistically how I look at it and how I have looked at it. But that's also where, like I've said before, about how I really appreciate being able to come here and do that, because cancer fucking sucks. Cancer, it's unreal. Actually, you know what? I just want to shout her out. I'm not gonna, like, obviously, I don't even think I know her full name, but shout out to this totally awesome woman, Barb, who, her and my wife, they got on pretty much the same schedule. So I saw this woman every day that I went in to the clinic with my wife, and we would sit there, we watched Price is Right together, we talked Blackhawks hockey. She gave me a nice big hug today. She is it was her last day getting treated for breast cancer. It's so awesome to see that. And again, dude, I cried a lot today. I gotta be honest. I had a lot of emotional moments. So it's your strong too. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But yeah, to see what cancer takes from people, but also to see the resolve that comes from it, like I said, if there's one thing that I can take, is the inspiration from it. It's crazy. I don't think that I could ever be inspired by anything more, where it's just anytime that I feel like I'm going through something, it's just like, man, no, after what I've seen, I got it. I just got to throw my hands up and go, no, I'm not there. You know what? There's so much worse that is in life, that could happen in life, and people have dealt with worse. I don't even want to be that guy where it's just like, I have it so bad. Man, but all I'll just say is, to kind of wrap this portion up, is fuck cancer, fuck cancer, and you ain't got shit on my wife. I gotta say, man, like, fuck. If cancer was like the super villain, cancer, Matt. No, whatever. I'm not gonna put too much thought into it, but yeah, no, just cancer as an entity. If you can put it as an entity, fuck it. It's stupid. I hate it with every fiber of my being, and what it does to great people, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. That's why, honestly, I have actually become a little more radicalized, I guess is the term that I would use, against like cancer causing agents, and like the way that, I hate to bring it to politics with this one, but when Trump did that thing where he made the pesticide legal again, which they are tying this to the rise in cancer rates amongst my age cohort. So guess what? I think that we should be pushing back against that. I think that it's completely fucked up. That, why would he do that? With Maha and all that shit. And then I also love how he didn't get away with it, because RFK Jr. went out there and was just like, oh, I made a lot of hubbub about the pesticides, and now you're telling me that you gave them sweetheart deals? Oh, you're a great man, Mr. Trump. Thank you. Maha's a charade. It really is. It's so fucked up. I mean, dude, we're literally like, it's so weird. Yeah, already bringing it to politics, but God, yeah. And then Trump is asking for $150 million to rebuild Alcatraz, which everybody's saying no. It's stupid. The island isn't even that big. So like, he's just doing this for nostalgies, and it's fucking stupid. Like, we are getting governed by one of the dumbest administrations in the American history. I'm calling it worse than Calvin Coolidge. for my history nerds out there. What's up, Rebecca? How's everybody doing? Rebecca, I'm not sure if you were here to hear, but my wife got to ring the bell today, which was a huge fucking milestone. And honestly, like, just getting ready for the show and then watching the video again, I did realize how big of a fucking deal this is and just how awesome it is and just how, you know what, we had a bad day yesterday, just in general. She was not feeling well. I wasn't feeling great. We had severe weather. We actually had some rotation near us. Actually, it ended up getting pushed south, but there was a real big tornado scare. Oh, that is so amazing. It is. God. Because when she like stood there and she was kind of like debating because she didn't want to bother it. Like, that's how, like, she's adorable. Like, she didn't want to bother any other of the patients by ringing the bell. And the nurses were just like, no, you're ringing that bell. It's like, ring it. And I was just sitting there like, yeah, ring it. She went back and was like, ah. It was funny. Which, again, man, and like the solidarity that comes with this shit. Like, I think that I told the story about the guy reading Retribution. It's just, yeah, whatever. Politics aside, seeing his wife go through this treatment, it just makes me, it's like, I don't care about your stupid fucking political views. Take care of your wife. Cute, nice. Yeah, your wife sounds like a wonderful person. She is. She really is. She is someone that you don't want to fuck with, like, in any capacity. She has, I always loved that meme where, like, you know, it's the boyfriend meme or whatever, where it's just like, he asked for no tomatoes. That's my wife. And the thing is, it's not like I'm asking her to, I'm literally doing like the, no, you don't have to. I can pick the tomato. No, they cannot make this. It was like, oh, yeah, she's very much that way. And I love her for it. Like, she's awesome. Jesus is king. Yeah, sure. Ask Trump about that one. Let's see what he thinks. I'm not a king, even though I want to be a king. God, could you imagine? Like, he finds out that they call Jesus King of Kings, and he's just like, you know what? I kind of want to be a king after all. Oh, a woman after my own heart. Oh, yeah. My wife has a favorite saying that she has the most polite ways to tell you to fuck off. Like, I have seen it. She has essentially told somebody to fuck off, and they were smiling, leaving. And she's just like, bye-bye. Yeah. She's a badass. Yeah, and that badass is getting her literal last treatment right now. Well, so the treatment's already done. They're taking the pump off, which, woo! Okay. Seeing how annoyed she was with this thing, wow. And also, she... All right, this is how funny my wife is, right? So we go yesterday. She had a problem with her pump. And man, when that thing when there's a problem, you know, like, it's one of the highest pitches I've ever heard on a machine. So we had to take in we had to go to her oncologist for an emergency appointment. There was some fuckery there because of like this whole turnover and the date. There was like an insurance thing that we had to deal with. It was really annoying, but we got through it. But while we're waiting there, it was literally like they're holding the pump in this battery, and they're just kind of like, okay, so we need to figure out this insurance thing. Like, the thing is not working. So it's just like, okay, what are we doing here? Really? We're waiting for... This is insane. And I just said under my breath, I'm just like, we already paid for this pump. Like, what? Like, God, fucking medicine, like, even mechanics. Like, I have dealt with mechanics that have a better drive-away policy than, like, our chemo medicine. God, ridiculous. But either way, so we're sitting there waiting for it. And you can kind of tell that, like, the nurses, they felt so bad for her. They were just like, man, what the fuck? Why does she have to wait for this? Like, and I read pregnant. Sorry, I couldn't see her. Oh wait, here we go. Trump cheated on all three of his wives while they were pregnant. Oh yeah. But I was about to say, like, the nurses were pregnant. But it was funny because one of the nurses, like, so these pumps, they come in like a little bag, right? And you can like put a strap on it. It kind of looks like one of those like cross strap bags. So she has like this. It's literally a chemo pump. Like it's a. She calls it Albie. She named it Albie, because it's her albatross. And I just said, "Oh, Albie," and she's like, "Oh my God, it's literally Albie." So we'll always remember Albie.
27.20 Australian
Thank you for the $20 Australian. I really appreciate that, Rebecca. Maybe some flowers and chocolate for the wife. Thank you so much for that. You know what? Yes, and her birthday's coming up, so we get to celebrate her big 40. She doesn't care. So we get to celebrate her birthday. Guys, I'm having a really. Sorry if I'm like a little emotional. Like I'm very happy right now. This is crazy. Like I haven't felt this hopeful in a while. I feel good. I feel good. But yeah, no, real quick to wrap this up. It was really funny because the way that like she had the pump outside of the bag, they were just like, "No, you need a bag to leave with." And she like holds up the bag. She's like, "This is chemo. You can't get this on your hands." And my wife just kind of like looked like, "Uh-huh." She fucking just puts it right back into her pocket. Like, whatever, man. Because she's also talked to her doctors about this, where she's just like, precautions. You do have to take your precautions. But it was just so funny to watch one of them, like, after everything got settled, to still be kind of like, what are you doing? But hope looks good on you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Take care, bud. Glad your wife feels a bit better. Wish I had more than words at the moment. Take care, everyone. Jojo Mojo Jojo. Hey, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Sorry, I kind of missed your chats here. Welcome to the show again. And honestly, thank you. Hey, it's good to see you. I always like when I see a name that I haven't seen in the chat in a minute. Yeah, you definitely look happy. Thanks. My birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday! Actually, wait. Since it's your birthday, I should probably Merry Christmas! Because that's what Frosty does. He's all backwards. But happy birthday. Maybe get Uni on the live when she feels better. We're all fans. You know what? We're trying to figure it out. Maybe I can get her like audio only. We're trying to figure out the logistics, because technically she's under contract with her work, and even though she hasn't been there, she does still have her gig. Thank God. Sorry to see your wife is going through that. Little Gothics, thank you so much. But yeah, she's gone through it. She really did. And she still is. I just gotta say that the one thing they don't tell you is how frequent your bathroom breaks are. Like, they kind of insinuate like this could be a thing, but then every time we talk to somebody that's been going through this, they throw their hands up. They're just like, right, like, yeah, it's like, it's not common. So, yeah, it sucks, but God, just again to see the resolve, it's so fucking cool. Also, check this shit out. So, I don't know who sent these. They didn't put a name or anything. So if you're in the chat, thank you. Somebody sent me some old Pokemon cards, and I mean like old. Like, we got Dark Muck from Team Rocket Pack. I got a Alolan Meowth. Like, dude, I had these when I was a kid. So when I was not expecting this package, and I was just like, holy shit. Like, thank you. These are from Series 2. I got a Series 2 Jigglypuff and a Alolan Jigglypuff. Here's the ones that I was really, like, excited for, though. They gave me a freaking Series 1 Magnemite. They also... Here we go. Here's the one. I got a fucking Series 1 Charmeleon. Like, how awesome is that? And it's, like, they're not in, like, the best condition. I don't really care. I got freaking Geodude, Machop, Vulpix, Charmander... 2 Drowsies, another Magnemite, Metapod, and Sphero. you know, like he's actually funny enough when like I was collecting Pokemon. These would have been like I got like a couple, you know, of those and might even like maybe use them for trade bait. But yes, again, whoever sent those, because you did it anonymously, that was fucking awesome. And it kind of made my day yesterday, because like I said, we were having kind of a bad day. But man, that brightened it up real quick for me. Also, and I'm not sure if you like called some luck or something, went to the store, and I found some actual like Pokemon packs in the wild. So, gonna be able to open those on stream today because, yeah, you know, a little bit of happiness. But I followed Pep on Blue Sky. Everyone should. Oh yes, hey guys, yeah, follow my socials. I'm getting back into that kind of stuff. Now that I have a little bit, I guess, more of a balanced brain. Because I'll be honest, man, like this shit has kept me on edge. I've had really bad days where it's just the uncertainty gets to you. There's also the caretaking aspect. I think that I owe someone an apology here, because somebody came in here, and I remember I think we might have banned them, because they were talking about how being a caretaker technically limits your lifespan. They weren't wrong, apparently. Like, I talked to a few nurses about that, and they said, yeah, that's statistically, yeah. They also said the same thing about like nursing and just in general people in the medical fields like that. And that kind of got me thinking. I'm like, I guess I could see it, because on top of the stress of dealing just with everything else, it's the actual emotional toll of all that uncertainty, which, man, that really does fuck with you. And I think that I gotta be fair to myself here. I haven't been. I almost tried to do that thing where I like buried it deep down inside, where I was just like, nah, I don't gotta feel that. I don't have to deal with that. Nah, it finally hit me. So caretakers have a higher heart rate and higher rate of breast cancer. Oh, okay, well. No, that's the one thing that pissed me off is I looked into getting screened because of the type of cancer that she has. She has colorectal cancer. I was like, I should probably get screened for that, just to make sure it's not, you know, like something from like a long-term environmental thing, any of that. Yeah, insurance was kind of like, go fuck yourself. So, America, gotta love America's healthcare system. It's absolutely insane. Etch, what up? What up? Woot! How you doing, brother? Not sure if you saw, but today is officially the last day of treatment for my wife. She got to ring the bell after she left radiation. She actually gets to ring 2 bells today. I think. I'm not sure, because I'm thinking, like, did I see a bell in that clinic? They got a lot of chairs. That's one thing I also have to say. I think, like, one of these furniture places, they donated a lot of nice chairs to the clinic that she was at. Shout out to whoever did that. Hell fucking yeah. No, today's a good day, guys. Like, I'm gonna be smiling. Actually, I dare say, ain't no one gonna break my stride. Ain't no one gonna slow me down. Oh, no. If you guys don't get it, oh man, did you guys? You gotta watch Adam on PBD. It's cringe. And if you were watching Majority Report yesterday, then you guys get it. But oh man, I actually do. I legitimately feel that way. I'm like, oh, you can't get me now, motherfuckers. I'm in a great mood today. $4.99. Thank you for the $4.99 donation, Carter Lee. I really, really appreciate that. My dog is upstairs at the moment. I'm gonna have to give him a backlog of treats. I just realized. Let's see. Gotta get him down here. Stan is on his pre-vet medication. He has to take anti-anxiety meds that really take a lot out of him. Yeah, he needs to take it 24 hours before he goes to the vet, because Yeah, my boy's got a little bit of an anxiety thing. Like I've had multiple vet exams like done in the back of my car because he won't leave. So not sure if y'all have ever had a dog like that. The bells, the bells. Again, hearing that bell, that was fuck, man. That was cool. That was really fucking cool. And I gotta say, like, I remember watching Biden ring the bell. Like, I'm not a Biden fan, but goddamn, I'm so happy he got to do that. I'm so like, anybody that gets to do that, I immediately am just like, fuck it, good for you. There's like I'm not even sure. Like, I gotta be real, guys. Like, I think like it could be, the orange idiot himself, and I'd still be like, oh fuck it. It's like, oh, that'd be hard, but congratulations. Thank you, Televani. You know what? Thank you so much, because it's been a long road, but we're here, guys. So yeah, you have to look after yourself too. I've been realizing that, Rebecca. So I have actually, that's why I went to the range last Saturday after the protest streams, because yeah, you know what? I haven't done that in years. I hadn't gone to the range in, God, over almost a decade. Probably over a decade, like, realistically. But goddamn, it was so much fun, blowing off steam, literally. And yeah, just in general, like, I kind of like got back into it. Did you know that if you let your FOID card lapse, that technically in Illinois, and you had one, they can't not issue one, I guess, under state law. It's so fucking wonky. So yeah, I love this little community. Me too. I really do, guys. I hope that comes through. I hope you really do kind of appreciate your like, pat yourselves on the back, folks, because y'all contribute a lot. Just in as far as like into my daily life, I feel the love, guys, and I really, really appreciate that. So enough of this mushy crap, though. We've done a half hour of this. I think that we can move on to, me covering a little bit of that news. I was teasing it with the PBD thing, although I am covering the PBD thing a little bit. Love you, Pep. Oh, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Pat. Hell yeah. The word is healing. Yeah. Well, as I said, with the going and actually doing some hobbies, and I've been in therapy through this, thank God. Also, shout out my therapist. She's really helped me work through this. I have an awesome fucking therapist. On top of that, like, we were also working through my grief with my mom, so that's where I do want to just say it, like, fuck it, I don't care. Like, God, I can only imagine how she feels for anytime I walk in there. It's just like or like beforehand, because like obviously they got to give themselves like a 10-minute break, right? So every time I think about it, where I'm like, for her 10-minute break, she has to like do like a meditation, just like, okay, oh boy, here it comes, because this is gonna be a lot. Pepperist. All right, you try. Yes, my therapist. And then, just in general, like, I've been doing a little, like, this was something that made me feel good. Like, fucking quick $10 purchase, which even those are starting to become a little bit more iffy. Hate it. I really do hate that part. Like, and that's where, I can say that because I cover all this politics shit, and like, we watch about like a lot of the warnings about market and like the market, inflation, all this stuff. 10. Well, I got 2, so it was 5. They were $5 a piece. Yeah, that's not bad, right? I mean, fuck. I remember when Pokemon packs were $3.99, and that was actually the selling point of how I could get them. Where it was just like, come on, it's literally, come on, you'll make me happy. And I remember my dad, he got into buying me Pokemon cards because he saw the ROI, return on investment. My dad actually really appreciated how that kind of worked out, where he was just like, oh, wow, so you're telling me that you could spend $3.99 on a pack of those, and one of those cards could easily be worth like 10 of those packs? I'm like, yes. He's just like, all right. You know, my dad, he likes to go to those little slot machines every now and then. So it's just like, hey, these are my slot machines. At least I get something for it. Damn. I've been fired by so many therapists. They just get overloaded. I have been fired by 2 therapists. And then I had to fire a therapist because she kept telling me that she was one of like those new agey ones that was telling me that my parents, you know, I didn't owe them my love. Like, I get it. I get the whole, you need to separate yourself, but it's almost like that was her go-to, where it's just like, you need to separate yourself from your parents for your mental health. I'm like, yo, I still love my parents. I was just saying how they had some problems. What's up? What's up with that? Therapist overworked her, too, Mitchell. I mean, yeah, the therapists have actually been very, very overworked. I got to talk to my therapist about that a little bit, where she got to go into, like, this is how you make somebody feel special. She went to a new clinic, or like a new practice, where she actually like went into business for herself. And she got to pick and choose who she, like, you know, kept on. Yeah, I was one of those where she was just like, oh, no, you're not going anywhere. I'm like, okay, cool. I was so worried too. I'm like, is this going to be a problem? She's like, no, actually, I made sure that before I registered with this new thing that, like, your insurance and the insurance, because I guess my insurance is kind of like like the insurance that she would take, like PPO or whatever. So yeah, she wasn't going to fucking abandon me like that. And I even told her, I'm like, you know what? You might create some abandonment issues if that were the case. That's something that, yeah, that's great. That's great. Why not just do that? TDS keeps therapists busy. Oh, yes. Yes, that's it. Yes, it's not the actual just, you know, way that everything sucks now. He's losing his mind. Like, every day he's doing something more. Like, just, I don't know. I keep saying it, man. It would have been nice had he proven that we were all just kind of, you know, oh, look at these leftists. They're all over the place. Oh my God, they don't even know why they're mad. Dude, everybody knows why they're mad. He's not popular. Like, the Democrats aren't popular either. Pretty much the entire political system in America is not popular because most people feel like it's abandoned them. You could blame it on capitalism. You could blame it on the fucking politicians themselves, but holy fuck, man, there's a shift happening, so. No, I worked as an office assistant for a psychiatrist. I've seen some rough things. Wow, really? Oh, damn. Yeah, I bet you have some stories. But HIPAA is a thing. We don't, that's one thing I will say I'm big on, not breaking that. Whereas my wife, she's just, I ask her where I'm like, hey, do you mind if I talk about this? She's like, nah, go ahead. Everyone is realizing that the world is run by a different class of people they can never get to. Yep. No, honestly, the class thing is really starting to get break through to people because they're also seeing the what's the word I'm looking for? The duality of America. Because when it's easy when you're being screamed at by a leftist, like about communism, about like seizing the means of production, all that bullshit, to kind of like tune out a little, where you're just like, all right, whatever, man. But it's another thing when you have a bunch of people that support a guy who he was running on grievance politics, man. So these aggrieved people, like, their baseline emotion is anger. So he was really good at aiming that anger at Democrats, which I have to just admit he's very effective at it. But he's also dumb. and he's arrogant, and his ego doesn't allow him to see where he fucks up on certain things, where he is like, his tells are just so blatant. Like, I would never want to play poker with Trump, because I would feel like I was taking advantage of a retard, because it's just like, no, dude, like, he would literally, he's that guy where it's like, holy crap, 4 aces. I have 4 aces, everybody. You might as well fold. You might as well fold. I have the 4 aces. Like, I swear to God. You know what? I'm laughing because that is a damn good analogy. You worked at the Elgin Mental Health Facility? I drove past that when I was in Elgin. And, dude, really? Yeah, I saw how, like, much it changed. They knocked down like half of the park, or like, so I think they might have sold off the land because it looked like they turned it into soccer fields. I was like, that's cool. Because they used to have like these giant smokestacks, which again, me and my friends always used to joke about how they were technically incinerators, but then somebody even said, they're like, no, they had on-site incinerators. I'm like, what? That's fucked up. Dude, you're not trolling me by saying Trump is goated. I don't care. If you think Trump is the goat, then that's on you. Like, go ahead. I'm not trying to change your mind, man. If you honestly love Trump, cool. You do you. The problem is you guys seem to not, like, you think that you need to evangelize to everybody else. Like, is that it? Is that it? Like, you guys get mad that everybody else isn't recognizing just how great he is, so you guys get pissed off? So... who's letting this guy do politics? I don't know, YouTube and the First Amendment. Jesus. Really? That's what they bring out now? Excuse me. Oh, man. But, yeah. You do you, man. If you like them, you like them. If you are actually doing well right now, good for you. The problem is, man, like, and this is where I kind of do sometimes feel like an asshole for even trying to, like, make these guys aware that it's like, dude, this is getting bad. But this is also where, like, the Midas Touch and, like, Adam Mockler and some of these leftist channels, or I can't even call them lefty channels, those are liberal channels. But, like, the liberal channels, man, they don't help with this, because they do tend to kind of be like hyper alarmist about shit, and they always take it to like the, you know, where it's going to be the worst outcome. But I've been calling out like Midas Touch with this one specifically, his health. Like the ladies from the I've Had It podcast, which it's been kind of quiet from that side of things lately. I don't know what happened, but I'm just saying, literally, I haven't, like, had them in my algorithm, so, like, I'm just wondering, was it a fall-off? Have they even been, you know, I haven't watched the show, so have they even been doing anything? But they really haven't, like, made any waves since a few months ago, even. But yeah, man, like, I just kind of feel like the people that are still supporting Trump are just doing it because you want to get a rise out of people like me, which that's not good for you. Like, you shouldn't base your politics on trying to get a rise out of other people. You know, we used to do things like, you know, gross out humor, swearing. We used to say the C word in public, like as teenagers, to like get a rise out of some older ladies, because, you know, we were punk rock and we don't bend to the rules, and just, yeah. But seriously, man, like, at what point do you realize that you might be trolling yourself by ignoring everything that Trump tells you to ignore? Because, I mean, you're here. I'll give you that credit, like, especially if you stick around. But I think that the people in MAGA that just, when they say the fake news bullshit, they're just telling on themselves that, like, you can literally sell them anything. The biggest marks in the history of our country are MAGA, where it's like, God damn, no wonder a businessman, a shitty businessman, not even a good one, a shitty businessman has such a, like, hold on them. Like, these are the same people that have brand loyalty, right? The ones that I've talked about this a little bit, where they're just like, aha, you know what? I've had a Chevy truck since I was 19 years old, and I've been Chevy all the way. Fords are for gays. You know what? I don't like them Fords. If you drive a Ford, haha, Ford memes. I'm part of a Chevy truck club. I love me some Chevy. I got Chevy logos all over. I wear Chevy shirts. They don't pay me. I pay them. I think that it's just fucking stupid. Like, it's really stupid to think like that. You know, I drive a Jeep. I kind of like it. You know, I got a Jeep shirt like that I bought, so I'm kind of a little bit of one of those assholes, but I bought it because it was funny. You know, where it's just like, it's a Jeep thing. It's just like, yeah, see, now I'm one of those guys. But then I realized I'm like, oh, no, I'm just playing into it. But realistically, I don't love my car that much, and I don't fucking have like a loyalty with that shit. I really don't. I think that it's ridiculous. Like, if you have something that's reliable, like, I don't know, Doc Martens are a good example of this. So Doc Martens are like great, but they got bought out by private equity, so they suck now. It's kind of the same thing with Jeeps. Like, Jeeps are great if you bought one before 2001, before Stellantis fucking started building the shit. Like, now they're ass. They are built like shit. And they don't last for shit. Like, that's just, I know how modern cars are supposed to work, but realistically, Jeeps tend to fucking break down a lot more than other cars. I can speak to this. And also, like, it's not like they were also the greatest car to begin with, because, again, a Jeep Grand Cherokee from the 90s had one of the dumbest fucking oil systems I have ever seen in my life, where they put, and I've talked about this before, where they put the fucking oil filter right where your exhaust pipe is with no clearance. So guess what you're doing 90% of the time that you're trying to do an oil change? You're burning yourself. Fucking ugh. And the thing is, I'm not the only person that ever worked on a Jeep that was just like, yeah, fuck whoever designed that shit. It's like, yeah, their engineers weren't exactly... It's like their engineers had never worked on a car in their lives, apparently. So, yes, hit that like button. Thank you. I appreciate that. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Honestly, if you guys are having fun, I'm welcoming here, man. Even some of these MAGA dipshits. I don't care. Like, I might think you're a dipshit, but I don't know. Like, you might find something you agree with me on, but just calm down. Oh, dude never leaves his mom's basement. Okay, well, even if this was, like, what the fuck? Why? What is wrong with you, man? Like, why do you gotta be... I'm gonna quote fucking... Oh my god, Taylor Swift. Why you gotta be so mean? Like, why? What's up with that, man? Oh, no. Although... Hopefully, I will get to not have the cancer. We'll call it the bills, fund the cancer bills, because actually that's a big thing that we're now doing. Is we're gonna be paying some bills for a long time. Oh man, American healthcare is great, even if you have insurance. It is crazy. I'm so happy to be green now. It's cool. No, it is very cool. Definitely. You know what, guys? Yeah, I'm like I've been promising. Members only content coming up. Also, if you guys do not already have the Discord link and you guys are members, make sure that you guys do request that from me at some point. Just here, actually. Where's my Twitch? Let's do this. Follow me on Twitch if you guys want to be part of Discord. It's one of the easiest ways to do that. Unfortunately, I have to do this weird thing where it's like, yeah, I gotta set, like, these weird parameters, because, yes, I unfortunately have had some people come in and try to ruin the fun. Also, yeah, follow me on my socials, guys. Like, I'm gonna be showing up a lot more on that. Also, I have noticed that going live on X is, like, if I'm out and about doing IRL stuff, it's technically a little bit easier than some of the other stuff. So, yeah, just follow me on the socials. Make sure that you guys are part of the broader the Pepverse, the Pepperverse, actually. You could just call it that, but oh man. I do welcome MAGA here, though. I'm not even, like, trying to be a dick about it. Like, I don't care if you guys don't like me. I really don't. It was funny. I was talking to my therapist about that, and she's like, that's something that a lot of people don't have. Like, you realize. I'm like, yeah, I care about you guys. Like, I care about the people that, like, if you like me and, like, you respect me, and then, like, I in turn respect you, that's when I care. But, yeah, fucking trolls, bad faith actors, hecklers, I don't give a shit. Oh, Pepwalks Live might be a Twitter exclusive? No. No. Not trying to confuse that. It's just that in some areas, for some reason, it's a lot easier to go live. So some of them might be. But no, I don't want to put that out there that it's going to be a Twitter exclusive. I gotta sneeze. I have a sneeze trap, god damn it. There it is. Excuse me. Oh, Blue Sky. You can follow me on Blue Sky too, because now I can go live on Blue Sky. So, yeah. Yeah, Twitter sucks. I was kind of scrolling it today, and I'm just like, What up, Isaac? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Well, say hi to the cats and dogs. Matt, hi. Here, I got the cat in the dog bed. It's his new favorite place, which it has caused some issues. It was kind of funny. The last stream that I was down here, you could see Stan was just like, what in the actual crap is this? Not having it. But no, back to like what I was saying about like all right, if I could break down like my channel mission. Number one, it's not just like a marketing thing. I want this to be like the stoner circle of of YouTube, the internet, where you guys can come and join. Just pass to the left. I know. Some people might have an aversion to that, but them's the rules. If you can't follow the rules, then get out the roto. But like I said, I'm very welcoming. And I've been annoyed by other communities where they just are so quick to banish people, which I get that it's a fine game when you're doing this YouTube thing, but some people are a little too quick on the draw, okay? Nice. Dude, I wish I could have those down here. Like, I don't have enough ventilation in this basement, so thus confirming it is a basement. Oh, look, he said it's no basement. He said it's mom's basement. I'm not. I own this fucking basement. I pay taxes on this goddamn basement. Pay a lot of fucking taxes on this stupid basement. Buy a house, they said. Great investment, they said. Until it starts to actually fall. Why is it that when stuff starts like happening in your house, it has to all happen at once? That's another thing. Pass the duchy on the left hand side. I always was annoyed by that song because apparently they were using a fake Jamaican accent when they were doing that. I was like, oh my god, that's kind of ooh. I get it, but you know what's funny? I go to like reggae fests and like outdoor festivals that are 420 friendly. Oh, speaking of, I missed 420. I was too excited talking, but here, since it's upside down 2 with the 5. There we go. What is a 5 if it's not just an upside down 2? But for real, man. And I did, like, jokes aside, some of my happiest memories in, like, public were when I was in community college, and I'm stipulating community college because I don't know, man. There's just like what county are you in? I live in Kane. The taxes are effing outrageous. Cook. You think Kane County is not? That's cute. You're fucking. That's adorable. I'm sorry. I know Kane's got some rich areas, right, Todd? I get where, like, you're probably what, St. Charles, Geneva, like that, they got some money out there. They definitely got money. But fuck, man. No. No, Cook County's the fucking worst, bro. Oh my God. As somebody who's lived in multiple counties in Illinois, and as a taxpayer, yeah, you can tell the difference. Although DuPage, man, DuPage is confusing. DuPage has the worst cops I've ever seen. God, they do not fuck around. Like, if you're going 1 over the speed limit, they will pull you over, and they will show up to court. Also, red light cameras galore, which we are still fighting this battle in Illinois. God, it sucks. You watched Gamera? Hell yeah, I love Gamera, actually. Unironically, it's a good movie. It was good. You know, I like the Gamera, well, the original Gamera trilogy. I'm not stun locking, just saying Gamera's cool. Yeah, if you got a prescription, yes, exactly. If you have a prescription, you know, you gotta keep it strictly legal to your state. That is definitely that's a thing. Elaney, welcome, by the way. I just realized that was you. Keep winning. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Getting close to your goal. I know. I feel so bad because I'm literally just gonna I want to reach the goal because it's been 5,000 for so long, but I hate to do this. I might have to actually like extend it, but I want to keep that. I don't know what to do anymore. We have so many goddamn bills. Man, I wish I was exaggerating. The stack is like bigger than that now. It's insane. Let's not get me down on that one though. I'm having a good day. I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on good stuff. Got a Care Bears. Nice. Hell yeah. I have one of those that like pings every 420 because I am I'm weird. DuPage isn't any better tax wise. Oh well, Shield. Thank you for confirming that. Macho Man call out. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done one of these in a while. Hold on. Yeah. Macho Man call out. Coming out of retirement. Yeah. Had to take a week off. For the cancer treatment.
At
Cancer
Isaac Newton
getting
98
the elbow drop
$10.
from Mrs.
Still
Pepper.
praying. Folded
Yeah.
hands emoji.
Gotta say, championship material. Gonna see her come out on top. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I am also like stuffed up. So my Macho Man is probably not as good as it usually is. My Donald Trump is gonna sound a lot better because I'm very nasally today. Oh shit, Isaac, thank you for the $10, man. I really appreciate that. I have barely slept in the past 2 days. I feel so damn weak. Ah, dude, that sucks. Sylvie, I'm sorry. I mean, if you can, I like to do so. This helps me as far as like how I get to sleep. I don't do like the melatonin stuff. I'm not a big fan. I usually get like that weird, dare I say, like hangover from it. So what I like to do is I like to take 2 5 mg say by day, and then I like to take a 10 mg tay say. I gotta say it weird. And yeah, that's how I go to sleep. And you know what? According to this little fucker, I have been maintaining REM sleep for the first time in a long time. Dude, I had dreams. I haven't dreamed in a long time. You ever have that where like you just like, I'm not sure if you guys are like me. Like I just really don't dream. But when I do, they're intense. They're intense. And some of them are even good where you're just like, oh, this is fun. Holy shit. But then I almost have that weird moment in the dream where I'm like, this is a dream. Let's go. Lucid dreaming. Let's do it. Oh, man. So much fun. But all right, well, we're getting to the top of the hour here. You know what I want to do to celebrate today just being a good day, top of the hour? We're going to do a Pokemon thing here. Care Bears checking into the Blitz Carlson. Or Carlton. Carlson. The Blitz Carlton. I like that. When I quit smoking, my dreams were incredibly intense for months. Nice. Yeah, I've heard that, and I don't know. Like, I've done intermittent, like, fasts as far as that goes, but I don't know, man. I'm one of those cases that I just feel like I'd be on so much other supplemental medication if I just, cold turkeyed, but I don't know, man. If I feel it's becoming an issue, then I'll stop. That's one thing I've always been good at. I did that with, cigarettes. I just cold turkeyed one day, just was like, I'm done. Not doing this anymore. All right. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got here? I'm going to do it this way. All right. So we got Dedenne. Spritzy. You guys can't see. Sorry. Ariados. I hate the fact that my light's right there, so it does a little, here we go. Klefki. Nice. Lumoy City. I love this set, by the way, because it's based on Pokemon ZA, which is so good. I love that fucking game. Aromatis? I sometimes, every once in a while, I do get these moments with my dyslexia where I'm like, okay, dyslexia and Pokemon, not exactly best friends. Talonflame, that was Talonflame. Ooh, we got a Klefki. We have another Klefki. Ooh, okay. So we got two. We got Landros and Binnacle. Ooh, Binnacle. He has double draw. Draw two cards. That's... Oh, wow. Binnacle is actually a really good card. If you play the game, that's good. He's staying right on top because he's going into a deck. Hopefully I can pull a Lucario. All right. Last one, and then we're going to go into politics because, yeah. Anyway, I'm not knocking it. I've had to quit for personal reasons. Isaac, no, hey man, I'm not knocking that either. I have friends that, believe it or not, don't smoke. I got sober, like I got straight edge friends. I got, just friends that have that kind of, because I have the ones that need to be sober, the ones that have problems, but I also got friends that just stopped, where they were like, just no special reason, just I'm done. It's like, oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't have that thing where just because I do, where I like lost my friends. I also like don't base my like friendships on whatever substance we're consuming. So unless it be pizza, I do have my special pizza friends. That's for sure. Not as funny as I wanted that to be, but it's okay. All right, last one. We go into politic. Because, politic important. Dumb, but important. All right, so we got Rattata. Honedge. He has a really annoying special assignment in ZA. I hate it. Spinarak. Nose Pass. Drapion. Oh, nice. Tarragon. He's cool as hell. Luxio. Nice. I like this judge. Very cool. Rattata and Tyrantum. No EXs. It's okay, though. EXs are just like, honestly, they're cool. Especially the Mega EXs, because they do actually like do something, but yeah, whatever. All right. Lots of trauma I'm still working through, but I'm healing. Yeah. Man, night terrors are no joke. I used to have my ex-girlfriend used to have really bad night terrors. I didn't know what it like. I honestly kind of thought like they were bullshit. I hate to be that guy, but I was. Not anymore. No, after you witness one, you're just like, oh Jesus, yeah, that's clinical. That's definitely clinical. All right, guys. But I appreciate y'all hanging for that first hour. Thank you. Thank you for being rad and partaking in the stoner circle, you know? So, what we're gonna do is also, because it's Friday, I hope that it's like more of a chill day for us. So if you guys want to chime in through the chat, I will be reading the chats a little bit more today and putting a emphasis on making sure that I do. So if there's anything that you guys, it's not necessarily an ask me anything, but yeah, if there's anything that you guys want to know, especially from political opinions wise, yeah, throw it out there. But yeah, let's get to this. Yeah, I've been through all that stage. Life does get better. Man. Yeah, trauma's a lot. I have a feeling that I'm going to be working through trauma, like, with this whole cancer thing. Phone calls are a big one, because now I expect them to always be bad news, and I know that's unhealthy, but excuse me. But I recognized it right away, where I was just like, okay, I shouldn't be scared of like just a simple phone call. So yeah, 2025 was traumatic. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Politically and just in general, my life was very yes. 2025 could suck a dick. 2020, honestly, this is the first New Year's I've ever had where I was just like, fuck that year. Like, I was so done. Here's an AMA. Do you think about the rise of Christian nationalism? Now I do. I don't think it's ascertainable. I think this is the closest that we've gotten to it, but I don't think that it's going to go as far as a lot of people want it to go on that side. There is a cap. There's a cap for how much bullshit Americans are willing to tolerate, especially when it comes to religious stuff like that. Because even if they say, like, this is where I don't want you guys getting, like, dour in this, where you see, like, oh, but 60% of the country is technically they technically identify as Christians. It's like, no. Listen, just because they do does not mean that they believe in a holy war or revelation. Many Christians look at the book of Revelation as more of an allegory, and I know it's the Bible, holy book and all, but I think that they recognize that having that prophecy right at the end was more of an opportunity, or like an opportunist thing, where instead of actually being like divinely inspired by God. I know that there's theologians that will debate this until literally the end of times. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I don't necessarily think that it's gonna go that way. I don't see America being very happy about it. I mean, we kind of see it in the way that they're reacting now. Trump's unpopularity is something that cannot be understated, and I think that the only people that are kind of like trolling themselves are MAGA right now, that want to just troll us instead of looking at the reality that everything is more expensive, and it is continuously getting more expensive. And that whole speech that he gave, we watched it live. Holy fuck. Like, what is he doing? That was wild, guys. Like, I know that I make my jokes about Trump, obviously. Kind of easy. Like, that's the other thing. God damn it. He makes it so easy. But for real, after watching that, seeing the markets react the way they did, seeing his friends react the way they did, fucking Piers Morgan was just like, what was that? Like, it was kind of interesting, because that was the first time that I've really gotten the hint, or like gotten the vibe that he really doesn't have any leg to stand on anymore, and even his base is starting to fracture. That's why when I saw that 100% of MAGA poll on Fox News, I was just like, okay, sure. He's done the opposite of everything he promised. Yeah, exactly. And it's systematically destroying my nation. No, I know. Oh, dude, trust me. I'm not like trying. I'm not. Wait, I don't even have a hat on here. I'll just do this. There. Yeah, there. I'm MAGA Pep now. Ooh, careful with that tape. Wait, here we go. Here we go. No more Pep. No more Pep. MAGA all day. Yeah. Woo! This actually makes sense, and this is a good place for this. Woo! I don't need a pepper on me anymore. I need a Tim. If this had a pool on it, I would love it, but now I'm just MAGA. Woo! Sorry. That's Tim Pepper. If you guys don't know, Tim Pepper is he's Tim Pool's biggest fan that got shipped to the wrong show. So now he's here. We just happen to share a last name, and he hates me. It's okay. A politician did the opposite of what he said he was going to. No, Firebear, stop. That's not fair. That's not fair. Everybody labeled Trump as a firebrand. Just realized firebrand. But for real, everybody like labeled him as such a firebrand where they were just like, oh my God, look, he's the outsider. He's going to drain the swamp. Like outside of everything that like even the right was saying, some people like during the first time, they really did think that he was like, you know, we could see some changes. And like, he's not your average political candidate. He's the outsider, but realistically, he's way worse than even being just a normal politician because he came in as an outsider and now is just doing bad business, and he's doing it knowing it's bad business. Now, like I don't understand where everybody keeps trying to sell this idea of 5D chess where it's like, no, dude, he came in here, he disrupted shit, he's robbing us blind, and he wants to bankrupt us, and he's still going to be fine. He's not going to fucking lose a dime on this. He's going to gain billions of dollars for his family, his empire, whatever the fuck. And he's going to buy, he's literally building fucking monuments to himself, which gay. Fucking also, I think that's a problem. I think that if you have to build your own monuments, that's a big tell on you, where it's just like, bro, like, lame. I don't know, let your popularity speak so people like start building the monuments for you. And like, have the masses actually want this shit instead of just being like, everybody's gonna love the Trump Memorial, the Trump Library, Trump, love my name, Trump. Like, he's such a fucking asshole with that shit too, where it's just like, your name sucks. It's ugly. Trump. It has rump in it. Like, ew. Just objectively, like, if you're like a wordsmith, it's ugly. The way it comes off the tongue. Trump. But whatever, man. If people are gonna fucking tie their entire existence to the guy, I really am done wasting my time trying to change their minds as opposed to just being like, all right, man, whatever. Like, because it's kind of entertaining to me to see these guys kind of like do this weird thing where it's like they have to play the mental gymnastics. They got to do that. 6, 7, Anyway, gay as well as false idols. True. I mean, dude, they look at how many gold statues of just him they have. Like, and I keep getting like spammed like Bale, in chat. I'm just like, anyway, am I a lefty? Yeah. Yes, I'm a lefty. I am a leftist who believes in democratic socialism. I know, dirty words. 2 dirty words collided together to make one person who's confusing politically. I always love the people that are like, oh, so you're a communist. I'm like, no. Oh, so you're a liberal. No. Like, wait a minute. You don't fit my preconceived notions of what a left winger is. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. How dare you have nuance? Whatever. My problem is there's no such thing as a good politician. The thing is, Firebear, I've always asked this question. If you became a politician, would you trust yourself? Like, realistically, man, it takes a special type of person, like an egotist, to be a politician. The problem is we cannot get behind the idea that we need checks and balances, and that is, like, the way you do that is systematic. You have to make sure that they cannot just skip over or hop over the guardrails and keep fucking us over. This is where you actually have to make it so there's larger penalties. Like, for instance, stock trading. Like, I don't understand how anybody of any political persuasion, excuse me, can be convinced that, yeah, it's totally kosher that, you know, politicians can insider trade or just, you know, completely, especially with these betting markets the way that they are. Like, dude, they move the markets. Like, the way that Trump did it this last time, what was it, 2 weeks ago with the whole, like, Friday, oh, maybe I'll end the war, and the fucking, like, 10-minute, there was, like, that 10-minute interval where if you were an insider and you knew about this, you made billions of dollars. I have to say, man, like, I think that any American should be able to agree, like, that's fucked up. Especially when so many of them fall into the culture war bullshit where they will tie it to, like, budget shit. Like, again, the Somali fraud. They don't give a fuck when you're told, like, when they're just blatant, like, you can come with receipts too. Like, hey, look, this one guy defrauded the government for billions of dollars and he got a pardon. Yeah, it just happened, by the way. This isn't, like, anecdotal. Somebody like that legit cost the American taxpayers billions of dollars, just got a fucking pardon. But you don't hear shit about it. Again, it's always like, oh, we got to talk about the Somalis because I'm convinced that it's the Somalis. I need my thing with a little tinge of racism, because that's what it is. And just admit it, guys. God damn. If you are just. The ones that come in here and they're like, yeah, I am a racist. It's like, oh, well, I somehow can actually engage with that a little bit easier than the fucking people that are just like, they try to, like, kind of, you know, I'm a racist, how dare you? Especially the ones that clutch their pearls at it, where it's just like, okay, well, what's your opinion about, like, the Somali fraud thing? Well, they're all pirates. It's like, Jesus Christ. Anyway. Carl, you honestly make me look into stuff. I agree and disagree with your thoughts and opinions, but well worth listening. Oh, shit. I appreciate that. Carl, you have been very, very supportive in chat. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. When people talk about wanting a president who runs the country like a business, they think they mean someone who will handle money well, but what they get is no. And that's the thing. Most business owners are the ones that are, like, kind of, like, making that success, surprisingly. Some of them, like, are more hands-on, but realistically, what ends up happening is they get lucky. That's a big factor in it. Or they know somebody. They have a initial investment, and then it's just boom, 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 boom. Like, this is, like, realistically, that's why this generational, like, wealth shit is created a like the first trillionaires, and it's gonna keep being that way. And, like, the fact that we all think that this is, like, a new way of living instead of just going back to, yeah, this is, like, how the peasants kind of thought. You know, there were peasants that loved their serfdom. They loved they absolutely loved the king because, again, they had theirs. That, like, some of them, they had a little bit more of a plot of land, or they had that extra privy. It's the same shit where the times that we had the most solidarity and the biggest movement, again, and I'm not trying to do the French Revolution, like, comparative, but it is a good comparative with this one, where it's like, no, like, that took a lot of class solidarity, but also what we do ignore is some of, like, the messier stuff where it wasn't really instituted well. It's not like it changed the system of monarchy over fucking, you know, serf or just in general, like, the economic system of having, you know, a working class and then having the ruling class. Like, I don't know, man. I think that we as humans have just kind of, we constantly fall into this thing where it's just, it's easier just to have those people there. Because to that guy's point, there's never going to be a good politician, but but we still fucking vote. And even the ones that don't, like, you guys don't understand how you're playing into that system of keeping it going. Like, realistically, I think that the biggest or like best experiment that we could have is just like the term limit thing, but also seeing if we can get, like, if we truly could get money out of politics, you might see like that wave of, you know, working class politicians a la like Graham Plattner coming out and having a whole bunch of, you know, success. We are in a winter advisory up to 8 inches heading my way. What do you mean what? Snow? My way? What are you talking about? There's absolutely no way that there's snow coming my way. No. I do have a I do have a weather advisory though. It's mostly for wind. At this point, I believe you could just kidnap some random person off the street, make them president for a year, and it would probably have a better outcome. Wisconsin? No, I'm not in Wisconsin. I'm trying to think about this fairly. I know that you're trying to, like, it's almost a joke, but like right now, yeah, I think you're right. I do think you're right. Because I will say this, Trump is methodical. But the problem is he's methodical for him. He doesn't give a fuck about the country. And that's the biggest, like, that was the biggest scam. I'll just say it. Like, that was the biggest scam that he perpetrated on, like, MAGA. Was thinking that, like, making them think that he genuinely cares about them. That's funny to me. And that's why, like, I'm not even kidding about seeing them as marks. Like, guys, I'm not sure, like, if you guys are newer here, I have kind of talked about some of what I used to do. I can't necessarily go into a lot of details right now. Still trying to figure out some of the logistics around that kind of stuff because I did have to sign some NDAs. But realistically, I saw, like, a bunch of people get taken advantage of by that very same class. And I also saw a bunch of people that weren't even part of that class try to use those same manipulation tactics. And yeah, man, there's a lot of people that just want to be got. Like, they want to be marks. Like, they just want to hear the rosiest side of everything. It is actually kind of, like, true brainwashing, I guess, is, like, because they want to be manipulated. Which is crazy to me. I don't understand that mentality, but it also does explain where it's like, this is the difference. Like, there is totally, like, the class that just lays down and is ready to be ruled, and then you have the other people that are just like, fuck no, fuck that. Which I think that the spirit of America is along the like more along the lines of fuck that. Like, I think that I watched something about this where it was like a TikTok or some bullshit where they were saying the overall attitude of America has been like, fuck you. And we should bring that back where it's like, no, fuck you. But we could all get together to do it where we tell that upper class, like, no, fuck you. Why should I pay my taxes when you guys are letting these billionaire fucks go and eat kids, allegedly? Yeah, that's real. You know, the fact that we're just, I don't know, still kind of like, yeah, they might have done that. That might have been a real thing. That might not have been a real thing. I don't know. That Miller guy is pure evil. Yeah, he is. Pee Wee German. Yeah, I totally call it. Yeah, Pee Wee German is definitely, he is evil as evil gets. All right, let's do this shit. Let's start with some of the stuff going on over on Twitter. So, again, here's what sucks about Twitter. You gotta take it with a grain of salt. You really do. Man, if there's one thing I fucking sometimes I miss, like, the actual community notes like this one. This video is a satirical April Fool's joke from Instagram, not a real U.S. soldier exposing emergency deployment to Iran. This is a hell of a April Fool's joke. Like, when I saw this and I saw, like, the only reason I watched this video is because they labeled it as an April Fool's joke. I was like, that's some balls. I mean, this guy must be hella funny for him to fucking do that. And you know what? Some guys can pull this shit off, like Ari Shafir, for instance. I don't know, guys. Here, let's watch this and then tell me what you think about it, because this doesn't feel like a fucking bit to me.
I'm going to fucking Iran, so that's the thing. I guess they're canceling the whole fucking training rotation so that they can fucking emergency send our asses to go fight in the war. Nice knowing you guys. Yes, you do, Jordo. Well, guys, we just
again, I don't see the April Fools. Like, what's the joke? I don't get it. Like, is that like supposed to be trolling like a bunch of lefties where it's just like, okay, God bless night, me and the dog are tired. Matt, well then take care, man. I will catch you later. Oh dear me. Yeah, see that? But this is the thing. Like, again, you see the community note. This video is satirical. April Fool's joke from Instagram, not a real soldier exposing emergency deployment. Then you have this shit. This was 6 hours ago. It appears that a U.S. helicopter was shot down as it was searching for the missing pilot and the jet in Iran that had been shot down earlier. This video was released by Iranian media. What a complete shit show. It's grainy ass footage, and again, this is what sucks. You can't necessarily trust the American media, but you can't necessarily trust the Iranian media. I don't know. I think this is the point, guys. Post-truth. This is post-truth. Where even if you have all the information in the world, now we're like, is it AI? Is it like, it's fucking crazy, but all right. Here is the ground news breakdown of what's going on. Almost went into an old habit, or an old side of the show there. Where the hell is JD? Good question. Lord Ronnie, where is he? I don't know, man. That's actually, where JD? Who knows? All right. One U.S. pilot rescued alive after jet down over Iran. Search continues for second crew member. Report. On Friday, U.S. Special Forces, rescued one of the two crew members alive from the U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle shot down in Iran, with search operations continuing for the second pilot. Iranian state media urged civilians in Konkilwe. Konkilwe, and Boyer Ahmad province to assist in the hunt, promising a precious prize for anyone who captures the American alive. Israeli officials confirmed that they are providing intelligence to assist the U.S. search and have canceled planned strikes to avoid hindering recovery efforts for the missing pilot. U.S. officials note that the IRGC has previously made false claims about downing aircraft, while President Trump continues pledging aggressive military. See, this is the thing. Again, we can't even trust our own government. I keep saying that, but it's true. All right, here's some details that we can go through.
Are trained for exactly this scenario. So what are they trained to do now, and what does this kind of search and rescue mission entail?
They're trained, Diane, to buy time for the rescue forces. So they learn how to escape, they learn how to evade, they learn how to hide. They've got very special technical equipment that each of them carries that will allow these combat search and rescue forces to identify them very quickly, to find them. They have encrypted communication so that no enemy could be listening in. So well-trained, well-equipped, and now it's a matter of the combat search and rescue forces. And the combat search and rescue forces, the so-called CSAR, are run by the U.S. Air Force. Some of the videos that we're seeing out of Iran show a C-130 and 2 Blackhawks. And this is a standard CSAR package out of the U.S. Air Force. They're designed to operate at low altitude, to go in and look for any downed air crew, to locate them and to rescue them. So the C-130 is there to provide communications, to provide fuel, and the Blackhawks are there to go in and pick up the crew. It's something that all of us who have flown tactical aircraft have practiced over and over, but nobody ever wanted to have to put it into practice. Unfortunately, we may be seeing that now.
One thing that's going understated is, wouldn't this make one of the first like wartime downings of a American jet in decades?
Colonel Gagne, what does this mean for U.S. jet strikes and other aerial missions moving forward?
That the skies are not as safe as they perhaps presumed.
Oh, you're telling me that they fucking were overconfident about something, and then we're now eggs on our face as Americans? No shit.
My guess is that this was
prayers for your wife. Hey, thanks, man.
My guess
appreciate it.
That the Iranians use
$5 is better than prayers. Just saying.
What's called infrared.
You know what? Hey, for real, if you guys tithe to your church and you guys want to help and you want to send prayers to my wife, actually, no. A little bit of that tithing, I think that your pastor or your elders of your church would understand if you contribute, especially to someone could you imagine the props that you'd get? And I'm not even trying to be cynical about this. I'm dead serious. But don't do it for this reason, because that does kind of make it questionable. But yeah, you're going to get props from that. If you go up to your pastor and you're just like, I just want to say that I've been inspired by the church, that I don't necessarily agree with this person online, but, he talks politics. We definitely are on different sides, but I still contributed because I felt the influence of the Lord. So I do not have the ability to tithe this year or this week because I helped somebody that was in need. And you know what? Even if I disagreed with him, he was in more need than I.
Right. So they use detection that's passive,
consider that
heat differences. The president did say that their radars rolled down.
Drifted off Jesus.
And so he probably can claim that legitimately, but the fact that there are still anti-aircraft kinds of capabilities.
I see people just being like, oh, yeah.
Heat temperature differences that can identify aircraft and still target aircraft is probably.
I don't mean to taint your stuff. I'm a pretty strong atheist. I'm not a Christian.
Got this F-15.
Wouldn't call myself a strong atheist, but I'm also not agnostic. I just think, whatever, man. I literally think what's where the grabber
about that. Is this an indication that the U.S. has not degraded?
Our soul is a bunch of synapses that fire off in our brain and then experiences mold who we become.
Iran's capabilities as much as the Pentagon has reported, and if so, how does that?
Have they done that experiment? Have they I'm sure they have, and we just don't know the outcome of it, but I'm sure that this has had to happen in in Russia or somewhere, or even Germany in the 30s. Did they do that where they just took a baby, gave it absolutely no, they did not teach it a damn thing. They let it go completely feral. I don't know, man.
That change.
Where's the personality? Where's does that
change our strategy?
Does that kind of lend to my hypothesis that our soul is our lived experiences, man?
I think it's hard to tell. So as we've seen, let's take the missile launchers as an example.
Yeah, I respect that, Isaac.
Severely.
See, that's the thing. I'm not an atheist like that, where I don't care what you believe.
We degraded them, but there are reports saying that intelligence assessments say that we've hit only 50%. So this is a war that Iran's been planning for a long time, and they have a lot of stuff underground. They have a lot of stuff we don't know about. The kinds of anti-aircraft capabilities, the kinds of service.
No, they found a human raised by feral dogs.
Missile systems that we do know about are the ones that radiate electromagnetic energy, meaning that they can be picked up and seen by sensitive capabilities that the U.S.
They did an experiment where it showed the brain still sending signals for 7 minutes after death.
Yeah.
That's why any of those ones where oh, I died and then this happened.
So when you know that they're radiating by radar, then you can go in and take out those radars. In this case, if it is passive, in other words, it's just looking, it's not radiating anything, it's looking up at the sky and it's seeing the heat difference of an airplane against the cool, dark sky. And so that provides a picture that you can guide
Are we really at that point where they need to explain a heat seeker?
the weapon in on. So
What?
very
One thing they're being disingenuous about is this could have been fired, like, literally from anywhere in the fucking forest.
different kinds of capabilities, but there's
No, this is what lost us Vietnam. This is what has lost us almost every war. Arrogance, being so fucking arrogant that they think that we think that there's no way these sandsuckers could have a bunch of ordnance that could, we're the strongest military in the world. The funniest part is it probably took maybe close to $20,000 to down that thing.
no such thing
Depending.
that maybe in Afghanistan
Millions of dollars. Bye.
of supremacy in the air. So there's always going to be a threat
Pink
there.
Panthers
the US
on the
and
case.
Israel thought they had it taken care of, and they
I see that you have a little bit of missile there, sir. That is a dining lamp. But it is a very suspicious dining lamp, eh?
do to it's that 90% solution,
Inspector Clouseau is on the case.
but it's the 10% that can get you, and it appears that may have been what happened today.
Oh, God. Sometimes it does kind of feel like we have Inspector Clouseau, like, just running everything. I have one of the greatest advisors. I brought him over from France. I took him from that little sissy over in France. I forgot his name, but I just know that he's got the trans wife, according to Candace Owens. So allegedly, you know what? I don't care. Macron. Hey, he's got one of those. He sounds like a Macron. I always thought that was a sweet treat. Sweet treats are great. I love sweet treats.
Colonel Gander,
Oh, shit. My bad. There we go.
A major development in the war with Iran. Just minutes ago, U.S. sources confirmed to CNN that an American fighter jet has been shot down.
Have I seen those young guys debating MAGA? They're so dumb and confident in their ignorance, the MAGAs, I mean.
Over.
Yeah, that was from the Unfuck America thing. I have it pulled up for later. Yeah, I saw Destiny was part of it.
Iran. And a desperate and very dangerous search and rescue mission for the crew is now underway.
3 U.S. sources are confirming earlier Iran.
The problem is I'm starting to come to terms with the fact that I need to get over a lot of my bullshit if these are the people that are going to these college campuses and representing the left, where it's like, okay, I'm going to still hold them to these high standards, and I don't necessarily need to support Destiny, follow him, subscribe to his channel, or any of that shit. But if it does come down to, like, supporting certain arguments, I have to be able to have nuance. So that means being able to listen to some of the shit that he says and just be like, all right, that was an okay point. I kind of did it with the Taylor Lorenz thing, but I did have some pushback when I did that.
Iranian state media.
Is oil going to $200 a barrel? So I'm not an economist. I need to preface that. But based on everything that I've been seeing, especially from like the intelligence community, which I actually kind of believe them more than even the economists at this point. They're saying that we're in this for the long term. So every time that they come out and say it's winding down 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, he keeps saying 2 to 3 weeks because he can't compute that this is like it's going to go longer than that. Like, unfortunately, we do have a president that, while he is obviously playing games, he also believes what he's sniffing. Like he smells what he smells what he's producing. I don't fucking know.
Reports. Those reports.
He's huffing his own farts.
Reports included these images you're seeing right here on the screen of what it claimed were a downed U.S. force.
Notice this shit though. CNN, again, not regime media, but even they're playing this game where they're like, we can't, because the thing is, we don't want to make America look bad in this.
Fighter jet. CNN has reached out to U.S. Central Command for comment. I want to bring in CNN's Jim Sciutto, who is in Tel Aviv, Israel, and Elena Trine at the White House. Jim, to kick it off with you, what more are you learning?
U.S. officials now confirming that a U.S. fighter jet was shot down over Iranian territory and that a search and rescue operation has been lost and, to our knowledge, remains underway. In fact, there have been images circulating online, geolocated by CNN.
Do you smell what the Trump is cooking?
Which are
according to apparently I took this with a grain of salt because it came from a parody website, but even they were like, this was a real report, guys. Which is part of the problem when a parody site like The Onion, or I forgot what the name of the actual account, but where they have to come out and be like, listen, we usually do satire. This was not us. This was just from the New York Times interviewing somebody that was in the court. They said that he smelled like must and shit. Like literal shit. They were just like, the odor is very powerful on him. It's like, what is it about Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein? What is it about these rich fucks where they all reek, apparently? Like they all stink.
With a search and rescue operation, they show both fixed wing aircraft and helicopters, including one video that shows the refueling of 2 helicopters, and that's notable because they would be refueled to stay in the air, which would indicate that they've been in the air for some time conducting these search and rescue operations. A serious, arguably one of the most serious.
This is crazy. You have other news sources that are confirming, like more than confirming this happened.
Serious circumstances in war.
But because it came from Iranian social media, they're just like, we don't know.
Wartime is to have U.S. forces behind enemy lines, shot down.
Just because, like I've been saying, man, we can't even trust our own goddamn government.
Behind enemy lines, and to then launch a search and rescue operation, which, though they are trained for, these crews are positioned for these operations and trained for these operations. Those operations themselves are dangerous as well.
Guys, if you're just joining me today and you haven't already hit the like button and sub to the channel, please do. It really does help me as a smaller creator, and it pushes my channel out there. So thank you.
Because they put additional U.S. forces over Iranian territory in wartime, and where it's already been demonstrated that Iran maintains the capability to threaten U.S. aircraft, having shot down one.
I only have these for you.
So those forces will be operating with great care, but also with immediacy to get those pilots safely.
Actually, by the way, been making like a whole thing where I want to I try to post some funny shit.
And in time, we should note that Iranian state TV, as it earlier reported the shoot down, was exhorting viewers to turn in pilots if they were to find them before U.S. forces do. So one might say was something of a race going on, right, between Iranian authorities and forces and U.S. forces to get those pilots
who's listening to televangelist
to safety.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you. We hope
they seem fine,
that they are safe and that they are rescued. We appreciate it. Let's go now to Elena Trine at the White House. Elena,
what am I missing in chat here? Televangelist.
What are you hearing there?
Yeah, look, so this is reporting from, 3 U.S. officials, to my colleague Haley Britsky, Kevin Liptak, and I, as Jim laid out, that a U.S. fighter jet has been shot down over Iran and search and rescue is underway. I will note that at this
destruction leads to innovation
point, there's very little information we actually know about what is happening related to this. We do not know where the plane went down. We do not know the status of the crew on board, and we are not hearing any official word from the U.S. military or the White House at this moment, though of course we do know that they are monitoring this very closely, and obviously this is a very sensitive thing, and so they're being very careful with what they're going to be putting out.
I'm sitting here in OZ wondering when the two Abros are going to save
publicly. Now, I will say one thing we have been hearing, of course, is repeatedly I'm hearing in my conversations with people in that building behind me, you have to be careful with what you're hearing from the Iranian state media, which of course has been sharing a lot of videos and images this morning of this. But what we did hear as well from the state-run Tasman agency, they said that the search for any missing crew had, quote, so far been unsuccessful. Now, I do want to say, part of the reason this is so notable is because this incident does mark the first time that a U.S. aircraft has been shot down over Iran since the beginning of this conflict. For context, we do know that, near the beginning of the war, 3 F-15s were mistakenly shot down in a friendly fighter incident by Kuwaiti air defenses, but this is the first time we're seeing them shot down by enemy fire. Now, again, we are waiting to hear what the White House will ultimately say on this, and similarly with the military. But it is, a huge blow for this Trump administration, in particular at a time when you've heard the president try to project confidence about completely diminishing Iran's military capabilities. And so we'll keep you posted as we learn more on this. Wolf and Pam.
We're getting this new image coming into CNN right now. This is an image published by the Iranian state media, and it appears to show a damaged fighter jet ejection seat on the ground. Look at that. A CNN analysis of this image indicates this seat is consistent with a model used in a U.S. F-15E fighter jet. The seat, which separates from the aircrew during the ejection process, appears to have sustained damage, with a portion of its back structure missing. And we're also learning that President Trump has been briefed on this situation. Pamela.
All right, Wolf, let's bring in retired Lieutenant Colonel Amy McGrath. She's a former Marine combat fighter pilot, and we should note she's also running as a Democrat for Senate in Kentucky. Thanks for coming on. First off, what is your immediate reaction to this news that a U.S. fighter jet has been shot down in Iran? You just saw that picture there of the ejected seat. There's a search underway for the aircraft's crew.
Well, my immediate response is, or thought is, really thinking of the families of this of the aircrew here. Look, I have always felt like Iran it's a very big country. It's not the same as Iraq or Afghanistan. The administration has said that they have complete air supremacy and air superiority, and that the president has said, well, we've decimated their surface-to-air missile capabilities, but a lot of us who flew fighter jets and know this space, shall we say, are very worried that that is not the case. And I think that this sort of just shows that.
Doesn't that always kind of it's so typical for the Trump administration right now, where you'll have them going out there saying shit. Pete Hegseth comes out and says his bullshit, but they never have anybody that is an actual expert on this shit. But when you do talk to somebody like an actual fucking army colonel, they're just like, nah, that ain't it.
Team was apparently shot down, and we're hopefully the ongoing operations will get this aircrew out
Amy
of here.
McGrath,
but,
wasn't she the one that ran for Mitch McConnell's seat?
Very worried.
Can you give us a little
that's Amy McGrath.
sense of the sort of training these fighter pilots
Am I wrong?
get for situations like this?
Sure. We have the best training in the world for our fighter pilots. We all go through survival school, whether you're in the Air Force or the Marine Corps or the Navy, or even the Army. If you're going to be flying over enemy territory, you're going to go through survival school, in which you're trained on how to survive, but also how to survive a prisoner of war situation.
It's Iran.
So
the thing is, dude, I've heard it from so many different. I don't care anymore.
If you are alive after,
it's 4 letters that spell Iran. You know what?
The
tomato. Shut the fuck up.
Ejection, which the ejection itself is a very violent thing to happen to the body. So
the current administration is thinking that this is a video game.
Hopefully these crew made it through the ejection. But if you are alive, you're trained on how to communicate to the search and rescue forces that are going to be coming. I mean, I think that's one of the things that we pride ourselves in military aviation. We've got friends out there that are going to come find us. And so even if you're not alive, we have mechanisms to, like beacons, shall we say, to find these the remains. So hopefully we will be able to get these aircrew back. But we are trained, and
dude, they're probably already POWs
right now. That's
they're saying that we got the one guy back alive. We'll see.
that's about as much as I can say because it is a sensitive, ongoing operation that you talked about earlier.
To the extent you can, tell us about the sort of defenses these crew members have on their person when they eject from an aircraft over enemy territory.
They have a sidearm and they have a little...
Well, that's a great question. When, you know, in an F-15E, it's much like the aircraft that I flew and the F-18 Delta. We have a pilot and a weapons systems officer. And, you know, when you eject, you don't have a ton of weaponry. You know, you might have your radio to be able to call and have friendly forces try to find you.
Really? You guys don't even have standard procedure for like what they had for the military in World War II?
And you may have a pistol.
Yeah, I was about to say, they usually have a sidearm.
On you and maybe a knife, and that's about it. I mean, there's just not a lot of room in the cockpit for
they usually have a 9mm, and then they also tend to carry at least 1 to 2 magazines.
Extra stuff. So I would say...
No weapons? Are you serious?
Another thing to think about.
From my understanding, I thought it was like standard operating procedure for them to always have like a sidearm on their
here is in ejecting over
their persons while they were in combat.
A place like Iran right now. Think about the fact that we don't really
Fuck, I'm learning something if that's the case, because that's fucking wild.
know if the population there is for us
really?
or
That's
against
fucking
us.
crazy.
And that makes it difficult.
No.
I mean, we had sort of this same thing in Iraq and Afghanistan as well. If you're going to be picked up by somebody who is going to turn you over to the Iranian, forces that are going to use you and capture you, or is the population
well over 40,000 U.S. fighter planes, and people are losing their shit over one? Yeah, Jim, because it's almost like there's a unilateral consensus that we shouldn't be in this war to begin with. So every American life that is lost is going to be focused on.
Happy that
if you're an American and you think that it's like we're hyper fixating on the lives lost, get fucked, motherfucker.
Sure.
I never want to hear another utterance of support the troops from the likes of like people like you.
There.
I don't know you personally, but seriously, like I know enough people that think like that though, or have seen enough people that think like that, where they're perfectly fine talking again about this like it's like a video game, or they have nothing at stake. Their kids aren't in the war. They're not in the war. They have nothing in play there, but they have these really shitty opinions about just like, it's just one guy.
And want to help you. That we don't know. And
yeah,
so
the jet should have never been there in the first place.
So
yeah.
Anybody that gets shot down over that space is having to deal with that uncertainty.
Yeah, Trump said it happens. Yes. No, he literally this is where I'm calling every Republican out on their ghoulish bullshit, especially if they identify as a Christian. Get fucked if you're going to live that type of life. That is the type of hypocrisy that at least I know this as an atheist who has studied the Bible. Per the Bible, you ain't going to heaven.
It's interesting.
That's literally the number one thing that you could do to get yourself fucking 86 from heaven.
Interesting, Colonel, an anchor for Iran's official Fars.
That's the type of hypocrisy that they were talking about St. Peter and the Lord Jesus Christ saying, I do not know you.
News agency said a reward was being offered for anyone capturing a, quote, enemy pilot.
One life is too much lost? Yes, exactly.
Or pilot.
It's weird. Again, some fucking liberal hippie, according to some on the internet. I'm not. The hippie part, yes. But
how concerning is that for you?
I actually care. Because, again, dude, I've lost somebody to a fucking war that we got nothing accomplished. He died in Iraq. We got nothing from that.
Well, it's to be expected, right?
And I don't want anybody to ever feel the fucking pain that I felt, that all of us felt, because we had a pretty big group of friends at that point that it hit us. It hit us hard, man. Two of my friends ended up enlisting after it because they thought they were gonna get their retribution or some shit, and I was immediately just like, oh, great. Now I might lose 2 more friends. Great. Thank God I didn't.
And, anytime you are trained to go into enemy territory, you know that sort of thing is going to...
Yes, I heard that Hegseth fired our top general, who reports are coming out that apparently internally they had a meeting with a bunch of these top generals, and all of them said that they were not going to move off of their promotions for the black generals that were getting their jobs, because apparently they had it on merit. And like, this is where like the blatant racism is coming out, where it's just like, dude, you have 4-star generals who have been in the military their entire lives telling a fucking Fox News host, no, this is based on merit. These are American heroes. He's like, too black. That's what's fucked up, and that's where we win. Thanks, Pete Hegseth, you fucking dopey motherfucker. Usually you kind of you don't go full mask off, but this dumb cunt always goes full mask off. He's so stupid. That's what, like, I think that, oh my God, Digby from MR said it today about how every once in a while you'll listen to Pete Hegseth speak and you'll laugh because you're just like, holy shit, he's so fucking stupid. But then you're like, oh, he's in charge of the fucking Pentagon.
Going to happen.
Do you know how many people are going to get killed just because of this guy's stupidity? I hope you understand. And that's the reason. This has nothing to do with patriotism. This is all because they are fucking feeding the egos of Donald Trump and this weird regime that, like I have been saying this entire show now, they think it's a fucking video game, and they just don't care. This is how much they value American soldiers, American lives.
The government there is probably going to do
We're just fodder.
everything it can to find those pilots and weapons systems officer, and they'll do anything. They'll influence the population to try to turn them up.
No, those are not the same generals, surprisingly, because you'd like, what is it, not McCusker? That's a fucking comic. McCaskey? I just know that he's one of like the ones that he spoke out against the Iraq war, said that we really need to start we need to get out of this because we are losing. Like, these are some of the guys that we would call them whistleblowers now, but they were doing interviews, being honest, holding their oaths, saying, nah, we're losing this war. We're losing a lot of young men and women to this war.
Over.
Also, can we stop with the, you gotta send over our boys? We have a lot of fucking women also going to into these zones. I know some. What the fuck? With the chauvinism that we are just so comfortable with when it comes to the goddamn military.
And again, we just don't know the status of that.
Fuck.
The other thing is, where did this happen within Iran? Iran is a huge
Yeah, they have to give
area.
them hot shot video. Yeah.
People have to understand that Iran is the size, landmass of Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan combined. So you're talking a long.
I'm not a Joe Biden guy, dude. Joe Biden in Israel. Thank you for actually just saying something that I totally agree with. I think it's fucked up.
Long way. If this happened, somewhere in the middle of Iran,
Joe Biden also did help with this one. Get better material in mom's basement shit. Come on.
then
That was your first comment here, and you could have taken an hour to come up with something. Get out of your mom's basement, dude. Seriously.
it's going to be very hard to
Be less emotional. Be more funny.
sustain operations to try to find these aircrew. But if it happened closer to the coast, perhaps that's a better indication of our forces being able to stay on field.
It's almost like we've been saying this. Anybody that has listened to any expert on Iran and the territory there, and also again lived through the war in Iraq and the war with fucking Afghanistan, we understand that we already had problems in Afghanistan, in Iraq, with just guerrilla warfare, with the fact that specifically Afghanistan, the mountains, this is a mixture of all that with double the space. We do not honestly, and this is the Trump administration does not want you to understand this as the average American. They do not want you thinking about that. They don't want you thinking that these people have fortified their country to do guerrilla warfare for years and years and years and years and years. The same playbook happened in Vietnam when they said we're going to bomb them back to the Stone Age. It's literally a quote from one of the generals that was part of the first mission that was yes, this is what we're doing. But then we learned that was not the case.
scene, shall we say, and try to get the folks back.
Fucking retards blame Trump? No. We blame the fucking retards that follow Trump and the ones that continuously follow Trump, because you're the ones kind of fucking propagating the downfall of America. But come on, man. Like, yeah, you're so right. You're so cool. You're so cool. Where's that? Here we go.
Sources tell CNN one of 2 crew members have been rescued after a U.S. fighter jet was shot down over Iran. Images of the wreckage shared by Iranian state media match that.
CNN is fake news. Okay. What's fake about this? Every other news agency, even Fox News and pretty much everybody on Twitter, they're all reporting this. So what's fake about this news story? Please enlighten me.
Of a U.S. F-15, including.
Besides what the Trump administration might be saying about it.
This ejection seat that.
I need more substance than just your little buzz lines there, pal.
Appears.
But I don't know, Captain Birdhammer, why don't you prove that you're not a fucking bot? Like, seriously, this is the stuff where I'm like, this is laziness. Like, goddamn.
To be damaged.
Let's see.
Let's take a closer look now with Colonel Cedric Layton.
Oh, look at that. 0 followers, no subscribers. Yeah, he's a fucking bot. Captain Birdham. This is where I can just say I am more than comfortable seeing this because it's all manufactured. They have to manufacture like the shit that you see in my chat here, as far as like trying to get me riled up or any of it. Like, dude.
Layton, we did.
Okay.
Didn't see the seat.
Oh, liberal tear show.
There, but I'm sure you have the image here. When you see something.
What's your favorite meal from Taco Bell there, Captain Birdhammer?
Like this, you hear that one of the crew members was rescued.
American.
No determination yet on the other one. What scenarios come to mind?
So there are a lot of scenarios that come to mind here, Boris, but as you can see,
kidding, by the way.
This, of course, is the ejection seat right here. It appears to have some damage associated with it. This would be consistent with an explosion.
Nah, I believe he's real, MAGA. They're small people. Dude, his account was created like not even a few weeks ago. It's okay.
That would.
No, the thing is, as a YouTuber, it has become so much easier to tell who's a bot account and who's not.
Be a natural part of the actual ejection. So basically, these have an explosive charge. These ejection seats have an explosive charge underneath them, and that explosive charge, when activated, forces the person that's sitting in the seat.
I always like the guys that like think that the your mom thing is a fucking joke, like a good one, because it's like, dude, joke's on you. She's dead in an urn. So
up out of.
All right, what were you? Were you fucking like spooning it? Just like, I think this is her pussy. Oh, tasty.
The aircraft, and then that's when the parachutes are deployed and things like that.
Did you sneeze while doing it?
Happened. So this is not inconsistent with a safe ejection, and it's something that is definitely survivable from that, assuming that the impact and everything was as we see here, where
Keegan Beauregard
everything is kind of right side up in this case.
Follow over
when
on
it was
Twitch, hell yeah, bud.
Initially reported, state media in Iran suggested that this was an F-35 stealth fighter jet, but upon closer inspection of some of the
yes, if they're so disarmed, then how did they just down an F-15?
Photos of the
dude, this is you know what? This is my favorite part. The guy sitting here like CNN's fake news. It's like they are definitely propaganda news.
Wreckage. Analysts have since determined that this is more likely an F-15. It's more consistent with the makeup of an F-15. Help us understand.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. So
appreciate the follow there, Keegan.
You basically look at the type of metal that is used in this particular case. You look at the markings, and you look at the way in which all of this is.
I love how they paid this guy for this.
Printed in, stenciled in here, and the type of rivets that you see. All of that is consistent with an F-15. It is definitely not an F-35. And that is important because an F-15 is not a stealth aircraft. The F-35 is a stealth aircraft, and it's harder to detect, almost impossible for standard radar to detect the F-35. F-15 can be detected by radar.
Yeah, if it were an F-35, I imagine that it would symbolize a different capacity for Iran's military, whereas this does not. I do want to get your thoughts on the video that was geolocated.
Yeah, Trump will say that it was taken down with a rock and a slingshot.
By CNN.
Yeah, I mean, it's back to the Stone Age. Well, the Navy is gone. Navy is gone.
Showing a plane flying low over the ground while 2 helicopters are nearby. It's believed to be part of the rescue operation. Walk us through what's happening.
Yeah, so what you see here is there's a refueling aircraft here. That's a C-130, an HC-130.
I definitely don't like seeing it.
And that's designed to refuel helicopters like this. These are probably...
You cannot like it, but the thing is, don't do what these retards do, where they're just like, it's fake news. So instead of listening to it and trying to think critically, they just say, oh, it's fake news. So it gives them like this false bravado where they're just like, I'm smarter because I'm not following the fake news.
The HH-60.
Again, this is actually this is why they did that. And it was I hate to say it, it was a psyop. It totally was. I believe that Trump saying fake news was legitimately oh my fucking God. A CIA psyop.
Helicopters that are being used by the Air Force's search and rescue capability. There's a search and...
Classic cult behavior. No, it is. It is. You can only trust us. You can only... Guys, in the cult of Pep, you cannot trust anybody, whether they be MAGA or liberal. I don't care if they're Hassan, fans, especially Hassan fans. You can only trust what Pep says.
Rescue unit that's out of the 1st Special Operations.
That's literally the first fucking, note that they hit.
Wing that could possibly be involved.
But no, these people are so into their bullshit that they honestly they feel this shit.
Involved in this, and these aircraft are designed to extend.
If you believe, if you want a King Trump in 2028, then stop calling yourself a fucking American patriot, dickhead.
The range of the helicopter.
Keep trolling yourself, man. I don't care. I don't care.
Helicopter.
Yeah, it's definitely a bot.
So they can go further into.
Beep boop, motherfuckers.
The area that we have here. So when you look at the area that you see here.
But that's why I'm laughing. They have to manufacture, they literally have to pay for their support, which... Are you surprised? Nobody's buying this shit right now.
This is in southwestern Iran called Khuzestan province. This is the area where this is most likely to have occurred, and it is an area where they would have had the capability to refuel even in Iranian airspace, so that could then extend their range into other parts of Iran
if necessary. You think the No Kings protests are stupid? They're not stupid.
Put this into context.
Hey, it's nice getting people mobilized. Now, what's stupid about it is having people be complacent about it. So I've been seeing some of the TikToks saying that it was actually, that's also technically a psyop, because what it does is it makes people feel like it's a pressure release. So they release the pressure. So instead of having everybody built up to go and actually revolt, which is also fucking retarded. Because no, you do that, then he's going to double down on fucking military presence, on fucking martial law. The short-sightedness of these fucking idiots, I cannot stand. They don't want to do the hard work. That's my point about some of the people on the left that truly annoys the crap out of me, because they don't see it. They don't see the forest for the trees on that one. They see their utopia land where all of a sudden we're going to have this uprising and just, it's all going to be rainbows and kittens. We're going to have such great leftist leaders, and it's just going to organically fucking be a better situation than we had before. That's just not the fucking case, man. I'm sorry.
Because even if it is an
even if that could all right, not could happen, because I don't believe that. That's where my holdup is I don't believe it could happen, because no matter what, Trump is going to squash dissent even harder the more it pops up. That's why you get a lot of this liberal indivisible type of protest bullshit. But I also don't believe in the conspiracy that this is just a blatant fucking psyop to squash actual dissent.
15 and not enough 35. There is still some symbolism to draw from this.
Yeah, peaceful uprising. What are the poly market odds? Exactly.
Especially because just a few nights ago, you had the president of the United States.
Peaceful uprising is literally the boring part, voting. And actually being active in your politics. The problem is you have a lot of people that would rather show up to fucking protests or hold sign. And this is going to be a little bit of a critique. than actually join government, than run for an office, than act like joining their school boards, any of it.
Touting.
They're not substantive in the way that they want to make change.
The U.S. military's ability to destroy Iran's offensive.
I genuinely hate that. That's why, like, I got mad at the DSA meetings that I was attending, where I was just like, they don't have a plan. Their plan is to literally just sit there in like a fucking, like a circle and just jerk each other off and just go, well, this could work if, you know, if we all get behind, you know, this one idea. It's like, idea? How about a candidate?
Capability.
And then they get mad at me. Like, I had some pushback where, like, I asked about, like, where are the candidates that we're supposed to get behind? We are in an election season, and we don't have any fucking candidates running for, you know, some of the wards here. What the fuck is going on?
We've heard the defense secretary talking about dominion over the skies of Iran.
How the fuck would I know? Because I'm actually part of, like, some of these organizations that this is what it's for.
This contradicts that to a degree.
I'm trying to inspire people to do that. I'm also trying, like, me personally, I've only been doing this for 2 years, right? So now I am one of those guys that wants to put his money where his mouth is. I want to run for, like, even like just a city council position that, again, isn't treasury, because that was the big one that they were like trying to fill. And I'm like, no. I am definitely not I wouldn't trust me to be your treasurer, just because, not even like nothing shady. I'm just stupid with numbers. It's like, let's not.
To a degree, it does. Yeah. And so you see, you know, when you look at all of.
But yeah, my broader point was, now I'm inspired to actually like do something. And it sucks too, because I did have that moment when I was in the voting booth, voting for Kat Abu Ghazaleh, really, you know, feeling like I was doing something good.
These strikes, right?
What's DSA? Democratic Socialist Alliance.
Here, there's a considerable amount of effort that was put into this. So there's no doubt that basically thousands of strikes.
So bad with acronyms.
Were flown against Western Iran, southern Iran, and of course the area around Tehran. And when you look at the concentration right here of strikes in this area, and then you look at the types of strikes that were done here in the western part of the country and in the west central part of the country, you can see that there are a lot of areas that have been hit. And of course, the Iranians are doing the same
Democratic Socialists of America.
Thing over here in Israel as well. But having said all of that, the key.
Technically, I'm a socialist. I'm one of these guys that, like, okay, if I have to describe my politics are fucking. Capitalism does not work in its current form. So if we could do a few things, and like, if you want to keep capitalists, you know, if keep that fucking bullshit, fine. Because, like, honestly, I don't know. I don't know if fucking communism would work any better. I genuinely don't know. I just feel that with my experience in this life, I think that having some socialist programs would be great. And people have bastardized socialism because of privatization and this myth that having privatized industry is so fucking good for us. Our insurance proves that blatantly wrong. Like, the commodification of American healthcare has been a disaster, and that needs to end. And we can do that with, again, billionaires just pay their fucking fair share. We are so stupid that we have a large contingent of the working class that are against just even a minimal fucking increase in taxes to these assholes. Like, the idea that we pay close to, 60% of the fucking taxes in America is insane. Especially when you look at the numbers of the people, like, these are the lower class people paying them. Like, dude, the fact that you as an American paid more than the corporate federal tax than Amazon should piss you the fuck off.
The thing is this, no matter how often.
But honestly, like, you already live through the benefits of certain socialist programs. You guys have cops, right? You have a police department, right? You guys have you have a fire department, right? Then what the fuck? You guys can understand where the merits of fucking socialism are great. Until what? Until somebody that you don't like politically wants it? Like, fuck you.
You strike at targets like
grow up. Like, seriously, this childish bullshit of like, I got mine, and you can have yours. You can have yours. And you know what? They're even, I don't even want to recognize that these people are taking most of what we want.
Like this, they were
like, for real, dude. The fact is, you're giving into it like you are sitting there defending the status quo of a system that does not benefit you and could do better. But instead, you want it to do worse for you. You want it to do worse for everybody else because, again, you can't get over the idea that the people that you support in government, which is fucking weird as shit, just blatantly. The fact that, like, this is where I say they don't see Donald Trump as a fucking politician, even though he's the worst type of politician. And he has all the same fucking bullshit that everybody was crowing about even before he showed up. Just they're all corrupt. They're all in it for themselves. This motherfucker is literally collapsing the country just so he can make his quick buck and not get arrested. The only reason he even became the fucking president again is because he was facing jail time. This is where I was even saying to the fucking Democrats at that time, you might want to stop, because I saw the tides turning against the the witch hunt shit. I know that there's so many liberals up their ass about how popular it was. It wasn't. So many people started buying into that fucking bullshit. And you know what? Good for him. Good for him for actually being able to like speak to like the average American and just kind of like get them to go like, yeah, it is kind of fucked up.
Or still
because the average American doesn't watch news. They don't watch these types of fucking streams. They don't watch any of this bullshit.
Capabilities that are
they'll get a blurb and they'll just go like, yeah, you know what? I think it's kind of fucked up.
Existent within the Iranian arsenal. CNN reporting has at least.
Well, then, dude, I don't want to pay for your cops. I don't want to pay for your fire department. I want your... Listen, when your house starts burning down, I just want it to burn. Because fuck you.
At least half of the missile forces that were believed to have existed before the war.
$5. My chat's censored. I'll post under this one. Just want to see your response.
My chat's censored. I'll post on... Okay. Well, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that.
Still in existence right now, and one of the reasons for that is the way that they can disperse these forces. They have them on mobile launchers. They have them on...
The thing is, I've seen too many... Dude, shut the fuck up.
On trucks.
I'm working class. I actually fucking... Like, most of the people that I, interact with in my life are the people that you guys swear you want to help. None of them feel like they're being helped.
Basically, they go all over.
Everybody thinks that he's a fucking failure. Fuck, I got friends that used to be MAGA that are no longer MAGA. That's why I don't believe this 100% bullshit anymore. I've seen it too much anecdotally in my own life. I have seen my neighbors fucking take their fucking Trump flags down and not replace them. And it wasn't because they were fucking, getting a lit. You know what? Maybe I need a new one. I've watched a Trump store. I'm literally in real time watching a Trump store go out of fucking business. This shit needs, if this doesn't resonate with you as, if you're MAGA, then listen, I'm not trying to convince you. I don't give a fuck. You're not trolling me, dude. I'm going to keep repeating this. You're only trolling yourself there. And at the end of the day, when we have a Democrat, because you know what? I don't buy this shit. I know you guys like to fearmonger and do all that shit. If he does it, then you know what? You're going to see an actual uprising, because enough Americans already don't like his fucking authoritarian bullshit when they actually get hints that that's exactly what he's doing.
Over the place that are harder to detect, and plus...
You're only trolling yourself. Now back to my politics, because I know I went on a little stun lock there. Again, dude, all I want is to see a progression, a little bit of progression into the right direction where I don't have to pay so much. Because I'll tell you what, man, I would gladly pay a little bit more in taxes than pay the fucking medical bills that I've had to pay.
Plus, they bury them underground. So they have these hardened tunnels.
It's very difficult to reverse cancer. My wife literally rang the bell today. So if you think that you're being cheeky with your bullshit, have fun.
That are designed specifically to survive these kinds of attacks.
No. I'll tell you right now that modern medicine is something to behold. I have to say that, no, the healthcare that we have doesn't make it third world healthcare. The problem is it will bankrupt any average American, even if you have health insurance.
Iran has been preparing for this kind of a war.
But again, keep fighting for the system and the status quo that we have that does not work out for you.
For a very long time. And we're seeing the results of that preparation. It doesn't mean that
innovation. Change scares the fuck out of them.
Winning. But what it does mean is that they have a capability to not only fight back, but they have a capability to down some of our aircraft if we're not careful and if the proper defenses aren't dispersed by the aircraft itself. F-15 does have the capability to disperse some defensive chaff, for example.
Congrats to your wife for ringing the bell. Thank you.
Which is like aluminum foil coming out of the aircraft. But be that as it may.
Oh, I'm back. Oh, I'm back. Still here. $50 for 2 steaks. Absolutely. What the fuck?
They can do a lot of damage.
Brian, thank you for becoming a member. What's the count?
2 aircraft like that, especially if it's a heat-seeking missile as opposed to a radar missile.
Did you miss a
Colonel Cedric Layton, appreciate the expertise.
Either way, I appreciate you for being a longtime member of Pep Talks. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Boris.
I want to bring in now retired U.S. Lieutenant General Mark Schwartz for more on this breaking news as we continue to ask about.
By the way, Stan will be coming down and getting his treats for all the super chats. I'll make sure that you guys also get the credit for giving the dog his treats.
About the fate of that second crew member. Thank you for being with us.
I missed a month or so. I don't always sub. I usually don't know for the dog treats. No, I appreciate that, man.
Listen, I do want to lean on your experience, given your command of special forces. What is happening right now in terms of trying to keep that crew member alive? That crew member remains unaccounted for.
Listen, just because you did a super chat, don't ever try to tell me to just read your comment, man. Don't be fucking rude.
And can you just kind of give us some insight onto how difficult this is? And I do want to bring up again for viewers that image that CNN has that was released by Iranian media of the damaged ejection seat. CNN analysis does indicate
most Americans seem to love Trump. You're in the minority again. Okay.
That it is.
Yeah, that's the reality. Okay.
Likely from that CF-15.
Whatever, man. Ignore polls to your own detriment. I really don't care. Like, genuinely. Cool.
Paula, good to be
I'm in the minority. Great.
with you. So right now,
I'm proud to actually be somebody that doesn't just take the word of a fucking tyrant or it's just a president and just fucking suck his dick all the time. I haven't seen a single one of you guys ever be able to say something objectionable about him, where you're just like, yeah, you know what? I really don't like that he does this or I don't like the way that he's made things more expensive, because you always do the same shit where you say the exact same things that he says. So it's almost like you're a fucking parrot. President says that short-term pain, long-term gain, squawk.
Now what's happening back at Central Command headquarters, probably
only 2 weeks, only 2 to 3 weeks, squawk. 5 weeks later.
Forward search and rescue headquarters, where you saw that HC-130 and those Pavlov helicopters launched from. They're continuing the planning process. There's a high potential that they have communication with the other isolated crew member, whether that's the weapons.
Current polling shows Trump underwater with every demographic.
Service
tell me how
officer or the systems.
Fake polls. They're fake polls. It's all fake news. Seriously, like, that's why I don't believe anything from these they don't have substantive lives. Their entire lives, even if they're real people, I'm genuinely surprised. I think they're bots. Like, realistically, I think they're bots.
Officer, excuse me.
But for fun, if this is their lives, how fucking pathetic. How fucking sad.
Or the pilot.
Like, goddamn. God damn, I could say this at least. I have never fucking felt the need to fucking just defend some fucking politician the way you guys do. It's fucking weird as shit. Keegan, I don't think that you are necessarily.
Darkness is.
But if you are, hey, actually, that's one of the good bots. No, you're coming at things.
The friend of the isolated person.
With more substance than King Trump 2028 over and over.
The friend of the U.S. forces trying to recover this individual right now. So planning's ongoing right now. If they do have communications with them, they're.
What am I simping for?
Setting up.
You guys are the ones simping for a president that doesn't give a fuck about you and never will. He'll never know your name. He'll never fucking give you anything that you're gonna go like, yeah, you know what? Yeah. That really helped me.
An opportunity.
Even those tax cuts are going to end up fucking you in the long run, man.
To retrieve him and recover him back into
cause and effect aren't exactly your strong suit.
U.S. custody, if you will. And if they don't have communications with them, they're using every intelligence resource that they have available, to include, satellite imagery, overhead, probably unmanned. Collection capability to assist in locating him. And then lastly, what I would say is they've certainly started the very quick debrief of the pilot or weapons systems officer that they have successfully recovered, to understand, hey, did you see two shoots? When you were ejected, and do you have an idea in proximity, from a cardinal direction of where that other.
Again, and you want to know the reason that we're focusing on this one down plane and two pilots, or two airmen, I should say. It's because Donald Trump said that they didn't have the capacity to do this. This is the bitch about his lies. This is why, again, CNN's fake news today, because this couldn't happen under Trump. He told me that they didn't even have the capacity to do this. So it's just fake news. It's just CNN making it up. It's Iran making it up. Nothing Trump says is ever untrue. Everything is the truth from Donald Trump. Again, do you start to see how pathetic these fucking losers are?
Landed relative to where you were at. So all that information is being brought together to, again, facilitate a successful recovery.
Well, that certainly
Trump
gives us.
lies, soldier dies. Yep. All right, I'm done with this. It's fucking boring.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Breaking Points. We have some breaking news, actually, to get to in just one moment, and it's a heavy news cycle.
Oh, we already did that. Here we go.
New attacks overnight as the war in Iran intensifies. Officials with Iranian media report dozens of deaths and injuries. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth calling out several Army generals. Here's ABC's Olivia Rubin.
Overnight, President Trump with this new threat to Iran, saying the U.S. military, quote,
really low
hasn't
volume.
even started destroying what's left in Iran, adding bridges next, then electric power plants. Trump's vow to escalate coming after he told the American people the war was already won,
Hey,
but
Rebecca.
offering no clear timeline on when it would end.
Our enemies are losing in America, as it
Thank
has
you
been
for,
for 5 years under
That's the pep talks time, 421.
my presidency is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before.
What's up, Josh? How's it going?
Interview with Time Magazine, Trump saying the U.S. blew up 3
Hey,
Iranian bridges.
roughly 420, just an FYI. Thank you for the
Brian
$2.
Frank for $2.
All right.
Roughly
I'm
420
gonna go
on
get
the
Stan.
East
I'll be right
Coast.
back.
Make a
Just
deal before
FYI.
it's too late. Iran's foreign minister earlier posting, striking civilian structures, including unfinished bridges, will not compel Iranians to surrender. Iran's semi-official Fars news agency saying at least 8 civilians were killed.
At hate
and
speaker
95
Sargon of
injured
Akkad
in a
$5.
US-Israeli attack on a bridge
$5
near
to test the
Tehran.
quality
And
of your
now,
thoughts was
major
clearly a
shakeup
waste, but
within
$5
the
more
military.
to insult
Defense
you on my
Secretary
way
Pete
out.
Hegseth
Worth
forcing
it.
out the Army's top officer, Chief of Staff General Randy George. Sources say Hegseth also firing 2 more Army generals. Hegseth has now fired or sidelined more than a dozen admirals or generals.
And since Trump's speech, oil closing at the highest level since the start of the war, the 11% spike was the largest one-day increase since the spring of 2020. Olivia Rubin, ABC News, Washington.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I couldn't disrupt what Stan is doing. He is laying with his with my wife, so with his mommy. So I'm out of cat treats. Might as well give him a little bit of catnip. All right, let's get this update. We're gonna wrap up the war coverage here in a minute. I want to get to the Pam Bondi story, but I did put this together. This is only 30 seconds.
There are new developments tonight in the war with Iran. Sources tonight saying U.S. intelligence has determined that Iran maintains significant missile launching capability.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing, guys. Most analysts who are not Trump aligned, who have been part of the military, career military vets, have said that, like, especially from the CIA, that's any reports about Iran having no fucking defense capabilities, whether it be drones or the Shahad drones or their missiles, was a blatant lie, because they don't have the capacity to fucking fathom that they are just hitting all over the fucking country.
That's despite daily U.S. and Israeli strikes against Iranian
And again,
military
the fact that they're theorizing that this jet was taken down with a fucking handheld
targets over the past 5
Like,
weeks.
bro.
Sources familiar with the intel assessments say they found roughly half of Iran's missile launchers are still intact, and thousands of one-way attack drones remain in Iran's arsenal. A White House spokeswoman shutting down the new report, saying Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks are down 90%.
All right. So he got his. I just realized that he gets to celebrate with us. Isn't that cool? Oh, there's that Harry Enton video that I was going to watch earlier, but then had to be watched on almost every other show. I was like, you know what? I'm good.
The other major shakeup in Washington, Defense Secretary Pete.
Yeah, so this one, still war related, but this is huge. So Pete Hegseth fired a bunch of 4-star generals, right? That, I hope, landed on your radar because that's bad. Most of these generals, and they're saying that it was because, he's trying to they're trying to protect DEI hires. No. They're literally just, they have gone on record and said these people are more than qualified. The fact that anybody would disingenuously call them DEI shows you exactly where their head's at. They were calling them racist. But they also are a bunch of the ones that have come out and said that they were not going to just unilaterally lead a bunch of their, like, these troops onto the ground to just die for nothing, because there is no objective here. The thing is, when anybody in the military, and this is, I hope you understand this. Yes, there are MAGA supporters in the military, but dude, a lot of soldiers cannot feel great about hearing their commander-in-chief constantly playing games where, like, maybe I will, maybe I won't, I don't know. That can't instill confidence as a fucking soldier.
Hegseth has fired Army Chief of Staff General Randy George, 2 other top generals, the latest of more than a dozen generals and admirals removed over the last year.
Again, these are career generals that have gone through multiple presidencies dating back to the fucking 70s.
Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz has this.
Like, what are we doing?
Story. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. Pete Hegseth has fired many senior officers since becoming secretary, but these firings, including the chief of staff of the Army, come in the middle of a war where thousands of Army troops have been dispatched to the Middle East. Randy George, the Army chief of staff, is a decorated Army general, but he was formerly a senior aide to Joe Biden's Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, and it was long.
He's going batty right now.
Rumored Hegseth would let him go. Hegseth made it official with a statement saying Randy George will.
I just heard him. He's like,
be retiring effective immediately. In addition, Hegseth asked the general in charge of the Chaplain Corps, William Green, and 4-star General David Hodney, who has had a long and exemplary career in the military.
Holy shit.
Pete Hegseth claims that the Iranian military is completely wiped out. Their drones are gone. Their ballistic missiles are gone. They have no air force. They have no anti-aircraft.
We're getting actually like better news from Valhalla today, because I didn't know about the A-10s that got shut down.
Capabilities. It sure doesn't sound like
26 viewers. I got 30. I got 32, and then I got 5 over on Twitch. I'm just fine.
That's the case. If we've now,
I think that it's kind of more of a joke to come in here and think that you're being mean to me. Here, let's see what you do with your life. Let's see. Go to channel. No subscribers. He has a few videos though. That's kind of sad, man. Oh, it's because you created playlists. Okay, so you don't actually contribute anything. Okay, cool.
Now had potentially 4 aircraft shot down just today inside of Iran.
I don't know. Try it. If you can do better, then I'll sit there and even say it. I'll just be like, all right, look at this guy. He started up his YouTube career because he was trying to prove me wrong, and here he is, proving me wrong. But until then, you want to talk about how I contribute nothing? Okay.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And man, fastest I've put out 2 videos
you wouldn't
back
know anything about that
back ever, as I told you in this video.
Fuck, the day you were born, your fucking own mother was probably just like, oh no.
I just put out about 45 minutes ago that this CSAR search and rescue for these pilots.
I'm like this close to getting very, very mean. That was literally my mild sauce version of where I could go with this shit. So keep pushing.
After the F-15 was shot down, I said this shit would get dire and harrowing and was incredibly dangerous. And it turns out, yeah, just like I predicted in the first video.
You don't contribute anything because he doesn't have a YouTube career.
In that video, here's the clip. However, again, this is incredibly risky. When you are flying this low to the ground in an area where an aircraft has already been shot down by,
again, nothing you know anything about,
anti-air defense, very high likelihood that one of these A-10s gets shot down. And historically, this has actually happened, that it would be extremely likely the A-10s who escort these CSAR missions potentially would be shot down. And it sounds like, even though reporting is only saying one A-10 at the moment, sounds like 2 A-10s have been shot down. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some merch. We got some big updates, again, on this story that are breaking as of minutes ago. So like I explained in that first video, typically the way these CSAR...
That means that he was in his office already making the video on this other one.
Missions work is you're going to have A-10s that run the Sandy role, which is an attack fighter jet that's typically going to run command and control for these CSAR missions and also help protect those PJs that are flying in on those HH-60s and the HC-130 that's flying around and helping as well. So this is not surprising, which is literally why I said it is highly likely that's going to happen. And this is the huge risk with any down pilot situation. Down pilot situation is one of the most dangerous situations in the United States military.
Are you feeling about Bitcoin?
Because again, every asset...
The same way I did before. It's not real. Y'all are fucking playing into another fucking... Like, everybody wants their get-rich-quick scheme, but this is an actual scheme that's not going to benefit you, man.
And in-country is going to...
I'm telling you, it's never going to like, I said this years ago, and I'm glad that I've been proven right over and over and over again. It can't be centralized. Therefore, you're never... It doesn't have any real value.
Be rushed into that area to make sure that our pilots do not get
keep doing
captured.
Your thing.
Because
if it makes you rich, it makes you rich. Just understand that that's not for the masses. Like,
and Iran's already put out a bounty for anybody that finds these pilots before we do. That they're going to pay big money for them to be killed or captured. All right, so let's check it out. Again, breaking as of minutes
they want
ago.
Them alive.
Here.
They want them alive.
So again, we initially
because they want to be able to fucking bring them onto state media.
They had that F-15 fighter jet shot down inside Iran. Both pilots ejected. One was recovered. One is still being looked for. I am hearing rumors that they may have identified the pilot, and they are launching a larger rescue operation to come get the WSO, the weapons safety officer. Can't confirm that exactly yet, but I think that's what's happening. The U.S. Air Force reported to be an A-10C Thunderbolt II has crashed on the territory of a friendly country in the Middle East after sustaining heavy fire over Iran. Now, again, only reporting of one A-10 being shot down has come out yet, but I believe in the rumor mill, there's...
Even the stock market's not guaranteed, guys. Just remember that with, like, the AI bubble and all that, if the way that, like, the cascade effect really impacts the stock market, there's a reason that you really don't learn about that kind of stuff, because they don't want you thinking too much about the risks involved. They want you only thinking about like what you can gain.
Actually been 2 that were shot down. Okay, one of the A-10s.
Once you figure it out, you're just like, oh, this is all rigged against us. So I might get lucky on one stock, but then all that could disappear overnight, because the idea is to get enough to invest in something bigger. But even that could fucking fall apart.
Sounds like that was completely shot.
Like, I've already lived through the dot-com bubble, and I've watched careers be made and fucking broken with it.
Down, burned in, crashed. That pilot ejected. From what I've heard, that pilot was immediately recovered by the CSAR team. So thank God for that, which kind of makes sense because those...
All right, there's like laughing at your own jokes, but that's not even like funny.
A-10s are...
You're non-binary. You get it? That's not binary. with Biden in it. Libtards.
Most likely working in escort with the CSAR.
That's you.
Our team. If one gets shot down, luckily the PJs and everybody are right there to know where he got shot down to grab him immediately. Okay, so it sounds like the pilot's safe. One of those A-10s is completely destroyed. Sounds like a second.
And now he's trying to hash. Oh my God.
A-10
This guy's cringe.
Also,
oh my God,
took heavy sustained damage, but it was able to limp itself back to base.
All right, MAGA, you're sending your best again.
And I believe that pilot is safe as well. So good news there, but I mean, this is a utter disaster because again, we don't know for sure if this second pilot has been recovered, but what we do know is there is a
someone come get your uncle.
Massive CSAR operation
again,
underway.
man.
There's a ton of U.S. aircraft flying low, trying to find them, and they actually have some footage of what looks like the actual CSAR operation being filmed from some locals. And here we can actually see what we talked about in the previous video about the HC-130 that's part of the CSAR team that goes in, actually flying, and you can see how low they actually fly to the ground as they're looking for these pilots. So as you can see, they fly extremely low to the ground. And like I said in this previous video, it is so dangerous. You're talking about going into an area where aircraft have already been shot down and flying 500 feet above the surface, making it extremely likely that you're also going to have other aircraft shot down. Like I said, the most dangerous situation in war in the U.S. military for the most part. And again, if you don't know how A-10s function, typically they are one of the best, if not the best, close.
Again, that's all they got. Dude, the country's literally falling apart. The president is in a war that he is bored with and can't get out of. Our economy is on the verge of collapsing because of the fucking bonds market and the stock market that a lot of people are only paying attention again to the gains, but not looking at the warning signs. Go figure. And this guy's just like, trans. You guys like transes? Whoa, booga booga.
Close air support CAS.
We're hilarious. Got him. High-fiving himself.
Platform out there. Okay, so they do a fantastic job in assisting ground troops. Also,
MAGA got sad real fast, guys.
So eliminating ground targets, and the reason you want to have them on an escort for things like CSAR is because again, everybody's flying.
They need like the bots in chat to kind of like, I don't know, like this guy. I feel like he's like drunk, you know, right? Maybe after work. I don't know. He strikes me as more of a retiree.
So low to the ground.
It's just like, yeah,
platform like an A-10 that operates very
troll some libs.
very well close to the ground. It can assist in actually finding the pilots and also to take out ground targets that potentially put your slower aircraft like that HC-130 and your HH-60 helicopter that the PJs are riding on. It can help keep them safe. And it sounds like in this case, these A-10s may have been shot down, actually going in and stopping the CSAR team from being shot.
I like how the jobs report that came out today is already being reworked by economists because they're just like, all right, so here's the problem that we have with this data is that it doesn't actually back up where like the trends that we've seen the last 2 months. And then also we're seeing more and more reports about like mass layoffs. So this does not correlate with the data. Data.
So it sounds like just absolutely massive balls on these pilots.
Why are they sending in A-10s if there's no troops? Because there are troops. Again, guys, he keeps doing this thing. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm doing this. Like, and then Hegseth is just like, he does that so we don't give away like, you know, troop movements. It's just like, he could just shut the fuck up.
This off. And again, thank God it's...
You know, under Bush, do you understand that we had boots on the ground? I think it was like a full 6 months before the public even knew about it.
Sounds like at least the A-10 pilots are okay. And if you haven't seen an A-10 in action, here's a little flyover footage so you can see how low these guys actually fly to the ground.
Yeah, this is crazy.
10 Warthogs going right by.
A-10s are fucking nuts.
Doing flybys.
Yeah. I go to the air show a lot, so I've seen quite a few A-10s, and they're loud, baby.
Just did a couple flybys.
So as you can see, he's what, maybe...
There's another one. There's a second one.
Ground. Again, amazing aircraft, amazing air platform, can do a lot of things really, really well, especially in these situations, but also one of the most dangerous aircraft to fly in because when you're flying a couple 100 feet above the ground, you know, it's a lot easier to be shot down by things like man pads, which is actually just man-carried anti-aircraft systems. And
which those things are fucking, if you see how quickly those things can be dispersed, it's insane.
Also your bigger anti-aircraft systems as well. But again, this goes to show, just like I said in the last video, that Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth's claims that the Iranian military is completely wiped out, their drones are gone, their ballistic missiles are gone, they have no air force, they have no anti-aircraft capabilities. It sure doesn't sound like that's the case if we've now had potentially 4 aircraft shot down just today inside of Iran. Okay, so that's the F-15 that has been shot down. It sounds like we do have confirmation that one of those HH-60s that the PJs were in was hit. It sounds like it was able to limp away. Here's a picture we showed in the last video. So we weren't sure if this was correct.
Yeah, we watched the video of this happen.
Reporting in the last video, but it sounds like this has been confirmed that this is one of those HH-60s in the CSAR mission that also was hit. And I believe...
Yes, the incompetent administration's playing little green men.
It was able to limp itself back to base.
Boots on the ground is a bad idea because at least a few will get captured, have casualties, which will ruin America. America's already failing image even more, though Iran will have bigger losses. No.
Well.
No, again, I don't think that you understand how Iran is like literally fucking built and how they've been. You do understand home field turf, right? Like, have you ever played a war game ever? No? Okay. There's this thing where it's called home field advantage. We usually talk about this in things like sports, you know? We do sports that are kind of based on this same concept. The idea is that you understand the layout of the land a lot better than your opponent. Therefore, it gives you a little bit of an edge. Now, here's the big kicker. Because they have such mountainous terrain, they have literally been able to prepare for this type of stuff. Also, Donald Trump is such a fucking moron that he is playing right into like sending in, I don't know, fighter jets into an area where they definitely had anti-aircraft fucking set up, and then getting more aircraft shot down, and just keep sending in more to go look through for the other aircraft.
So again,
and now again.
An F-15 completely shot down, pilots ejected.
It's going to keep happening. And this is where, with them understanding the terrain, that we're going to take mass casualties because we also have this big problem with arrogance. This isn't just Donald Trump, by the way. America's arrogant as fuck. American exceptionalism has actually been kind of bad for us. Like, always being a little bit critical of your government and your army, it kind of keeps it keeps you grounded in reality, you know?
60.
But now we live in this la-la land of everything's great. You know, Trump's great. He only does great.
Hit.
Nothing ever bad.
Back to base. Sounds like one A-10 completely destroyed, one A-10 hit back to base. And that's just what we know so far, because it sounds like the CSAR mission is ongoing currently still. So the chances that even more aircraft continue to get shot down are realistic potential. And again, like I said in the last video, the longer this goes, the more dangerous it becomes, because Iran then gets to start launching.
Till now, how many planes crashed? You mean just in general? How many like planes? Dude, I don't know.
Air type system.
But not in this conflict. We've only had the 4 or wait, was this the 5th?
To try to bring down.
I mean, okay, there's the unconfirmed ones that listen, this is why I don't go to Twitter for news anymore.
Down the rest of these CSAR planes that are actively trying to find these pilots. This is a horrible...
Rebecca, all right, I will catch you later.
Horrible situation, okay? One of the worst case...
it's actually morning for her, I believe, so good day.
Scenario.
Good day, Rebecca.
So worst case scenario is those pilots...
I said have good day, and I mean have a good day.
Let's actually get nabbed up by Iran. Again, sounds like...
Because I don't know how to...
Like at least the A-10 pilot and the head F-15 pilot have both been recovered. Like I said, rumored reports that he's been
depending on how things go tomorrow, I might be live.
Identified, but I don't think there's any confirmation that he's actually been recovered yet. So we'll have to be waiting for an update on that as well. And again,
let's put it this way. If Uni is feeling good and we are like feeling up to hanging, it's going to be a hang with the wife day. But she even said this. She's like, there's no guarantee that's going to happen. So if you want to go do your thing, you can.
And we talked about this in the last video. This brings us up to almost 25 aircraft, either shot down, brought down, damaged. in this conflict. And it doesn't seem like we've already won the war, and it doesn't seem like we're de-escalating the situation whatsoever. As we talked about in that last video, the United States just underwent one of its biggest bombing campaigns of the entire war last night, just hours after Donald Trump announced again that the war was winding down and that we had already won. So what we're proving now is that this air campaign that Donald Trump has claimed has completely destroyed the entire Iranian military doesn't sound like it's having the effectiveness that they're trying to portray it has. Because if Iran is still shooting down aircraft left and right inside of their own country, sounds like they're a little bit more capable than we're being led to believe. Because again, F-15s being shot down, an F-35 previously being hit, these aircraft are not supposed to be able to be shot down by destroyed air defenses, but somehow here we are, potentially about to be in a hostage.
And this is also why people are so fucking pissed off at Trump. This is why. God damn it. This is the shit right here that they're here. They're listening to this, but apparently it's all fake.
Situation, which God, I pray that this is not what ends up happening. But also just the finances to this. I mean, these aircraft are insanely expensive. Most of them are hundreds of millions of dollars each. F-35's insanely expensive, and we continue to lose them. We continue spending billions and billions of dollars a day on what? What is this? What are we winning here? What are the strategic objectives of this bombing campaign that we're continuing? Because, again, Donald Trump said that he was putting a pause on bombing civilian infrastructure. And
dude, my cat he's in a catnip coma. He is like, you can hear him. He's got the cutest little snore.
Iran, and immediately after his address to the nation, where he said he was not going to do that anymore, they unload with the biggest bombing campaign of the entire war. It's almost like they actually think they're going to bomb Iran into submission. They're going to bomb Iran into surrendering. And I've said this over and over again. It didn't work in Vietnam. It didn't work in Afghanistan. It didn't work in Iraq. It didn't work in Syria.
Iran is bigger than Iraq.
Yeah. Bombing campaigns have never
by a wide margin
to facilitate regime change. Bombing campaigns
A-10s are also well armored.
For shaping operations, therefore getting rid of your enemy's defenses so that you can then launch a larger scale conventional war. If all you're going to do is just drop bombs on things with four corners, sorry, the people in Shia Islam who believe in martyrdom probably aren't going to give up, especially after you killed their religious leader and tons of civilians and children. You're most likely just emboldening them. And even our U.S. generals have come out and said, all bombing campaigns do is embolden the civilian populace to support the leadership even more than they regularly do.
Yeah.
So maybe this is some last-ditch effort, lash out to try to...
But you have a fucking bunch of Neanderthals that are just sitting here acting like they know, the ins and outs of foreign policy.
Again, get some type of...
Oh yeah, you know what? There's more Iranians that are. Did you see that there was a rally in New York? The Iranians were totally supporting Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. That was totally not paid for by fucking like. You want to talk about paid protests? 30 Iranians showing up in New York with their fucking flags going, just like, we support everything, the oppression of our people. Seems a little sus.
But it doesn't look like today's bombing campaign is turning out to be much of a win for the United States.
I'd like to say that any of them were actually Iranians.
It seems like we're being embarrassed on the world stage as we're having aircraft shot down left and right, and potentially going to have pilots put in hostage situations. So, hey, maybe it's time for us to reevaluate and rethink what we're doing, because again, I think everybody is sick and fucking tired of American blood for sand and oil. But again, this story, like I said at the end of the last video, is ongoing and developing, because there again could be very, very likely that we potentially have even more aircraft shot down the longer this CSAR mission takes place. And I pray to God they find all the pilots, they get the hell out of there, and head back and lick our wounds, and again, maybe start to rethink what the fuck we are doing in this conflict, because this is getting obnoxious at this point. So.
All right, here's the updated reporting.
That is right. We've just learned that Iran shot down that second plane and it crashed into a neighborhood. We know
that the
pilot here is safe.
A major escalation in the nearly 5-week war. U.S. officials say it appears an American fighter jet was shot down by Iran. Iranian state media sharing these images of wreckage, which ABC cannot independently verify. The aircraft was a 2-seater F-15 operated by a pilot and a weapons systems officer. One member of the crew was recovered, and the
So here's a little media literacy for you guys. You know how they just did that little, like, we cannot independently verify? Now, a lot of people would read that and just be like, oh, well, that's them hedging their bets, fence sitting, blah, 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 blah.
search continues for the...
That's them actually, like, appealing to the FCC because they have to be able to, like, issue retractions, and also that's their way of kind of doing, like, the allegedly game. Like, that's why they're so careful with their language. Whereas, like, a Fox News, they're blatantly not careful with their language because they're not news. They're an entertainment entity that does not have to really, follow the standards of journalism. The only reason that they lost the Dominion one is because they went after a private entity.
The other. A U.S. Air Force 1-seater A-10 Warthog attack jet also crashed in the Persian Gulf region, this on Friday. According to a U.S. official, the pilot on board was safely rescued. Just 2 days
at this point, realistically, like,
ago, President Trump said,
this is what the bitch is for me. I have to just admit it. This is this era of destabilization is great if you're like a streamer, entertainer, or the news. Like, this is why I get it. This is why I get why, like, the news loves this shit. The difference is I have integrity, and I'm just like, no, I'd rather have the world go back to being boring and me, having, on average, maybe 120 people per stream than have this fucking fuckery that we're in.
that Iran was decimated both economically and militarily.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are
Trust me, I'm no Biden fan by any means.
unstoppable.
I was
as a
very, very
military
critical
force.
about him.
But Iran has continued its retaliatory strikes.
I think the military campaign is going to continue. The Iranians are going to continue doing what they're doing, striking the region, trying to interfere with shipping in the Straits of Hormuz.
This downing of the fighter jet comes as President Trump escalates his threats against Iran's infrastructure.
But you would have to give back the Cubs World Series. At this point, I would. I genuinely think that, like, we broke the planet when we did that.
Social media,
we weren't supposed to win.
Thursday, the president writing, the U.S. military hasn't even started destroying what's
curse
left
was
in
supposed
Iran.
to continue.
Bridges next, then electric power plants. Trump saying
Can we
the
go back
U.S.
to, like,
blew
2007?
up 3 Iranian bridges.
Actually, I can you know what? I'll share a picture with you guys. I found my old Floyd card.
On his social media.
If you guys want to see a young Pep
continuing to warn Iran
in a government building, definitely not too pleased to be having his photo taken.
to make a deal before it's too late. Iran's Fars news agency saying at least 8 civilians were killed and 95 injured in a U.S.-Israeli attack on a bridge near Tehran. Iran, however, not backing down. The foreign minister there posting, striking civilian structures, including unfinished bridges, will not compel Iranians to surrender.
And right now, we know of 13 U.S. service members who have been killed during Operation Epic Fury, and nearly 370 others have been hurt. Judy?
We saw baby Mike Figueredo yesterday. Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, I'll do that soon. I got more stuff planned for y'all, so yeah. If you haven't already subbed to the channel, consider doing so, because yeah, we have a lot of fun. And also hit that like button. Hey, see what I did there? No, I'm dead serious though, guys. Like, if you can hit that like button, it really helps me. And other channels, specifically the smaller ones though. Hegseth ousts Army Chief of Staff. Here we go.
Leaving many of those he mentored in shock this morning.
We already watched half this before the breaking news happened, so I wanted to go back to this.
Morning. Hegseth has fired more than a dozen generals and admirals since he took over as secretary, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General C.Q. Brown. General Christopher Leneve, now the vice chief of staff of the Army, will take over for General George until a permanent replacement is...
Why do I get the feeling that the guys that are replacing him are the ones that are, like, more than happy that we're possibly ushering in the apocalypse?
Nominated. Leneve is very
the A-10
close.
The A-10 update was the breaking news.
Hegseth. George.
Okay, Martha Radis, thanks very much.
Because they were only reporting on the 2 down jets. Iran responds to Trump's address with new missile attacks.
Iran is responding to the threats and timeline issued last.
Oh shit! Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Here, it's what I can spare for you. You've been entertaining and human. So
At
you earned
Animate
my fun
Symphony
button.
2716 $10.
Jesus.
Here, it's what I can spare for
I
you.
really appreciate
You've
that. Thank
been
you.
entertaining
Here, you know
and
what?
human,
Trump
so
said
you earn
the
my
U.S.
fun budget
military
and then some.
is on track to complete its objective.
Dude, my cat's gonna get so high.
In the next 2 to 3 weeks. Tehran dismissed Trump's assessment of its capabilities and responded with new missile attacks targeting Israel and Gulf nations. The Iranian military also issued its own warning, claiming it still has stockpiles of missiles and drones, which it says the U.S. does not know about.
The centers you believe you have targeted are insignificant, and our strategic military production takes place in locations you are completely unaware of.
Iran still controls the Strait of Hormuz, preventing
it's like he's doing lines.
Oil tankers from passing
He's just sitting there
through and causing gas prices globally to spike.
This fucking cat's a trip, bro.
Trump says if Iran does not.
I don't know, like if he has like something wrong with his nose. I don't think so, but he's got these little snorts. They're fucking hilarious.
Reopen the strait by Monday. He'll target the country's energy facilities. And for more on the war in Iran, we went to bring in Hal Kemper, national security expert and also former Marine intelligence officer. Hal, thanks you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jenna.
So I want to start with a little bit of breaking news. The Pentagon just announced today that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked the Army's top officer, General Randy George, to step down. This was done without any reason. What is your
Hiya, Pep. May I ask what type of cancer my wife has? Colorectal cancer.
assessment of this move?
Well,
she just rang the bell today, finishing her radiation and chemo treatment, though.
Happens.
Big, like today was a big day.
And as you've seen, this
Like, I'm
administration
still
has
kind
changed
of
over a number of flag and
processing
general
it, and like just like I had a
officers.
huge like just wave of happiness hit me where I was like, oh fucking Christ, like this is so exciting.
You know, CQ Brown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, when the
Hopefully,
administration
she
stopped,
starts rebounding from it though, because
he was
yeah, like it has definitely like reaped
replaced, as was
havoc on her system.
You know, Lisa Franchetti, who was the chief of naval
WF. Thank you. I
operations,
appreciate
and
that.
then a variety of 3-stars were replaced as well. And frankly, they want to basically build a senior cadre of military officers. I think that they know and understand. And in the case of Randy George, he
Keegan, I'm not sure if you meant to say that, but
came in under the Biden administration. He took
cancer sucks.
Took on that position, and Christopher Neve, who's replacing him, was actually the senior military advisor.
I mean, it really does. You know what? I can't even say that in passing anymore. It's like no, I'm gonna focus on that one. Fuck cancer.
Advisor to Pete Hegseth as the secretary. So Secretary Hegseth knows him, understands him. They know each other, and that.
But also, fuck everything that put this cancerous bullshit into our bodies. Fuck the capitalist system that made it so these fucking greedy assholes, you know, made that extra dollar while making us all sick.
And when you're dealing with policy matters, and certainly
got beautiful long hair, probably smells like strawberries.
As
you're not far off, actually. I have strawberry pound cake body wash.
You know, tense as a war. You want to have people you understand, communicate with. So it's not a real
you're not too
shock
far
this has happened. And it does happen. It's happened in other administrations as well.
Been using this new shampoo from the Body Shop. I gotta say, man, I don't usually do like just, hey, here's a blanket plug for something that doesn't pay me, but fucking Body Shop stuff.
Coming just after those comments by President Trump. Now, U.S. forces today struck a major
really is some of the best shit I've ever used.
bridge in Iran, eliminating a
Officer
planned military
Strawberry
supply
Pound
route for sustaining Iran's ballistic missiles, their attack drones, which we heard about earlier. How much
No, her range. No, I got that, Charlotte. Thank you. I really appreciate
longer
that. Though.
is this sustainable
No, I got you.
for Iran?
Well,
this little fucker.
Iran's probably has more problems than
Roll it
will
around.
Iran. You know, rhetorically, you'd think, well, we can take everything you throw at us, and we're fine, and we're doing good. Reality is, their Navy is shot.
My dad has cancer. My wife
Air
died.
Force-
Oh shit, your wife died from cancer. I lost my mom 20 years ago due to
Force is
cancer.
gone.
Jeez.
On
You get
their
it.
ability
Yeah.
to launch ballistic
Sorry about that.
missiles and drones at the rate that they
Fortunately,
used to be
also
able
part
to
of
is
the,
vast.
Dead Moms Club.
Diminished. And of course, they've lost a lot of leadership figures. So their command, control, communications, everything's down. And now you're seeing us going after something which is a vital line of communication, an ability for them to logistically support these forces. And we're saying, look, and if you really don't negotiate or come up with a solution, we're going to literally turn off the lights and go after power stations. So Iran's got a lot of problems that I think we're kind of incrementally moving into.
Yeah, Paul, America elections are for Americans. Yeah, that's why election integrity is something that's barely on the fucking radar, except for people that are trying to cheat the current elections because they know they're going to lose. But you're too stupid to realize that you're being fucking worked. Like, Jesus Christ. Again, you're the biggest fucking marks. Either that or you... See, if you just blatantly say, I'm comfortable with Trump cheating, then maybe, just maybe, I'd be like, all right, maybe. You have an independent thought-ish.
Could target in the future.
But this shit right here, or it's just like, again.
And the president recently has said that Iran...
Squawk! Must repeat what president told me to say. Must be good about account. Squawk! Yes. I make $14 in rubles. Sitting there watching these account pep talks.
Iran's leadership has been weakened, but we did see the son of the previous Supreme
Oh, you're very creative
leader
there.
appointed, and he's considered...
God, if you're not a bot, you're actually kind of just an embarrassment to humanity alone. Like, not just like humanity, but to like MAGA. Like, dude, this is cringe shit, man. Like, if you're part of MAGA and this is your guy, like,
considered even more hardline. So do you think the diplomatic solution...
He's really out there just making some bangers, Diddy crats.
is as feasible as it was before? What needs to happen here?
Wow.
Well, what we've seen is...
We have a term in comedy for people like him. A hack.
Mujtaba Khomeini doesn't really have... He hasn't really...
This Paul Salis or Sals
assert himself at all. Nobody's really sure what his actual
one that's kind of like acting like a blatant bot.
Physical condition is, and it's widely believed he was severely injured in that same strike that killed his father. So what you've seen is the Revolutionary Guard Corps, a lot of hardcore generals, not the senior guys who were there before. Senior guys were taken out, but more junior guys, but very ideological, are trying to assert their influence. At the same time, we're starting to see some stress fractures within the regime. Maybe not apparent to everybody, but you're starting to see that, the president and others are feeling that
I mean, do you see him rolling around on the bed?
This IRGC takeover, if you will, is really undoing
he made such a big mess, though.
The regime itself. So you might see that. We focus on the opposition, but you could see, and it's always been predicted at some point, that you could see a split happen between the
I like how there's a dude from MAGA in another chat that's just like, this guy sucks.
More secular side of the government and this more ideological religious side of the government.
Now that's funny. See, now that's what I was waiting for, was somebody just to be like, yo, okay, I'm all for trolling, but fuck this guy.
Yes, and that ideological side really controlling the military, as you mentioned. Now, Iran did say today that they plan to retain control.
This is like seeing somebody like talking about like the mispronunciations of Kamala, and they're like, Kamala.
Like, of the Strait of Hormuz. That has been a big pressure point here with that squeeze on oil shipping. We also saw an effort in the United Nations today to try and authorize some military action there. But 3 countries, Russia, China, and France.
Dude, the fact that he also he's spamming all the fucking old boomer face. Like, what are you, like 6? If this person's real, they're like in their 60s and they think this is hilarious. Like, they just discovered online trolling, but this isn't Facebook, dipshit. Like, people here, they're reading what you're saying and nobody's leaving the likes. You're not getting the clicks there, bud. You're also not really sowing discourse. You're kind of just proving that you're lame as fuck. Like, my God, dude.
All right.
Like, I don't know, man. Somebody get him. Like, I'm allowing this because he's trolling himself pretty fucking bad here, man.
If this goes to a vote on Friday, what do you think could happen?
I don't think anything's going to get passed from the Security Council and the UN. I mean, it's possible, but I find it very difficult. Russia fully supports Iran.
Unsubscribe
and
on
so they
like.
might use their veto authority. And,
Okay,
and
'cause you were
China
subbed
is
or
moving
you
some,
liked anyway.
some oil and some other ships through the
Even if you
Strait of
didn't.
Hormuz. So
Actually, I haven't even checked,
they
so
might
let's see.
veto it or just abstain. So, but it
Doing
only
some
takes one
subs.
veto in the Security Council to stop anything from moving forward. But what we are
Thank you.
seeing is we got 40 countries. The U.S. is not part of this.
They're paid ops doing bounties on. I mean, seriously.
Did a big virtual
kind of like Michael Rappaport. Michael Rappaport's just stupid.
Conference around the world talking about they're all stakeholders in the Strait of Hormuz, talking about what they might do, where they might be able to help. I think that's
Two
progress.
F-35 got shot. Get down, stupid Americans. You're wrong about the planes. One was an F-15 and the other were two A-10s.
If you will.
But facts.
And then of course you're seeing this 2 to 3 week sort of maximum effort thing that the U.S. is going to be doing, certainly along with
and then they hit an Apache helicopter that made it back to base.
Israel. And we might see some changes in what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. The potential, certainly the forces are there to take some islands that could change who controls the strait.
Mm-hmm.
That's a potential. Don't know if it's going to be done, but it's certainly being talked about a lot.
A lot of discussion around military action there. We're going to have to leave it for now, but Hal Kempfer, thank you so much for joining us today and having this look.
This is what he's got. This is it, guys. I hope you're reading these chats as they scroll by, because wow.
Larger discussion about what's going on.
It's like if somebody put a bot on 2.5 speed and was just like, here.
In Iran.
Just go wild with it. Because again, there's nothing creative here. This is all just like the same bullshit that you see on Facebook. Like, this is almost proving everybody right. Where it's just like, oh, we knew this was all, bot bullshit,
Thank you, Jenna.
Fucking, what part of Russia, the Russian region, are you actually typing this from? Because at this point, it's getting kind of fucking obvious there, guy. Yeah, see? Needs a vaccine. Bro. He's just like playing all the hits. He's going to go back. He already said CNN fake news, so that's going back about, 11 years at this point? Jesus. John Tripp, hope your family can push through these circumstances, and I hope her chemo is going well. Much love. John Tripp,
hope
actually,
your family
great
can
news for
push
you.
through these circumstances and hope her chemo is going well.
Sorry, I
Much
keep forgetting
love.
my TTS is on. No, I appreciate that. Actually, for if you want to know, she just rang the bell today, finishing up her radiation, and she is also done with her chemo pump. So now we are in between, waiting on the surgery aspect. But yeah, man, like, things are going great, and I just, yeah.
It's in the trend. We'll see if it stays.
Good day today. Very good day today. Although, like I said, wife is not feeling great. She's still dealing with, like, the repercussions of the chemo just absolutely wrecking her system, and unfortunately, it really has it's causing some havoc on her stomach. So hopefully that goes away. But yes, good news today. Very good news today. All right, so let's get to this Pam Bondi stuff, because this was funny. I wasn't live yesterday, so I wasn't able to cover the breaking news, which, dude, these news cycles are so insane that even me covering this today, I feel like it's old news. Which, what? Could you imagine if I did a weekly show? Like, holy fuck. Like, I can't imagine the guys doing that just like the weeklies, because it's like there's so much to cover. There's just so much. But, so Pam Bondi got ousted yesterday, and of course the Trump administration is saying that, yeah, you know what, this was planned, blah, 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 she's served her time. But then you have the other reports coming from the White House. This is, and like, not from the official White House accounts or anything like that. It is coming from some insiders leaking from the White House, which, that's always great. That's always great when the rats start fleeing the ship. Not sure if I've ever seen that happen on anything. It's not like I'm into shipwrecks or anything like that, too. But, yep, the rats be fleeing, and they be ratting on the administration, saying that she begged and pleaded for her job, that she just wanted a little bit more time, which, again, oh God, if this story is true, that's hilarious that she groveled. But the official story coming from the White House is that they have a brand new position for her. You know, totally not in Alaska or like totally not a made up position to try and just, you know, so they don't look entirely bad. But the fact is, he said this, it's like, it's time here. Actually, here, let's do this. Pam Bondi's portrait already taken down at the Justice Department. So this is hilarious if it's true. If they fucking took it down and put it in the trash like this, that is fucking hilarious. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But it didn't take long for the pictures to come off the wall within hours of the news that President Donald Trump had fired Pam Bondi as Attorney General. Images began circulating of her framed portrait unceremoniously removed from a place of honor near the president and vice president on the wall of the Department of Justice. One photo obtained by MS Now showed Bondi's portrait in the trash bin, which they have done like a side-by-side of the carpet in the Department of Justice. I like the wall, the carpet. You listen, as somebody that does, like, you know, just a little bit of detective stuff as far as, you know, I played some of them games where you got to match up, like, the pictures and stuff. It does kind of seem reasonably true. Current and former DOJ officials said it's a reflection of how deeply unpopular Bondi was with the career officials and agents. Oh, she got fired, and immediately somebody was just like, oh, fuck this. They ain't going to fucking fire me over this one. Bye. I like how they even put it upside down, too. The disrespect. I love it. Thousands of whom left the department rather than follow her orders. Dozens more were forced out. These are the ones that remained. Many of those officials remain angry about the episode at the beginning of her term when Bondi entered a secure area of the DOJ offices of the National Security Division and saw that President Joe Biden's portrait was still on the wall, along with former Attorney General Merrick Garland. Bondi demoted a respected career veteran over the picture still hanging in the offices after Trump's inauguration. In interviews, Bondi recounted that how she took the photos down herself. She cited the episode as evidence that career DOJ employees were more loyal to Democrats than Republicans. I went up on the 7th floor, which is in the National Security Division. The entire floor was a skiff. No one can get in there. Bondi said on Fox News, so I was able to get the code, open the door, and I look on the wall and see President Biden, Kamala Harris, and Merrick Garland's paintings still hanging. Such a just so catty. I personally took all three down, and I love her for it. She took down the photo. She took down their pictures. She can't even stand the sight of them. She's such a professional. I put them in front of someone who said to me, "Oh well, maintenance is really slow here." I said, "Well, it took me about 30 seconds to get them off the wall." What Bondi did not discuss privately or publicly was the respected veteran she had demoted over the incident, Devin D. Becker. I don't know. He was the acting chief of National Security Division. They better take her picture down. One former National Security Division official who is among several still disturbed by Bondi's removal of DeBacker. Nearly all of the senior career officials in the Biden DOJ served loyally and ably during Trump's first term without incident. Now it's Bondi who has been shown the door, with many DOJ veterans are quietly celebrating. Dude, I love that. I love that for her. I really do.
Another major shakeup at the White House. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
I hope the I love that for her actually stays, though, because I don't know. I like it.
Bondi has been ousted.
Let's go now to CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. Kristen, tell us what you're learning. This is brand new.
Yeah, things are very fluid. They're moving very quickly, but I am told that Pam Bondi has been officially fired. She's out of her role. Now, where she goes next, that is a question mark. I was told in the meeting or in the conversation President Trump had with Bondi yesterday, he floated the idea of a judgeship as a potential landing place for Bondi. And in the interim period, while they are figuring...
Could you imagine them trying to like get her on the...
figuring out who is going to take over as Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Todd Blanche will step into that role. So he will be serving in the interim. Pam Bondi, though, is out. We had already reported that she was in Florida. We have been talking about for the last several hours how in the last week, President Trump had been calling allies, asking about firing her, who should replace her. It doesn't seem as though they have someone specific in mind. We know that they have floated the idea.
They got this EPA guy that's just a sycophant that knows nothing about law, apparently.
Of Lee Zeldin, among other people. Zeldin is currently leading the EPA, but I am told that is not a done deal. President Trump, interesting.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody went, okay, he's very loyal to you, but he's not exactly an attorney.
Did issue a very
it's like you need someone who's loyal and competent.
Flattering for President Trump's statement about Bondi last night, saying Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Like you would think that they would learn from these lessons from their mistakes. I could barely get that out.
Is a wonderful person, and she is doing a good job. The reason that I note that is that because when we saw Kristi Noem being fired, there was none.
Symphony
of that kind of generosity of spirit when it came to President.
Also, welcome to the show. I'm not sure if you just found me today, but I appreciate you being here. It seems like you're enjoying yourself.
Trump. Now, just a reminder, Bondi has a very close relationship with Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. They're both political operatives in Florida. They kind of came up together, so they have a long-lasting relationship. But President Trump had grown increasingly frustrated about a number of issues. One, didn't believe that some of the cases against his adversaries or political adversaries were being brought fast enough. He didn't believe that she had handled the Epstein files well, among other.
Literally firing her because judges were just like, yeah.
Things. So we do know they had this conversation yesterday in which essentially President Trump told her that she was not long for this world, that he would eventually be replacing her. What we know now is that she has been officially fired. And again, Todd Blanche will step into that role as the Deputy Attorney General into an acting Attorney General role.
And Kristen, this now marks the second cabinet position that Trump has fired and now has sought a replacement for within the last month. What can you tell us about Blanche himself, his relationship to Trump? Obviously, he's going to be in the acting role until a new attorney general is put in place.
Well, look, Blanche and President Trump are incredibly close. He served as his personal attorney before taking this role as the Deputy Attorney General. And there are a number of people who are around President Trump's orbit who have said that Blanche isn't political enough. Well, we saw Blanche taking a new role recently when he stepped out at CPAC and essentially said that everybody who would ever invest.
Half tempted to join on my band channel. Gotta ask Liam if he
investigated Donald Trump or brought charges against him.
I welcome all types of musicians here, and honestly, if you have music that just send it to my email, peptalkstv@gmail.com. If you just say I have permissions to the music, I will play it on my show.
Been fired from the Department of Justice, making the Department of Justice clearly very political. And President Trump has liked what Todd Blanche has.
Hopefully, I'll be going to see Hang Your Hate live here in Chicago. But there, I did notice something where it's on a Tuesday, and there is something I already had scheduled on that Tuesday.
So Blanche has always been kind of viewed as the person in the background making all of the mechanisms
free. I don't monetize
work.
the music.
Now, of course, he'll be front and center, but it doesn't sound as though he's going to take.
You don't have a topic account though that has just make sure type in your band's name and then topic, just to make sure that nobody's stealing your music and trying to claim anybody. I had that problem with another artist, and I made them aware of that, and they even got back to me and said that's exactly what was happening. So
position long term that
not
they are going
it
to
is like this is just widespread all over. I know that a lot of like independent musicians like have this happen to them, especially if they try to go DMCA free.
They'll find a figurehead, so to speak, as the actual attorney general, but that he will be filling in
I appreciate
the interim time period. And I do want to note, one of the things that's so fascinating about this removal of Kristi Noem and this removal now of Pam Bondi is that we spent the better part of over a year with no upheavals, with no
What's the band name? Is that the band name in your account here?
turnover within the cabinet, and that was intentional, something that President Trump, Susie Wiles, did not want in his second term to look like a revolving door, the way it had looked in President
The only
Trump's
supporters left are the cultists.
first term. But obviously now we are entering a new phase of President Trump's presidency, with him feeling as though the people who aren't working, and he's going to get rid of them.
And Kristen, how long was this coming? Because there was a sense, certainly when Pam Bondi appeared before Congress and testified, that she was really trying to appeal to President Trump and that she might have been on thin ice at that point.
So it kind of depends on what you mean in terms of how long has this been coming, because there has been frustration with Bondi off and on.
Very quick. Is this you? If this is you, I will check it out.
Since almost the beginning of President Trump's tenure, specifically when it came to the handling of the Epstein files, there was a big swath of people, and obviously we saw the chief of staff,
That is? Okay.
Susie Wiles, had said
After this video wraps up, I'll play a little
in the interview with Vanity Fair when she
snippet.
said the Department of Justice whiffed on the Epstein files. There was a general feeling that that was the case, and they placed a lot of that blame on Pam Bondi, not on Kash Patel or on Dan Bongino, but on the Attorney General, because she was the one who was responsible for bringing in all of those influencers and giving them those binders, if we remember that from early in the administration. She was also the one who said on Fox News that she has...
If you're still leaning towards him, and believing him after everything that he's betrayed as far as his campaign promises or any of the bullshit, yeah, man, I do actually kind of say, at that point, you might not be a cultist, but you're definitely a victim of the sunken cost fallacy, where you can't let go because you've already committed too much.
The Epstein files on her desk, and she'd be releasing them
Shatter,
soon.
silence, or riot cry.
All things that put everybody into a tight spot and then caused enormous amount of problems down the road.
Thank you.
But when it comes to
that.
actually replacing her, what we're told is that in January, this started becoming a real conversation, that the names started floating around as to who would potentially replace her. Now, that
What happened right around that time?
died down a little bit. And then
Yo, I was looking earlier. Big congrats to Uni for ringing the bell. Thanks,
in
man.
the last week ramped back
I really
up. And
appreciate
I'll tell
that.
you, I was getting calls and text messages from people who aren't in the administration, who don't work at the White House, who were saying that they were hearing it. And they were hearing it because President Trump
tied their
was
entire
making
personalities
calls
to it,
really
yep.
starting on Monday, asking allies
Yes,
what they
cheers
think
for
about
these
the fact
unprecedented
that he
times.
might replace her, who should replace her, what does this actually look like? And that is when we really saw, obviously, all of this kind of snowball
Christ,
leading to
dude.
a conversation between the two of them, and then her ultimate firing.
They're making these segments a little longer, I've been noticing.
Kristen, please stand by for us. We have some extra voices to add to the conversation. Evan Perez, Jeff Zeleny, and Ellie Honig are with us. Evan, first to you.
I don't care. More talking heads? That's all I need, is just more talking heads. I can't think for myself without hearing this from the talking heads. Jeez. Ooh, 421. I like the amount of time that is on the song. Here, let's see.
Smoke rising.
Oh, I already like it.
Red sky burns. City screaming.
You just got some.
Bridges turn. Shadows creep.
Oh, hold on, because it is harder for me to tell now. I'm not going to take the sub back just based on it, but if AI, you don't fucks with the AI, right?
Hearts collide. I won't be silent. Won't run and hide. They push, they shove, they take it all. I stand, I fight.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is technically like a radio segment. You're listening to WPEP Radio. Wait a minute. You're listening to WPEP Radio. I need my sound effects, but I don't have them. And today, you're rocking a little bit of Armethus Riot Cry.
Break the chains, set the fire, drown the pain. Fits like thunder, streets alive, walls are crumbling.
I'm listening to more than I was planning on. I'll be honest. This is how you know it's really good, actually, because yeah, I wasn't gonna make a whole segment out of it.
Pavement cries, smoke in my lungs. Fist to the skies, who lit the match? Who fed the fire? Whispers of freedom, drown in a liar's choir. Burn it down, burn
This is fucking.
it down, burn it down. Let the ashes wear a crown. Burn it down, burn it down. No saviors here, just riot, cry, and battle cry.
All right. I'm not gonna listen to the whole thing, but what I am gonna do is you're definitely getting a yeah, guys here. I'll link this in the chat. Go and follow this band, Amethyst and Animate Symphony. Man, ugh. Almost had it. That's freaking awesome. I don't believe it's the voice that's the whole thing sounds AI. See, well, I know. Well, either way, check it out. Sylvie, you can check it out. I don't mind it. This is why I do have this thing against AI, because every once in a while it's just like, god damn it. I hate to admit that sometimes it's like, all right, this is all right. I won't say it's good. Sometimes it's all right. But I also don't mind people that use AI for like tuning, adding like a layer here and there, but you know, I have it disclaimer in the channel. Okay, I have the original guitar riffs as MP4 and the drums from MP4. Sylvie on the case. Well, that's the thing. Like yeah. Listen, as I said, it's good though. Alrighty. Like I said, here, get one more. As long as it's disclosed, that too. No, like right there, that's already you get a little pass on that too. Say whatever, it's a free country, so they say. Yeah. Fuck it, let's do this.
I want to bring into the conversation now Democratic Congressman Suhas Subramaniam from Virginia. He's a member of the Oversight Committee. And Congressman, it's good to see you. One of the things we did not talk about.
All right, so this guy is on the Oversight Committee that called in Pam Bondi. This was my main question when I saw that she was getting fired, was this going to impact her testimony? Apparently not.
In terms of Bondi's ouster, because I was leaving it to you, is the unfinished business that Bondi has with your committee. I know that you still want her to come in.
Oh, I'm sorry
for her deposition. But can I ask you legally, do the Oversight Committee lawyers believe that the subpoena applies to Bondi, whether she's serving as AG or not?
The subpoena still applies to Bondi, whether or not she is in the administration, and we absolutely expect her to show up for a deposition under
by the
penalty
way,
of perjury.
Since my vertical stream is the only one up today, if you guys are you guys prefer horizontal streams, you guys can
still
go
have a lot
to
of
my
questions
Twitch
about
page.
her handling of the Epstein files
I got
and other related
over
things.
there.
And so this was a bipartisan subpoena, and we expect her to show up.
So what happens if Chairman Comer, who
I know it's
already
kind of
seemed
preference,
wishy-washy
but-
on enforcing the subpoena, says, never mind, we don't need this anymore. I believe that it's contingent on her actually being Attorney General.
Well, he's certainly trying. I mean, he tried to have a closed door, essentially hearing with her. It was a sham hearing.
Yep.
She didn't really answer questions. It wasn't really forthcoming in any sort of way. The reality is the subpoena says what it says, which is she needs to be showing up and it's to be a sworn deposition, and she needs to answer her questions the same way everyone else has. Remember, with the Clintons, they held them in criminal contempt, right? So we should be applying the same standard to her if she doesn't show up and comply with this subpoena.
And yet what Republicans had on their side in that instance is that they are the majority party and have more levers to pull to get what they want and enforce their subpoenas. So I'm interested in seeing how Republicans like Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina, who say, I still would like Bondi to come before me. I subpoenaed her, AG or not. I'm interested in seeing how they push other members of their party on this. I think the other thing that caught my attention was last night, Republican Senator Tom Tillis weighed in on what he expects from the next Attorney General. I want to play for you what he said. Watch.
For me, the
recognize the
threshold for
patterns?
somebody following Pam Bondi ends the moment I hear they said one thing that excused the events of January the 6th. I've been very clear on that.
When Trump first came back to the White House, Republicans pretty easily lined up behind his cabinet picks. Do you think that dynamic has since changed at all?
I don't think so. I think the Republican Party is still the party of Trump. They will still follow him wherever he wants to go. But that's a great standard that Senator Till has put forward. As do you support the January 6th insurrection, and do you support President Trump's efforts to exonerate everyone involved and go after everyone who prosecuted that? The standard I would have is, will you put the American people and the law and the Constitution over the whims of the president? That's the only standard for me. And to me, that is not the standard for the president. He's not going to do anything but have someone come in.
I mean, that's not too much to ask. Realistically, I don't care what your political persuasion is. It's literally like if you say, hey, I just don't want this president to have unchecked power and we kind of follow the Constitution. How is that unreasonable?
We'll just follow it.
But somehow that's been like made partisan where they're just like, oh, a bunch of lefties. They want to do this thing, protected the Constitution.
His orders and execute on them. And remember, before Pam Bondi, the pick was Matt Gaetz, right? So character doesn't matter either. Qualifications don't matter. It's just who is going to follow President Trump's orders.
I'm your sticker, by the way.
Dad, you're taking me back with that mention of Gaetz going up for AG. Of course, we're asking about a confirmation battle that happens on the other side of Congress. I want to quickly stay on the Epstein investigation because there are some Democrats who are talking about bringing in Jen Shah, the former Real Housewife who was then in the same prison as Ghislaine Maxwell. Have you heard about anyone moving on that? And is that something that you want?
I would be happy to talk to her if she has information. Remember, Todd Blanche, who is also up for Attorney General. He's going to be the acting Attorney General in the meantime. He spent 6 hours with Ghislaine Maxwell, and then she got sent to a minimum security prison. I'd like to know why that happened and how we can reverse that. I'd like the next Attorney General to do everything they can to reverse it. And I am curious to hear if Ghislaine Maxwell said anything to other prisoners while in prison. So it would be something I would entertain.
Yeah, Jen Shah has said that Maxwell showed no remorse during their conversations in prison. And of course, I also want to get your reaction to the breaking news that we've been following out of the Middle East over the course of the last 2 hours. A U.S. official familiar with the matter tells MS Now a search is underway for an American pilot inside Iran. We still don't know if the jet was shot down or just went down. But what other questions do you have about this?
Well,
don't care about that. I was watching that for the Pam Bondi stuff. All right. This was actually pretty funny. So I wasn't even really planning on putting this on the show. I read this one like earlier just in my free time. Bill Hemmer cuts off Trump's econ chief, the guy that smiles way too much as he tries to shift blame on Biden. That was then. This is now. This guy totally not fucking having it. Bill Hemmer was. I gotta say, it was a rare moment for Fox News where it's just like, oh, yeah, I think they understand that they're like. Their base is starting to get pissed off at them for treating them like morons.
Is that way. Now to the war in Iran. Let's look at gas prices right now. Here's where we are today. Top line is $4.09. You see where we were a year ago, $3.26. Maybe your forecast is the place to start here. Where do you see this going?
Well, in the Trump White House, we always have our eyes on the horizon. President Trump has said that this is a temporary thing. And the markets now obviously agree. If you look at the jobs numbers today, if people thought this was going to be a long-term disruption, you would never see a job number like this. And so our expectation is that this is going to last just a little bit longer, and then things will get back to normal much faster than you could expect. The bottom line is, though, that we've taken every possible measure to minimize the disruption along the way. We have our eyes on the horizon, but we're also watching, what's going on in the surf right now. And so, for example, we've released a strategic reserve. It's the second largest release of the strategic reserve on record. We've coordinated that with a lot.
Yeah, and it only fucking knocked prices down by like 6 cents.
Foreign governments. We've waived the Jones Act for 60
it's bad.
days, so
It's
U.S.
fucking bad out
gas
there.
can easier move around within the U.S. We've done a lot of things. And finally, I'd like to
Someone who,
remind everybody
drives.
once again that we could have had a much bigger strategic
insane.
reserve effect, except for the fact that right before the midterm election, Joe Biden, he's the one who had the biggest release of the strategic reserve, and there was no supply disruption at the time. He was just trying to offset all those terrible energy policies and get gas prices down ahead of the election.
Okay, but that was then, but this is now. And what's now is West Texas crude.
Yeah, also, be careful with that one, dude. It's literally a fucking election year, so I don't know. You're going to give the opposition some ammunition there as far as an argument to be like, well, even if the gas prices come down, they're just trying to do this before the election. It's just Donald Trump playing the same game, these dirty fucking political games.
Which is what we produce here in the U.S. We're a net exporter of
They
oil.
really do think, like, honestly, this is like where I get insulted by these motherfuckers, where I'm just like, they really think that everybody's this fucking stupid.
$7 a barrel.
And this is the saddest part. These are the supporters, the people that they are counting on, but they're just like, yep, they're that fucking stupid, and they prove them right every fucking time.
And now we're
keep going, man.
111 for West
Love
Texas
ya.
crude. I think the question there is, what can our economy tolerate? How high can it go?
Well, you can see that right now our economy has so much momentum that it's humming along. Don't forget that our economy is much different than the 1970s economy, where we didn't really produce the oil. I think the energy dominance strategy of President Trump has been a real godsend right now at this time. But again, these higher prices are a temporary phenomenon, and it's going to end very soon. President Trump just gave an amazing address about that. The bottom line is that the energy prices are going down as this quiets down, and it's, you don't have to believe me, just look at the futures markets, which trade future contracts on these things, and they're way back headed towards normal by the fall and certainly into the summer.
Okay.
So the only institutional bulwark against Trump's autocratic impulses.
All right. There we go. New CNN poll reveals how people are mad at both parties see the midterms.
The SoFi NBA play-in tournament is only on Prime.
Shut up. You know what's really fucked up? How I can't technically play commercials like that. Like, I'll get in trouble. It's weird, dude. Here, let me, hold on. Okay, add one of one.
14.
We good.
We've got new
There we
CNN
go.
polling that shows Americans' views of both the Republican and Democratic parties remain deeply negative. But heading into this year's midterm elections, the Democrats do hold an early advantage. The poll, conducted by CNN, SSRS as well, finds that about 1/4 of the public holds a negative view of both parties, at least among those polled. But voters in that group prefer Democrats in the upcoming election by 31 points. And the vote preferences, in large part, really are driven by opposition to Republicans rather than enthusiasm for Democrats. And President Trump's job performance looming large on voters' minds as well.
Which, again, it kind of proves that he's doing a horrible job.
About 42% say their vote for
people are pissed.
Congress would be to oppose the president. Only 21% say they would vote to support his agenda.
That's not exactly. It's like that's not instilling a lot of confidence in his agenda, guys. I'm just gonna say. But all right, break time. Ooh, then we'll start talking about the PBD stuff. Actually, might have to do a little roulette here because we pretty much got through all the news. That was quick. Even with my stun locking, damn. Everybody's watched the Theo Vaughn thing. I'm in that group. I've lost hope in everyone. Goddamn. I mean, the Democrats are obviously bought and paid for, but this is why it's kind of nice to see new blood get in there. Now we just need to make sure that the consultant class doesn't just, whip them into the exact same milquetoast bullshit representatives that they were before, or like that they are replacing, because that's the biggest problem. And like, people are talking about AOC doing that, but also realistically, it's happening again. Donald Trump is obviously somebody that we need to fucking kind of mobilize against, but we also we constantly micromanage, and we're doing this weird thing where the person's not perfect enough. And I can't support that. Like, I'm not doing that this time. I'm not I don't care if you guys call me centrist, call me whatever the fuck, but I'm going to vote for the Democratic candidate, in the elections, no matter at this point, if you say blue, no matter who, I guess. Yeah. If I'm being fucking real, I'm not voting for a Republican. I'm not voting for a libertarian. I already placed my vote for Kat Abu-Ghazali. I tried to get her in there. If there is a more, what's the word I'm looking for? If there's a DSA candidate, I'll obviously vote for them, but realistically, no. It's the same as, like, I've talked to some people that they've already been toying with possibly not voting for, like, the in the House and the Senate as far as voting for a Republican. They were like, yeah, I'll probably vote for a Democrat, but for the governor of Illinois, I'm thinking about voting for a Republican because we just need a change. And I'm like, you fucking read. And I did say this to him. I'm like, you're retarded. I'm like, go back right before the election here. You said the same thing to me. How do you feel now about that? Maybe, just maybe, Republicans can't fucking govern worth a shit, and that's a really bad idea. He's like, yeah, I guess. I just don't like J.B. Pritzker. I'm like, why? I'm like, honestly, why? He legalized fucking cannabis, which I know that he benefits from. So, right there, if you're a single issue fucking voter alone, you could fucking give him some props for that. But nah, Mitch, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. My cat is conked the fuck out right now, and you know what? Here, I have to try and get my dog down here. Who's the Democrats' best chance at the presidency, you think? I honestly don't know, and that kind of sucks, but at the same time, it is only 2026. We should be focusing on focus on the midterms first, then we can focus on 2027 into 2028 being the year that we really start focusing on the presidential primary. Because we don't want to over flood this, like, the primary. I think that what is happening right now, with some of, like, the Illinois gubernatorial race is actually kind of bad. Oh, no, not the Illinois gubernatorial race. Which one am I thinking about? Here. There's a California. My bad. The California gubernatorial race is way too stacked. And if they want to lose, they might, like, okay, fine, like, have all of those fucking candidates, but realistically, man, what are they doing? And California, they can go red, trust me, especially after Newsom. Like, people aren't jazzed about the fucking way that the state has been run, and that's where that actually is a hit on Newsom. Whereas Illinois, you only have, like, a certain constituency that really hates J.B. Pritzker, and that's the ones that they don't like paying their fair share. So and paying their fair share. Fuck, they don't even do that, and they still complain. It's fucking nuts. Stan the man in case. Yeah. My dog is the shit. I gotta get him. As I said, I gotta go find him. He has a backlog of treats that he needs to get on. And this cat is literally conked the fuck out, so I might be able to get away with that. Think about it this way, anime. I heard that song for 3 seconds and I knew it was AI. That's a problem. Oh. By the way, Sylvie is, she's really good at this as far as, like, giving pointers. So, take what she says and try to work it into your music. Because, she's helped a few people on this channel by being an honest critic, which we don't have enough of those. Like, I know that I'm a little different, where I actually like when my audience gets a hold of me, tells me that I'm either not doing something right, or, they're leaving for some reason or whatever. Like, hey, that's how engaged I really am with this, where, I may not be your cup of tea, but I at least want to know that I'm not your cup of tea. That's fine if you dislike the voice being AI. In my disclaimer, I did let that out, but I appreciate the input. No. So what she's doing, it's not even just about not liking it. See, this is where I don't like how, like, certain things can be misinterpreted. She's kind of giving you, like, if she could catch that so quickly, there's a few things that you could do to kind of, like, change that so it's not, so obvious, or, but yeah, like, I don't know. Also, I'm gonna be honest, man. I actually kind of liked it. I liked it. I like the music. Now, again, do I have issues with, like, AI music? Yes, I do. I do. Unfortunately, man. Ugh. I don't know, man. It's the Wild West out there. but I'm also not by any means an expert. So one thing I will say is if it inspires you to keep doing your craft, and also like you obviously like you said you had drums and guitar and stuff like that, yeah, just keep following your passion and keep fucking go for it, guys. No, and I appreciate the disclaimer. Like right away, the fact that you were honest about it and you gave a disclaimer, that's why I'm like, no, I'll platform your stuff. I don't feel bad. Like I'm not taking back my sub or anything, and I'm not like I subbed to the channel. You guys should too. I was once a spurt, now I am an expert. This guy coming in with the jokes. Expert, get it? I mean, I don't even get the spurt. Wait, you're like a spurt? Like a, I don't know. DJX actually plays actual guitar over AI tracks made by another person. Works out great. Yeah, see, and that's, again, where I see the merits in some of it. What I feel bad for are the guys that are just like, they're just getting started, or they're, they're at the beginning of their musical journey, and then all of a sudden it's just like it gets called out for AI, and then people just disengage with it immediately. That's why I'm trying to be fair here. Some Lockheed Martin executive over there ripping his hair out. Why aren't we at war? Basically doing AI conversion or conversion version of comping. I appreciate that. No, so as I said, no, Sylvie's legit. Like she's a sound like nerd. Like I appreciate her. I literally ask her like if my mic is, if the sound is good on my stream here. I know that she probably is still not jazzed that I'm using this microphone, but hey, listen, as far as like a middle of the road microphone, this is actually not bad, by the way. This is the oh fuck, what is it called? The Logitech version of the Blue Yeti. I like it. You're a bass player. I hate AI music. It's the devil. It's the devil. Well, it's funny because like we have a guy on here, Kirk, who I need to start playing his stuff again. And you know what? Maybe if I get back to playing his stuff, he'll grace us with some new music, and also grace us with his presence. I don't know where the fuck he's been. I miss him. He's also the guy that created my awesome intro and outro. Like, he did such a good job on my intro that I was just like, fuck it, I'm using it as the outro too. Don't even work too hard. I hate people using AI music to make money and pretend it's theirs. See, now that is where I've run into that problem, and I'm not gonna say who, but there was a streamer that I was given props for, like, him being, having some musical talent and putting some stuff together, and he just said, he's like, yeah, man, this is just AI. I'm like, oh, ew. Like, I felt bad for being fooled. Only Jerome. For reals. Hey, man, what's up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Part Indian. Are we talking Native American, or are we talking, India? No, I'm pretty white. I'm white Nordic, like Nordic, white Nordic fucking German. I'm white, okay? Like I'm fucking white mutt that came to America. All right, so like I think that the first bit of my family traveled here, like around the 1700s. I'm not sure if any of them actually fought in the Revolutionary War. I just know that they did get here like right around then. From the Schmackahoe tribe. I hate that made me laugh, but it was funny. Oh man, Icelandic. These people wear hoodies traditionally. Yes, exactly. I wear the garb of my people. Indeed. Wasp, yes. I'm an yes, exactly. I'm the American WASP. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Yeah, that's what that stands for, right? I had the original American Wasp. I have him on my channel occasionally, Mr. Dieter McBusiness. Which, if you guys who have no idea who I'm talking about, that is he's an awesome YouTube essayist. He's just like me, growing channel, so definitely check him out. Let's see, do I have his link? God damn it. Oh, what? All my this space links are fucking gone. That's what I get for updating this. Okay, hold on. Stupid fuck. My OBS usually has this saved for me. Oh my god, it cleared all my links? Fucking ball sack, man. I had everybody in there. I didn't even notice that. Oh, wait a minute. Can I refresh? Sorry, guys. I'm doing this in real time. I don't care. If you could turn back time, if you could find the way. Take back those things you said. You said to me and stay. If I could turn back time. Sorry, I should have just sung it right from the get-go. Do you have a program you recommend anyways? Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm not even going to touch that one. I'm like, I don't. You're high as a mother effer? Nice, the poop guy. Well, cheers. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. It seems like you have walked into the circle. You just happen to be to the left. So, what's up, man? Not sure if that's what I meant politically, but I just meant, rule. Here's my thing. Do MAGA potheads, do they pass to the right because they just hate everything that's on the left that much that they're just like, they'll just rewrite the roto? I hate that shit. I have run into a guy like that where I'm just like, what the fuck? MAGA Pep is the coolest. I mean, hey, don't make me. I could. Hey, wait a minute. If he goes back to MAGA, then he has to take my MAGA sign. That's not cool. I'm a MAGA. Yeah, I'm Tim Pepper, Tim Pool's best friend. Tim Pool, notice me, please. Kickflip. The laugh was him too. Damn it, this fucking autofocus. You're on the left. Don't worry. Nice. You're not on either. You're one of them independents. Oh, thank you for linking Dieter. I appreciate that, Etch. True Mod coming in clutch. Also, if you don't mind linking this space, because... Wait, was that in my other link? Oh, is that what fucking happened? Hold on. Oh, no. I think when I reset this, it did. Oh, no. It all reset to this one link and it deleted all my other ones. Damn it. That's going to take me a little bit to get through. Well, at least I know what happened. We move on. You know what? They're mostly drunk in my experience. I mean, that's not fair. No, I've met plenty of MAGA potheads. Like, I've met a lot of dudes. Like, the thing is, you ever met somebody that gets way less chill when they smoke? You know what I mean? Like, the ones that just, they just get angry. And honestly, I actually, I've caught myself doing this sometimes, but overall, like, somebody's just like, hey, calm down. I'm like, yeah, I gotta calm down. And it'll hit me. But the ones that just, like, literally, they do it to get angry. I don't get that. Pep, I'm gonna steal that. Do MAGA. Holy shit. Hey. It's the stuff when I don't even try. Cool. Sweetheart, I just had a very productive day. When you gonna make 40K in 5 days? I don't know. When you gonna donate $420 to my stream to prove that you have that much money that you just don't give a shit about? I don't know. You could totally fucking make me shut the fuck up and respect you, but right now, I don't believe that you actually make that much. Sorry. I get a lot of people trying to come in here and flex. So, that's the barometer. $420 donation, or you're just a poor boy, nobody loves you. He's just a poor boy with a bad attitude. Ugh. Coming in here like a random fucking dude. Galileo. Lame wealth larpers. I hate them. I can't stand people that also, like, they think, like, they just don't get it. As far as how easy it is to lose that type of gig. How easy it is for them to lose everything. But whatever, man. Like, these are the types of people that it's almost like they have to be delusional to continue their lives. Because at some point, too, you're not happy. Like, if you make over $100 million, you're just not a happy person. Like, I've met so many rich fucks that they're bored, and then they also, like, again, the ones that totally have, like, they do the you know, I got this mistress here, I got this, but they still gotta maintain the image. But it's, like, well known that, like, you know, wife has a boyfriend that's, like, you know, totally not a gigolo. I had one, but the sub ran out, and I don't make enough to reactivate it. Oh, you did? Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. Oh, you're not talking about my channel. Hey, listen. I do actually have this policy where it's just, if you cannot donate to this show, I appreciate the sentiment by you guys just supporting me the free way. Likes and subscribes. It helps me out in the algorithm. It's very valuable. So, but yes, I don't believe anybody that, you know, comes in here LARPing like they got that much money. Although, one of my favorite moments that ever happened on this channel was that not like that. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Isaac. Jesus, dude, thank you. Oh hell yeah, got a good little batch there that got their gifted membership. Natch, look at you back on the membership list. Hell yeah, dude. Ah, man. Seriously, thank you. But I was just saying how one of my favorite streams was when I called somebody out for that, and they were like, "Oh, I make this much money in my sleep, blah, 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 blah." I was like, okay, $420 right now, because he kept telling me to shut the fuck up. And then somebody, like, just jumped in that, like, one of my supporters, yes, but also one of my fucking community members. They jumped in and did it. It's just like, oh. Yeah, that's actually a water pizzab. It's pretty cool one too. Wish I could show it here, but I cannot. But yeah, that is organic. I recorded that myself, and so that's Pep. That's Pep doing what Pep do. What Pep do. I have a good idea. Swear to God, that's exactly how my friends would react to that question. It's like, what Pep doing? It's like, that's what Pep's doing. Why isn't he part of the circle? I don't know. Did you tell him to get here? No. It's like, oh, he's in his car then. I've had that happen before. I showed up to one of, like, I went to like a wedding that was like at a bar, which was fun actually. Like the reception, it was a small reception. It was one of the best wedding receptions I've ever been to. But I didn't know that my friends, like, they were already there and like around back. So yeah, they were totally fucking passing around, and it was just like that, where it's just like, "Where's Pep?" And I'm sitting there in my car, just like waiting for them, like, "Where they at?" But then they're like, "Dude, you missed the rotel." I'm like, "Oh, not really. I mean, I'm good." So we all walked in still. Like, I mean, hey, there's nothing better than when you got a crew and you're all like on the same level, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Bogart. Don't Bogart that. Dude, I gotta get that clip. I have to find it somewhere. Damn it. I really wish I would do this, like, and be smarter about this, because there was a day where Sam was talking about this kind of stuff, and he said Bogart, and I should have fucking clipped it. It's like, don't Bogart that, man. I was like, fucking Sammy out there with the lingo. Wait, Pep has a Discord? Yes, I do. Actually, you know what, guys? Here. All right. I'm gonna do it. Let's see. Yeah, we're fine. Here, guys. This is only open for a little bit. Ooh, okay. But I appreciate you guys even having interest in joining the Discord. We got a pretty cool community in there. Just make sure that you go through the onboarding thing. And then, yes. This is a cool moment. Yeah, I don't do this often, guys. I gotta be real. I keep my Discord pretty, locked down. And mods, just be aware that I opened the portal. So, just be aware. But yeah, no, it's cool. I post some stuff about my personal life in there. Well, to a degree, some stuff that I can't usually like put on the YouTube or any of these things. And also, we do some like little watch parties. Although I haven't had one yet, but I have scheduled the watch party for Avatar for the near future. I Doctor Strange it. Yeah, I got my sling ring and I just went go through the portal because it's only open for I think 30 minutes. Yeah. Either way. Lots of trolls after Billy Goat's Pep all the time. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you're doing. The rolling and hate. Okay, gotcha. You see me riding dirty. Right. Hey, cool. We're getting close to that fun half. So let's do a roulette video. Let's make it so it's about 15 minutes long, and then hey, we get to celebrate. 15 minutes. We need 15 minutes. No. Sovereign Citizen video is 15 minutes long.
$100.
It's almost like it's begging to be watched. No, I can't. I can't cheat. I can't do a fun half segment before the fun half. If you guys don't know the structure of my show, what I do is daily. I go over 4 hours pretty much daily, unless it's like very special show where I only do like 2 hours, which very rare does that happen. So when I get to 4 hours and 20 minutes, because I'm on brand like a motherfucker here, I have a fun half. I call it the 420 fun half. What we do is, if you enjoyed the politics with me up to this point, I try to make it a little bit lighter. Sometimes it will be like politics adjacent or related, such as playing some Piers Morgan debates or other types of debates. Or we kind of have fun making fun of some of the stuff in the news. And yeah. Do you share the Discord? Looks like there's other creators. What do you mean? Isaac, I don't know what you mean. I personally share the Discord. Set my server name to stream analog. Howdy. Hey, thank you for joining the Discord. I appreciate that. How many? Oh my god. This is the most I've had jump in the Discord in a while. Thanks for that, man. 18 minutes until the fun half? Yeah, oh shit, yeah. So I have to find like a 10-minute video, so then bullshit about it. Let's see. 8 minutes, stunning day, USC's difficult day in Iran is down, pilots still missing. I guess we could let's just get the wrap up. Fuck it. This is the most important story of the day.
Good evening from New York. I'm Antonia Hilton, in tonight for Chris Hayes. We are on day 35 of Donald Trump's war in Iran, and we've entered a dangerous new phase. as the U.S. races to find an Air Force fighter pilot downed.
Gotta respect the theme. Uh-oh. What? Uh-oh, what?
In southern Iran. Iranian media shared photographs of apparent debris on the ground from an American fighter aircraft earlier today. And a U.S. official confirmed to MS Now that the downed aircraft was, in fact, an Air Force F-15E fighter jet, like those seen here. The official also telling MS Now that the jet did not crash due to mechanical failure. Iranian forces shot it down, and its 2 crew members ejected before it crashed.
Iran?
News of the shootdown was broadcast all over Iranian TV, with the anchor telling viewers they would receive a
getting it right.
reward for capturing the service members alive and turning them over to authorities. That's according to the Associated Press. Videos on social media showed American refueling aircraft.
Try my best, okay?
Helicopters flying low and slow over the region where those
This is crazy. The fact that they were even targeting the bridges to begin with is insane. Like, that's one of the biggest things that's being ignored here, is that was the original target, and that's why they got shut down, is because they're defending their bridges, which they shouldn't even have to do, because, you know, that's civilian infrastructure, one of those words, in that fun. There's no L in infrastructure. I was literally saying it like that for the longest time. Infill structure, like it's infrastructure.
Pilots went down. Part of a rare and dangerous search and rescue mission here. A U.S. official tells MS
Hey, I try my
Now
best.
that at least one Black Hawk helicopter on that mission
But as I
was
just proved, sometimes I'm dumb with, you know, English too.
fired on, and several crew members were injured. That helicopter made it back,
Wait a
and
minute.
the operation safely rescued one of the downed F-15 crew members.
I didn't mean to say that right.
The other remains
I meant to say
unrecovered.
me speak English really good.
In military terms, duty status and whereabouts unknown. It is the first known.
So that means POWs. Again, dude, this is what's crazy, is like, in any other presidency, they would have said that there's a possibility that they are now prisoners of war, which they're going out of their way to make sure that we don't even think that.
Instance of a U.S. aircraft shot down over Iran. And 2 U.S. officials say that it came around the same time that a second Air Force combat jet, an A-10, like you see there, went down in the Persian Gulf near the Strait of Hormuz. The lone pilot was safely rescued. The U.S. has publicly offered no details, though, about the cause of that crash. But one official tells MS Now Iran shot that aircraft down, too.
Hey, she makes mistakes like me. Yay.
American forces are being drawn into Iran, taking fire to rescue downed airmen.
This will not end well. No.
In the same week,
No, they're already lying about it, man.
Commander-in-Chief and his defense secretary both assured the American people that our military was invincible, that the
Gotta pee real
Iranians'
quick. I'll
air
be right back.
defenses had been destroyed, and setbacks like this were unthinkable.
Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. We have all the cards, they have none.
The upcoming days will be decisive. Iran knows that, and there's almost nothing they can militarily do about it. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles, but we will shoot them down.
Now, they've been talking like that for a month of being told Iran's military capabilities are completely obliterated and its regime is changed, and victory and peace are just around the corner or a couple weeks away. Today, we learned a month into this war, Iran can still shoot down American fighter jets. They can still reach multiple countries in the region with deadly missiles and drones, and they can still block the Strait of Hormuz, and with it, 20% of the world's energy supply. Though we are learning that the strait is actually open to some people. Today, Iran allowed one French-flagged tanker through the strait. It is the first Western European ship allowed passage since the beginning of this war. And while it is unclear why the ship was let through, Al Jazeera pointed at the fact that it came one day after French President Emmanuel Macron said it would be unrealistic to launch a military operation to open the strait, and that only diplomatic efforts would work. That is a rebuke to Trump, who has been begging U.S. allies to help him secure the Strait of Hormuz through force. On Friday morning, the president posted, quote, "With a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world, question mark, question mark, question mark." By this afternoon, he still had not posted about the 2 American pilots shot down in Iran, but he did post, quote, "Keep the oil, anyone?" Trump is in search of an end to a war. He started with no real goal. And the human costs of that war, well, they continue to climb. Today, the Pentagon added to their U.S. casualty figures for the first time in weeks amid an outcry from reporters. 365 American service members have now been injured. 13 are dead. And now, at least 1 is missing somewhere in Iran. David Rode is a national security reporter for MS Now, and he joins me now. David, are we in a race against the clock right now?
In a sense, we are. And in terms of this moment right now, it is dark and dawn is approaching in Iran, and U.S. forces are desperately searching for that missing service member.
Oh, he meant that literally.
That you've talked about.
He didn't mean.
The U.S. has an advantage at night. We have these excellent.
Night is darkest just before the dawn.
Night vision goggles and other equipment to try to find that pilot. There's a transmitter that they should have had when they parachuted out of the F-15. So as daybreak approaches in Iran, that then shifts the advantage to the Iranian forces that are trying to find that pilot. There's a chance Americans have found him already, and they're on their way out. There's a chance the Iranians have them. But I think the more time that goes by, the higher the danger level for that American. And then broadly speaking, today was unquestionably, I think, the most difficult day for U.S. forces since this war.
Bro, they are crazy. We are not helping them. La hell's to the la nose. That's a shit French accent.
Began over a month ago.
Oh,
2
oui,
planes
oui. That is a little bit of a shitty French accent.
shot down.
I don't know what this is either, but this is a little bit, I don't know. Enchanté.
Sources, a helicopter shot at that was trying to find the service member, and members of that helicopter were wounded. So it's been a stunning day in terms of all these developments.
You mentioned the risk if this service member is found by the Iranian forces, taken captive by the IRGC. I want you to take a listen to something Hegseth said on March 13th. As he described.
Dude, I think I've told you guys the story. Y'all probably, if you keep, tabs on your Peplor, just my mom, she used to play this game, right? Where when I was like a little kid, this is some of like my earliest memories. I was like maybe 5 or 6 running around, and we used to have like one of those houses that had like the kitchen in the center, but it like you could run around like the house, literally just like it was a big circle around the kitchen. So my mom, she would do the thing where she'd like, kind of like play the peekaboo, and but at one point, like she started doing this thing where she would grab me by one arm. She'd pull me in, give me a big old hug, start tickling me a little bit. And she'd be like, "Show me your papers. Show me your papers. Where are your papers?" And I didn't know the context of that. I was a little kid.
Sort of our perspective.
My mom was being funny. So all these years later, I remember learning about this, and I come home to her. I was just like, "Mom, were you insinuating like you were doing like a stop?" And she was just like, "Well, now that you say it like that."
On the rules of engagement here.
Dude, my mom was the shit.
They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate.
I love talking about my mom. I don't mind talking about like the memories of my mom. It keeps.
They're confused, and we know it.
She's a huge part of my life. She's a huge part of me. I am very much the way that I am because of her. I think that I got my humor from both my dad and my mom, but realistically, my dad was more of a. It was like you had to have that like dark sense of humor because but that was kind of, I don't know.
Our response, we will keep pressing, we will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter.
Never abusive,
no
but every
mercy.
once in a while. He would abuse you with humor, like for real. Like
For
again, call me
our
numbnuts.
No
You get
mercy
used to it.
for our enemies. The Iranians have been listening to members of this administration very closely.
I love my dad.
What kind
Both
of
my
risk
parents, they tried
is
their
this
best.
service member facing if they're taken by the IRGC?
So there's no question that the term "no quarter"
She is cool as fuck, especially since we see so much of her in you.
means not accepting anyone's
you for that.
surrender. It means killing your enemy rather than accepting their surrender. That doesn't mean
Definitely
the
my
Iranians
mom's
are going
kid.
to kill this American pilot necessarily, but it shows the danger and how unusual this language that the Trump administration's been using, the Pete Hegseth been using.
This with my dad. Actually, funny enough, like you go far enough back, there's a picture of him there where it's just like, holy shit.
Become. Since
I'll
the
find
signing
the
the Geneva
where we
Conventions for
look
decades,
exactly like, because he had long
American
hair like
forces
me.
have prided themselves. Yes, there's been airstrikes and other incidents of civilians being killed, but not intentionally killing an enemy who's surrendering. That's what no quarter means. I think the Iranians will keep this pilot, this service member alive because they want to use him as a propaganda tool. But I don't think this kind of rhetoric is effective in intimidating the Iranians. It clearly hasn't worked based on what we've seen today. And it is dangerous. And separately, you have the president threatening to bomb all energy plants, all electricity plants in Iran. That's a war crime.
Thank you. Finally, somebody said it on Main Street Media.
Bomb certain
Main Street Media
electricity plants that supply power to a military facility.
7.8.
But it's a war crime. That's what Vladimir Putin's been doing in Ukraine. So it's just startling the rhetoric that the president and the defense secretary are using.
6 minutes.
David Rode, thank you so much. I know you have been working incredibly hard on this story all day, so I appreciate you being here with me again this evening.
Yeah, baby. All right. Yeah, 6 minutes. Runway's open. Yep. Bags are packed, ready to lift off. We got the light. We got lighters up, right? To signal. We signal here. All right, let's play. I want to play that whole thing here. Hold on. Maybe I can find it on Twitter. You gotta love fucking Twitter. Tweeting. Adam Freeland had fucking Maxwell Jacob Freeman on? No. That's awesome. You don't know who Maxwell Jacob Freeman is. He's one of my favorite wrestlers. He's a bad guy. I hate him. He's an awful wrestler. He's such a jerk. He's a bad guy. Bad guy. He's also awesome. He's better than you and you know it. It's fun. Okay, where the fuck is this Joe Rogan thing? I had this pulled up before, too. I wouldn't... Dude, with the way that fucking Joe Rogan and Elon are so close, I have noticed that, like, some of the Joe Rogan clips get, like, fucking squashed. Oh, you like Josh Johnson, too? Yeah. Josh Johnson's the shit. All right. I'm sick of this shit. Here. This is where Joe's mincing words and being fucking weird.
So when you see like how it all played out and why it is what it is today, Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too.
Yeah.
And when you're mad and you're surrounded by bigger enemies that all have nuclear weapons, you don't even have nuclear weapons, wouldn't you be trying to make them? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons. But definitely
Israel
should.
Gets to have them.
Allegedly. This is the problem. Allegedly.
Everything's allegedly with them.
But allegedly,
except for the genocide.
You know, they don't officially have them.
Right.
I don't think they admit they officially have them. And you know who was a big opponent of Israel getting nuclear weapons?
I was expecting Theo to like just.
Yeah. That's what a lot of people think led back into the left.
Oh yeah. Before they killed him, who?
He's got a fucking shit track record. He's kind of a moron. Like just.
So the Iranian Revolution, also called the Islamic Revolution, was a math. So when we
It wasn't James Lee reporting it.
Mike
but
Franco, excuse me.
This is the same stuff I've seen elsewhere.
Says October 10, 2025, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death, a catastrophic explosion destroyed Building 602 at the Accurate Energetic Systems facility in McEwen, Tennessee. The blast, estimated to involve 23,000 pounds of explosives, killed 16 employees, injured several others, and registered as a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. Yo! The U.S. Chemical Safety Board confirmed the site produced cast boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for military and industrial use.
You're
Conspiracy
unpopular with
theorists
everybody. That's
allege
kinda funny.
that AES was the manufacturer of the
know
miniature-shaped
anybody who thinks
charge
like you.
used in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Not a good thing.
They point to a $425,000 Department of Defense
I'm a
contract
free thinker. It's
awarded
like-
to AES in May of 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demolition charges, possibly
way,
used
tomorrow,
in covert operations.
for
the timing
anybody
of
that-
the explosion, just weeks after.
For anybody wondering, tomorrow is when I'm going to be covering, or tomorrow or Monday, I'm going to be covering Donald Trump just giving the game away, saying that we need to cut any social programs to bolster the military, like just outright saying it.
Charlie Kirk's death has fueled speculation that it was a deliberate cover-up to destroy evidence and eliminate the personnel with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's my problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying that I'm right.
Are
and
you
wrong.
retired?
My problem is I don't see that
Yes,
thing
I am.
exploding.
Yeah.
So that microphone, I don't see it exploding. I
Retired
don't see
because
fire
I
coming
make
out of it. If you have
so
a
much
gun
money.
and the gun goes off
Dude,
6 inches from
streaming.
someone's neck
I'm
like that, you're going to
retired.
see a
Yeah.
charge out
That's
of
a
the gun.
great point.
If it's a small device without a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to see it explode. Unless
it's just you put the effort in and then just right at the last step, just right in your face. Wow. All right, man. Cool. Well, so what we're gonna do here is we're going to celebrate the 420, and then we're going into the fun half. Like I said, be prepared. We got some fun. We got PBD calling out his co-host Adam. If you don't know who PBD is, oh God, I envy you. We got evidence, or we got a debate about Israel and the Iran war. We got Rex Jones and the quartering. They got into it, which honestly, that was a segment that I just kind of put together. So, all right, 420, let's go. Good one. Woo! That was good. All right. Let's do it.
Memo, here you go, Dave. Remember this memo from Wesley Clark that you used to
you
cite
brought a prop.
everything?
This is
that you used
adorable.
to cite? Yeah.
Adam, I'm not quite sure. What is the point you're
Dude, Piers was embarrassed for him. We watched this, and I gotta say, this was wild.
making?
The point is this: Dave has zero credibility at this point.
Well, you don't really get to decide.
And he
They've
brings
got a
the
big
people
boost from this too.
that completely bullied.
Because
what
even like
audience? The
PBD
fourth
listened to this and they were like, "Oh, Adam, no, that wasn't it, bro. Damn."
people that show up
can
to
I
your
respond?
comedy show at the you live in America, tough guy. You have the luxury of sitting
I
in
didn't
your
say the
little studio
country, I'm saying
with
the
your hooded
regime,
sweater,
the regime.
like you're 17 years old.
Gonna do it?
Adam, I'm
Who's your last?
17 years
Oh,
who's
old.
your
wait, no,
favorite
he did that
president
on
last
I have
50
a
years?
wife and children. Who depends on
Yeah, no. Dave Smith objectively wiped the floor with him,
you, Adam? Your mom?
despite the fact that Adam just kept interrupting him throughout the entire thing.
Okay, I also
Yeah, I
have
mean, if you want to make it
That was hilarious, by the way. Here, if you didn't hear this part, like where he calls him out not having a wife or kids.
I'm
Who's your
17 years
who's your
old.
favorite president
I
of the
have,
last
a,
50
I have a
years?
wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam?
Who depends on you,
Your mom?
dude? And he just, I have a significant other. It's like, listen.
Okay,
I don't denigrate boyfriend, girlfriend, partners, any of that shit. Because honestly, some people just don't get married. But he is a traditionalist. Honestly, he preaches this whole get married, have kids kind of life, but then he lives the fucking party lifestyle. Allegedly, he also likes some, some of that Miami snow, if you know what I'm talking about.
also
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make it personal,
other, so you want to
if
go
you wanna
personal?
make it, you have a significant
Dave,
other.
we can
Okay.
go as
Anyway,
personal as you.
Where do you go and be professional?
You mean booger sugar? Bump in the night?
That's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO. So if you're close.
Dude, He cooked PBD. Major disappointed dad energy here.
Close to me, and you're handling it that way. That is not my style. This next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves, and that includes you. And you have to make a decision on what you want to do with this next phase. You got to recreate yourself.
Sure. All right, so Patrick bet David's co-host.
Literally telling him, like, dude, you either you start shaping up or you're out.
With Dave Smith on Piers Morgan's show, and Dave made an absolute fool out of him. Well, actually, Adam just made a fool out of himself. You know, Dave really didn't have to do much, but it was so bad. PBD had to talk with Adam about it publicly because he knows Adam is terrible for his brand. Even PBD's fans can't stand him. Every podcast for like the past year, they're always
Colombian glitter.
There's a ton of comments talking about how annoying he is and how PBD needs to fire him. Which after this debate, he might be considering if Adam doesn't change because this was so humiliating for Adam and PBD.
It was so bad.
I think PBD is probably more embarrassed about
Oh my god.
than Adam because Adam has no
audience
shame.
cooked
This
his
guy
ass.
went into the debate with the strategy of just bringing up someone else's debate with Dave. Like, he just kept saying Dave has no credibility
I keep
left
saying, too, he's just like, I don't read the comments.
because he got destroyed in this debate with Coleman Hughes. So he basically just went on the show to tell Dave that he shouldn't be taken seriously and he has no credibility.
That was a good
but
show.
It just completely
That was a
backfired.
good one with Jesse
Adam was
Ventura at
already
the
a
end.
total joke,
Gotta
but
say.
after this, I don't think anybody will take him seriously ever again.
Yeah, fire.
It almost
It
felt
was.
like this guy was just trying to make himself look like an idiot. Piers had to ask him multiple times what the point is of bringing up that other debate, which most people watching probably haven't even seen. So Adam's like, oh, well, I can bring up other debates if you want. So that's like his only strategy, is just referring to other people's debates. So when Piers
I'm not sure
mentions
if I could say
Adam
that one.
remembers the Douglas Murray-Dave Smith debate, and of course Adam thought Douglas owned him by making a big deal about how Dave has never been to the Middle East. So Adam tries to use that tactic on him too, and it just ends so badly.
To pretend that it was an even match, an even debate, he
What
put
up,
you in a
Dix?
body bag,
Dixon.
and you're out here still doubling down on all your positions when he went methodically and surgically.
This is the saddest thing. I've never been in a debate where someone just fell back to someone else's debate. Boom, boom, boom. Name one of the booms. Make the point for yourself. Me and you are supposed to be debating
The
here,
memo
brother.
from
Say
Wesley
something.
Clark. The memo from Wesley Clark. Your
So
whole
what's your point?
foundation for your
it's
Israel.
not.
So listen up, little guy.
My point to you, Adam, would simply be it's an unusual debating strategy to spend 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that most viewers may not have seen.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
pretty ridiculous.
there's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the
Go
Middle
ahead.
East?
Okay, so this is
I'm
what you're
asking you.
falling back to now. I have not been to the Middle East. Go do your best Douglas Murray acting job. Adam, brother, I was prepared
You've
to come
never
in here on
been,
friendly
right?
terms.
So why
you are
I
humiliating
don't care
yourself
if you're
right
here to
now,
be friends.
dude.
I'm
No,
really
you're
not.
humiliating
I'm really not. Dave,
yourself right now.
You've been
you are.
humiliating yourself. Do you see what's going on where Piers Morgan lives in London? Do you see what's going on all over the
I've been
world?
an advocate
Why are
of
you
strict
whitewashing
immigration
terrorism?
controls for many years.
You said that Dave
God.
couldn't talk about the Middle East because he hasn't been there much. When was the last time you were in England?
I spent much time in England. My ex-wife was
When was
Welsh.
the last
She
time?
wasn't a sheep shagger.
When was the last time?
The last time I was in Europe, in England, in the Middle East. Where would you like me to go?
No, England.
The last time I was in England was about.
Dave's voice sounds kind of sounds familiar. What's he done before the pod? He was on Legion of Skanks.
8 years ago.
He was the third mic on Legion of Skanks with Louis J. Gomez and Big J. Okerson.
Right. So this idea, let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
Let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
This idea.
was 3 years ago.
Adam,
there is
dude,
a weird. There is a weird
Pierce,
idea.
do we have to put this episode out? I like Adam.
There
We
is
don't
a
have
weird
to air this,
idea.
Adam.
There are many people.
Are you
He's,
saying
he's still a working comedian.
Not going to a country?
Adam, many
Oh, yeah. He was literally
people.
Legion of Skanks.
Hang on.
So I don't know why Adam would agree to do this.
I'm kind of quiet.
Like, how do you think this was going to go?
I'm watching this. I'm enjoying it. I'm fine today.
Oh, well, already everybody finds him completely insufferable, and he thought this would help.
Are you talking about the microphone? The microphone shouldn't be quiet.
So PBD was not happy about this appearance because
Definitely shouldn't be quiet. Wait a minute. My levels are fine.
He gets a ton of shit for having Adam on his show.
Don't fuck with me.
Which is the only reason anybody
Don't tell me that my volume is all fucked
even
up.
knows
Yeah, thank you.
him. But I don't think Adam has enough
Sylvia,
self-awareness to realize
Also,
how bad
Sylvia, thank you.
he looks and how he'd be nothing without PBD.
This is a perfect world. I would literally just hire you to be my fucking audio
Says he
person.
never reads comments, which is
If I make it, It's happening.
Probably a lie, but he seems to think this debate went fine. He acts like he doesn't even realize everybody thinks he's a joke, or maybe he just doesn't care, but he might need to start caring because PBD
Maybe you're thinking
has
someone
had enough
different with a
his
similar voice.
shenanigans and has been publicly calling him out on it. Like, also, if you remember last year, the whole crew seemed to be fed up with
Chat's been chill, so Pep's blood pressure has been normal.
Adam because he acts like a diva, he parties too much, and he swears too much on the show. PBD had to call him out for that multiple times.
We're in Vegas. He went to, was it Dre's? Where were you? Were you at Dre's?
Yes.
Dragging Adam out of the club. Adam still hasn't slept. He's hammered. He smells like tequila.
Disgusting.
And vodka and a few other smells. We don't want to get into it.
But I got coffee. I got coffee. I'm okay.
But he got his coffee. He got everybody here working for him, getting him coffee, tea, napkins, back
Diva.
rub.
Total diva
The
needs
biggest
coffee.
diva that you got. Go to the back. All the people have been so nice to us, okay? Adam's put the entire crew to work. I'm so upset at Adam. They're so respectful to us. They're so nice to us.
You would associate with Andrew Tate. I can't believe that you would talk to Candace Owens. Oh, yeah? Shut the f up. This is what we do. We talk to people. We hear the truth.
That's a regular thing for us. The reason why I'm getting upset at Adam is I'm asking specifically, stop dropping F-bombs. I've asked him so many times.
He's trying to be like respectable and
I don't like it.
My bad, sir.
So PBD isn't afraid to let his co-host hear it on air, which some people think is
Dude, he gets baited a lot.
Appropriately.
And like, I'm not even into that alpha beta bullshit, but like, he's literally getting like talked to like he's like that. No grown man could ever talk to me like that. I'm sorry. This is why you can't manage me like that. Like, I've never. You can ask anybody that I have ever worked for, whether, it be at Radio Shack or other retail gigs. It was very, very difficult to manage me.
Like, it should be handled behind the scenes, but it's good entertainment.
There's a reason that I didn't last long in those positions.
Funny. Like, also recently, right at the start of one
Actually, Radio Shack, that's not fair. I lasted a few
of
years.
the podcast, PBD had to start lecturing
I didn't get fired from that one.
his co-host for using his
That
phone
one.
too much.
Radio Shack just decided, we're done.
And then he told
As a company, as an entity.
somebody to take it away from him.
For the millionth time, Adam told you 20 times, turn on. Can you just grab the phone? Honestly, just grab the
As far as retail gigs, though, god damn, I love
phone
that.
from him. Tom.
Done.
Yeah,
No, give me,
that
Tom,
sucked.
no, I'm going to ask you one time. Put your phone over there.
But no, like, for real, this is why I could never do a show like this. Look at this. Look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker with the big desk, and he's got the kids' desk. Look at him. Look at him. Little kids' tables. Little kitty tables. Oh, look at him. Look. These are side tables, by the way. These are fucking side tables. The way, like, oh my god. Is that actually what I think it is? I think these are actually built, like, made for plants. I think that you put plants on these because this one, and then you put them in a window. Yeah, you can never fuck it. You can't put Pep in a corner. You can't put Pep at the kids' table. Hell no, bitch. I go on the PBD podcast. I'm taking the fucking big chair. Fucking PBD could put himself in the fucking kid's chair. Move Adam out.
There, please. Can somebody grab Tom's phone and put it over there, please? Every podcast.
They're all just useful. Well, the
After
thing is,
asking,
this is
Adam,
what they
just
don't
ask you right
understand
now,
is
we're
like how
live.
bad they look. Because
Please.
like, think about this. Like, PBD is the only one that's actually gaining anything from this, and he's trumping. He's actually like using the Trump way of thinking with this, where Trump said it. I love to hang out with people that are losers. Like, I don't like to hang out with people who are more successful than me because I have to say, it makes me it never makes me feel good. I always like to be the richest and smartest in the room. So I have to know that I'm more successful. So I only hang out with losers. Meanwhile, you literally have fucking Rubio, Pam Bondi, like, is a whole row of fucking sycophant dumbasses. Not even like they can't be that stupid to fucking just be like, oh, you can't be talking about us. But this is literally it. Like, the PBD. What he learned everything from me. He's using the Trump school of making a deal. Make everybody that you work with look stupid and keep them under you.
Give the phone to Mikhail and put it over there. Thank you, Mikhail. Okay. All right. Let's get right
Tom,
into it.
we still love you, though.
Every time podcast.
So during the most recent episode,
at this point, I'm just gonna bring the urn down, and just every time that they say my mom, I'm gonna just be like, Want to say hi?
Brought up Adam's debate and was politely trying to tell him it made
Actually,
the brand
fuck
and
it.
him look
You
really
know what?
bad.
You earned this.
I think he's starting to be embarrassed that Adam's even associated with him because Adam's just so unlikable. And PBD is always talking about how people are reacting to things in the marketplace of ideas. You know, he's definitely been reading the comments about Adam, and he asked Adam how he thought he did during the debate. And I don't think his response made PBD feel any better about it.
Let's get right into it. Opening topic that I want to address with you guys is this. Adam, you were on the Dave Smith. You and Dave Smith did a debate together. Obviously, the market has responded. Dave has retweeted and said something
Say
about
hi, Mom.
This is the end
Hi,
of Adam
Cat.
funeral. He made some
I won't do
comments that went viral. You've responded. You
Seriously.
made some videos. I want you to share with us, because the audience is curious. They're asking me, what is your impression on how you did on the debate with Dave Smith?
Well, despite what you think, I haven't listened or watched any of the internet comments. Zero. I don't go onto Twitter. I don't check the comments. It's just not something that I do. And I'm listening to a song called "Ain't Nothing Gonna Break a Man's Stride, Ain't Nothing Gonna Slow Me Down," and that's how I feel about this. There's no doubt that Dave Smith is smart, or wise, or well-read.
Yeah.
But just because you're smart doesn't mean you're wise. Now, do I think Dave Smith is smart and capable? Sure. Do I think he's funny? No. Do I think he's right? Definitely not.
I'm asking you, how do you think you did?
I think I did fine. My intention wasn't to play nice.
Holy shit.
The big difference in the internet and comments in real life. I walk around in real life. I have zero issues.
You don't have issues there. That's not the conversation I'm having.
The conversation that I was just basically establishing is that Dave Smith, as potent as he might be on a podcast, or even on Joe Rogan's for that matter.
Actually, I can tell you guys this because she's here. So, one of my favorite pictures I have. This gives you a insight. Again, my mom would be very happy to be on stream, so this is actually kind of weird, that she's getting an appearance here. But also, right after she passed, because I had to go clear out her estate, we're driving, right? We end up in Kentucky, and my mom was really big into taking pictures by signs of places that we traveled to. So me, my wife, and my mom have a picture at the Kentucky border just going, I love you, Mom. It's weird. I'm not going to lie. And also, yes, we're still trying to...
matter.
You see the resemblance.
People don't support this guy.
I think Joe's had him on 20, 30 times.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. So ask whether you agree with the guy or not. Joe likes Dave, right? So the question you got to ask yourself is, from my perspective, there is issues, there is approach, there is what's next for you.
And PBD said he's already tried having this conversation with Adam off air a few times, but he never listens. So that's why he's forced to do it publicly now. But still, Adam isn't taking the feedback very seriously. Like, PBD keeps telling him something needs to change, he needs to evolve. But
she's beautiful. Thank you.
Adam's just like, I don't care what anybody thinks, I'm going to do what I want. So this is not the response PBD wanted to hear, and I think he's almost completely fed up with Adam at this point. Like, I'd imagine after the Dave Smith debate and how Adam handled the criticism from PBD here, he's definitely on the chopping block. Like, I don't think he'll ever understand how bad he looks and how bad that debate was.
Yeah, I
and
know.
PBD tries to explain it to him. And
trust me, if she was still here, she would totally fucking take that one and run with it too. She loved to say that too. She's like, your father had very thin hair and has very thin hair. He never went bald, but he has very thin hair. You got your thick hair from my side of the family.
Debates are supposed to go. And Adam's response is to bring up the Dave Smith Coleman Hughes debate again. It's hilarious. And then you could tell PBD is just like, all right, I'm never going to be able to get through to this guy.
And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly, and I'm talking to you openly with you, is there's an element of also representing where you're coming from. When you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle.
He bald adjacent.
Debates.
Well, he's turning 70 this year. No, because he lost the hair that he lost during chemo. No, he still actually has color to it too.
That's
he didn't really go gray.
So if you're
he only
close
went gray
to
in
me
his
and
beard.
you're handling it that way, that is not my style. And by the way, the reason why I'm having this direct feedback with you publicly.
My mom says the same thing with my girl.
This is how
don't you love moms?
I roll at them. I will give.
Okay, the most beautiful part about you is me.
You private feedback.
That's totally my mom, bro.
Have your back 100%. But if my private feedback that I'm giving
That's
doesn't
fucking
land,
funny.
and it feels like you have
Understand
immunity
that more
to
than
go
you
run
think.
around and say whatever you want and keep saying, I don't give a shit what people say. I do, but it's recreating for them.
The weird part is, again, like just based on a picture, I look just like my dad.
Next phase of what is that next phase for you? And that's a very important thing for you to be thinking about. This next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves, and that includes you in a big way. And I've said this privately 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago at that dinner place we went to, and I was very direct with you.
God damn.
But you're
again, speaking of my dad, this is how I felt, like for real. So I have had the unfortunate pleasure of working with a family member, being my dad. This is how he used to treat me. Like when I would do something like, and like, it was embarrassing, man.
You're cornering me to have to say this publicly to you right now. And you have to make a decision.
That's why it's like, nah, I will never let another fucking grown man dress me down this way ever again.
Decision on what you want to do with this next phase. You gotta.
Is he starting a cult? It sounds like it, man. I don't know. The thing is, he's like he's an insurance salesman that became a fucking podcaster. That his self-importance is through the fucking roof. This is why I can't stand people that make this much money. Like, you at some point become just a lame person that it's all the same bullshit, dude. And honestly, not even that fucking impressive. You know what's funny? Watching like celebrities like what's her face, the dipshit that Johnny Depp was with, but Johnny Depp too, where it's like they have to LARP like they're poor. Like they'll get like, you know, they'll get the little beach house, you know, some kitschy shit, but they also act like they're fucking, you know, shopping at a thrift store. Like,
recreate.
Dude, just remember, we actually like they want to be like us. Like they get so much at some point that it's like, oh, I want to look like them, but I also like
yourself.
Sure. I'll just break this down.
I want to be invited to parties and stuff.
Real quick, we didn't have this discussion prior. Just kind of.
I mean, he's objectively a bad person. He ran an MLM. That makes sense. Oh man, did Illuminati cover him? I swear, like I feel like she did, and I just like I buried that because you know she sucks.
I brought this up, and I'm totally okay with it. If I wanted to have a ideological debate with Dave, I would probably rephrase it.
Oh yeah, that's right. He had the emotion chart. I forgot about that. That was him.
That the world is a dangerous place, and he wants to pretend that he's an ostrich and not engage with anybody. Debate.
Forget Dave Smith. This isn't a Dave Smith conversation. That could have been John Doe. I'm not talking.
But the point is that I'm trying
what
to
is
make
the
with
purpose of a debate?
We're not aligned.
What is the purpose of a debate?
To find the truth.
To the purpose. It's a clash of ideas.
Sure.
So somebody can watch and say, "Wow, good point. Never thought about it that way."
The reason that I brought up the Coleman Hughes, and I encourage people to go watch it.
Thank you.
This was the sort of like the
also,
swan
if you
song
can ever just
Imagine
tell me who you were.
Hype up this event. Here's
Whoever
what's going on. The
sent these.
SLS is coming this weekend.
Again,
Here's what's going on.
thank
And
you,
this debate takes
but
place.
the fact that
and it was a
it was
12-row
anonymous.
drubbing. So that's my point. Should I have conveyed it a little bit better? Sure. Should I have not brought up someone else's debate in my debate? Maybe I'll learn that for the next time. That's fine. But the reality is this: he got whooped, and I called him out on it. That's all it was.
Yeah, but it was your fight and his.
Sure. For the next time, I'll debate him just heads on.
He looks so fed up. No, dude, that's you can feel it. He's done.
So I don't know if Adam will be around much longer. You know, if PBD gets rid of him, it's over.
I don't feel like he
nobody
is
will listen
because
to him on
it
his
really
own.
does feel like PBD
right
was
now,
just
the only
like,
reason people listen to him is because they're forced to when they listen
cool,
to the
though.
show.
Yeah, it really
people
is.
just suffer through it, and they always say Adam's the worst part. Like if
He's
Adam
not
gets
even
fired,
in good shape, but I'm happy to have it. Like, look at it. This is my dude. This is my first Pokemon right here with Scratch and Ember.
I'm sure people will be celebrating in the comments. So he really needs to be careful. But let me know what you guys think. And check out the Patreon. I just posted a new video actually about Dave Smith on Rogan's podcast. They got into an argument about Tulsi Gabbard. And also JD Vance responded to Rogan calling out MAGA and calling him a bunch of dorks. And there are over 180 other exclusive videos. So it's definitely worth checking out. If you enjoy the channel, want extra content, there'll be a link in the description.
Am I playing my original save file? Yeah, I am. That's fucking hilarious. All right, I want to see Sammy making fun of this guy.
How can I receive this and recreate myself? Because if
Like,
you're
yes,
not,
this is essentially us rewatch. Oh, wait, Sammy didn't watch it? No wonder he was pissed. Oh, no. How could they do Sam dirty like this? That's ridiculous. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I have to back out of that one. All right, well, we got Anna Kasparian. Oh, shit. By the way, did you see that Anna Kasparian totally is getting owned for the AOC bit? Gotta say, that was very fun. And Majority Rules. I mean, I didn't see it. Oh, fuck it. No, I want to see it. Fuck it. Here, let's go back.
Not too careful.
Look at him
Adam.
disassociate.
And I'll open it up to you guys if you want to say anything. I'll give you the final thoughts. And
Also, Discourse. I gotta say, Brandon, cool guy.
And I'm gonna get on
Matt, cool guy.
the next story, but I wanted to open up with this, get right into it.
Play with that iPad,
Is the following.
baby.
There is no April Fool's jokes today. I don't have one.
This is not a joke. You should have been like, you're looking at.
Damn, dude. So that was his way of just being like, this is serious. Like, don't think that I'm not ripping on Adam.
The April Fool's joke right here.
Adam Sosnick, who you might.
They know exactly.
Adam. I can't wait. This is I heard about this, but I think I'm the only one on this show right now who hasn't seen this.
Matt from the Alexis Mafia is also a contributor to this space. Oh yeah.
It either. I've heard a recap of how badly this went. Like, apparently he humiliated himself on Piers Morgan in a debate with Dave Smith. This is the guy that threw a tampon at Anna Kasparian, right?
Yes.
Over Israel or women's rights?
He was calling her hysterical.
Oh, right.
Maybe I don't know.
A dumb bitch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you guys treat me all the time, right? And I have to put up with it to be a nice lady that's okay around other men.
There's actually a net off screen that catches all the tampons and Brian.
Like over the occupied West Bank where they have those nets to catch trash.
I was gonna think of like the foul ball at baseball, but you know.
Okay.
This is worth it, right? Like, who's seen this? Like, is it worth the time to re-go through this again, or should I go to something else?
Of course, I'm victimizing myself like a true.
Wait, he did that? Yeah.
Like a true soft woman. Yeah. So his take on
Isaac, did you not join the Discord?
Piers Morgan did.
I've not seen you join the Discord.
Go so
You asked
well.
about
Dave Smith. We'll play just some excerpts.
He doesn't even have a take.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
But let's just give you a little bit of the highlights of three here, real quick ones here. Here's the kind of
I love Fridays.
the main one,
now I get
which
to
is
relax.
about this
Fun half on a Friday. I hope you all understand. That's when I'm just like, it's time to have fun.
This thing that
through Aegis. Oh shit!
That Adam Sosnick or that Dave Smith said, which is accusing America and Israel of terrorism, which is just subjectively true. It's really tough for people on the right to hear that because
no, I'm still part of Aegis, but
it's coded as like, oh, you hate America, as opposed to saying you don't want America to be
did you see Isaac
doing
there?
war crimes in your name.
Right? Shit! No, you're in here. My bad.
Because they're all infantile little boys that need a daddy. But Dave Smith said that, Ben Shapiro had a problem with it, and Adam Sosnick also had a problem with him saying this. So here's just a little bit to kind of get into it here.
This is why you call the U.S. military the greatest terrorist organization.
Oh, you can't click through mobile?
On Earth,
Really?
right? Because you're a true American? Because you're a true patriot? Is that why, Dave? Because something tells me you have what is known as clickbait of the mouth.
Well, here.
And you're
hold on, if
using
part of my Aegis,
these instances, these wars, to garner attention for you. You have the American flag behind you, yet you have the hypocrisy of saying the United States military, the United States is the greatest terror organization the world has ever seen.
Here, Isaac, I'll just...
I mean, I don't understand what's going on here. This is why you're radical.
I didn't say
So, by the way,
words.
so radical. This is why.
Okay, there's one. Here is where Dave
Isaac,
sort of
just let me know your Discord name. I'll just invite you to the server.
what goes on the
Because yeah, you're not
offensive
part
here.
of my other server.
And if you want to keep doing this, buddy, you could tell me to check the scoreboard. I'll run circles around you on this, dude. Check the scoreboard. Most unpopular war in American history going in. Check the scoreboard. 13 dead Americans and 150
You're back. What'd you miss? Oh, we're just having fun.
Plus other wounded.
We already kind of watched like this clip essentially, but we're watching Majority Report make fun of it. Trust me, people like to do the streamception thing. Oh, guy watching a guy watching a guy.
Thousands of innocents, including little schoolgirls in Iran, killed.
Thank you,
dead
Dave.
Innocent Israelis. Hundreds of dead innocent people in Lebanon. Millions of innocent people being displaced, all at the cost of tens of billions of dollars and destroying Trump's coalition. Check your scoreboard, Adam. How's it looking for you? And if you want...
Not looking great. And one more highlight here before we get into how PBD reacted to his employees' poor performance.
This kind of really drives it home. Adam basically had to pull out another debate where Dave did work.
You know what? Since y'all are chill, fuck it. One more time.
Person to try.
You can save that link.
Try to say like, well, you didn't beat this guy.
Remember this?
Perfect. That's this guy right here.
No.
Just in case, if the camera doesn't see.
But what is the point you're making?
I want this podcast. The point is this: Dave gets out there and he tries to bully people and say that he's so smart. He reads a lot of books. Good for you, Dave.
Okay, yeah. So now, look, I appreciate. I'm not a huge Dave Smith fan. I do appreciate his new line. Well, not a new line, but at least holding the line on consistency of being anti-war, as Trump has proven to be exactly what Dave was telling everyone he wasn't going to be.
Yeah, I mean, that, like, again, good that he's being critical now. What we were saying about his belief that Trump would be more anti-war than Kamala Harris has been proven completely.
Or just like, yeah, like there's a coalitional problem here with the Republican Party. There's absolutely no appetite to be genuinely anti-war on that side of things. And this shows in the polling, which is that most of MAGA is completely on board with, whether it's Agrabah or Iran invading.
I just don't want to blow by him saying that bullying is defined by reading books. That's
why I read.
Matt's always bullying me with book recommendations.
It's literally saying like, you are hurting me emotionally by being smarter and more well-read than me.
I just do have to say, as embarrassing as that all was, what PBD does is infinitely more embarrassing. So if you felt like that was embarrassing, trigger warning, because you're going to like implode on yourself with cringe.
How is it possible that you allow yourself to be spoken to this way by your boss?
That is the defining question of what we're about to see.
I'm glad that they said the same thing, dude, because that was wild. I was like, wait a minute. How is this normalized on that side?
Here, because actually,
like, could you imagine? Like, I thought that this was supposed to be MAGA land, where it's like we're big, strong man, but then the second that they get there, they're just like, yes, daddy, yes, daddy. No, I just need somebody to tell me what to do, daddy.
Not alphas. They're all in a hierarchy, and they're willing to be little cogs that sit down and take a lecture from daddy. Like this is like coming home and like my parents found out I've been skipping class.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the right-wing alpha male. All of the alpha that follow Trump, the big daddy. Oh, I'm be so obsequious. Oh, big boss man, I'll be so obsequious. And they try to lecture everybody else on masculinity. Buddy, stand up for yourself. Does he stand up for himself?
No, and this is, I will say, this is the very first segment of the PBD podcast.
Opened the show with a humiliation ritual,
and in fact said they later pushed other stuff back so they could get to it first.
Little house cleaning up top.
Millionaire. From Miami, incredible quality. If you want to find out more about
just skip through the ad.
Said that, let's get right into it. Opening topic that I want to address with you guys is this. Adam, you were on the Dave Smith. You and Dave Smith did a debate together on what do you call it? On Piers Morgan. I think that's the first time you were ever on. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the market has responded, and they've been, saying their thoughts on how.
Yeah, just to decode this for everyone, when he says the market, he means their audience. Yeah.
Everyone.
What you did, what was said. Davis retweeted and said something about this is the end of Adam funeral. He made some comments that went viral. You've responded. You made some videos at him as well. But I just want to kind of because a lot of times from the audience, you have to know how this works. The audience sits there and watches and says, I know for a fact Pat prepped him and the team prepped him and this and this and that, and they don't know what happens. I want you to share with us, because the audience is curious. They're asking me, what is your impression on how you did on the debate with Dave Smith?
So I just want to highlight him saying, people think that I prepped you. And I just want
Majority Report humor sounds so tame after being used to pass.
That is not how this happened.
I do push a line, dude. I mean, seriously, I would be classified as like a leftist shock jock, like at some point.
I distance
I could only hope. I would be honored.
myself from your performance. Now, why don't you tell me how you did?
Yeah. How do you think you did?
Me. What is your impression on how you did on the debate with Dave Smith?
Well, despite what you think, I haven't listened or watched any of the internet comments. Zero. Like I don't go onto Twitter. I don't check the comments. It's just not something that I do. Some people are messaging me on my neck. What do you think? I don't know. People are saying stuff, and I'm listening to.
They got StreamYards.
A song called "Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Stride, Ain't Nothing Gonna Slow Me Down," and that's how I feel about this. So I
didn't hear that part.
You know what's funny? As somebody who has spent a good amount of time in some cancer clinics here, where I had to watch some bullshit cable TV, CBS, Price is Right. He heard that watching some fucking commercial recently that's playing that song. I swear to God, it's like, no, he's not listening to that one organically. I can't even. Wait, is that Toto?
They're gonna go on Pierce Morgan show. I think Tom was maybe gonna do it. Tom wasn't able to do it. They called me up. I said, sure, I'll debate Dave Smith. Listen.
That may be more crass than Majority Report, but he's also more fair and charitable. Oh,
there's no doubt that Dave Smith is smart.
You are kind of like a shock jock on the left, just not on the radio.
Or well read.
I do. Yeah.
The same thing can be said about when you debated.
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
Yes. Wait. This is gonna be.
Go back a little bit.
Yes. She's doing it. Okay.
I can't get over it.
She's gonna make him do it. Oh, I love somebody that's like, we have to hear him sing again. It's like, oh, but it's so cringy. It's like, we have to hear him sing again.
The little break for singing.
Oh shit! It's a medication commercial. It is totally a medication commercial.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and it's like it has like this ice cream truck. It's like it's like they did it with AI, right? So like it follows this couple and like it goes to an ice cream truck and it, I don't even know what the fucking drug is for, but it's just like, if you did something where your H1PV is acting up, here you go, and it's just like, ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Yeah, no, it only gets worse from. It only gets worse from here, but you should really pay attention to this part that comes up because it's directly
something with A1C. So it's one of those medications
contradictory to itself. It's really quite weird.
Can we go back to the song?
Look who's here. Oh, shit.
I gotta hear it again.
I think this is the longest that you have not been on screen there.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride, ain't nothing gonna slow me down, and that's.
It's the taper off at the end where it's that whole thing where you're just like, it's a song and you're like, you're not really confident in like your singing ability, so you're just like. It's or like if I was let's see, what's a good song, dude? I owe him like a backlog and a half. Here we go. One. Kenny Loggins. Wait. Except he actually like sang it. I do like what I hear, where it's just when I don't know the lyrics and then
about this. So they told me last minute, hey, you're gonna go on Pierce Morgan. Sure, I think Tom was maybe gonna do it. Tom wasn't able to do it. They called me up. I said, sure, I'll debate Dave Smith. Yeah. Listen, there's no doubt that Dave Smith is smart or wise or well-read.
Well-read?
The same thing can be said about when you debated...
Fucking go, Anna. Oh, I almost call her Anna. Emma.
A room full of 20...
Don't make that mistake. Oh, no.
20 communists.
Oh, no. I got to keep on moving.
On Jubilee. They were all very smart. I was very impressed by all these people. But just because you're smart doesn't mean you're wise. Now, do I think Dave Smith is smart and capable?
He just called him wise.
Yeah, he did call him
wise. That's what I meant. He just called him wise. So, like, he's lost the plot on this one. He's spiraling.
They play that song like 9 times, like full through that movie. And like then it's also used as a bumper. It's like it's the only song they had license for the movie.
But he didn't read the comments.
No.
Do I think he's funny? No. Do I think he's right? Definitely not.
I'm asking you, how do you think you...
You're a scat man.
I think I did fine. My intention wasn't to play nice. So I went on Piers Morgan. I don't really have...
It's not the being mean that people have a problem with.
He's a scat man.
In fact, Dave was meaner to you.
Yo, DDR2, Dance Dance Revolution 2 soundtrack. That was one of the things, and I was actually pretty good at that level.
Plans on going on Piers Morgan every single day. That's not my thing. It's a food fight every single day. Respect to Piers Morgan. I wanted to make some waves. That was my methodology. I could be right. I could be wrong. I don't care.
Okay, so
the problem is
you
this.
said you don't care?
No, meaning like I don't care what the market thinks of me.
Yeah.
I know what I...
Oh, right there. That's where he buried himself with them, too. Because, like, immediately PBD was like, oh, you don't care. You don't care about the market. Well, that's all I care about.
Believe. I know who I am. I know what I say.
That's the worst thing you could say to PBD.
Yeah. That's bad.
Yeah, for real.
That's his god.
This is like if I came into the office and I said, I don't care about Social Security.
If I went into confession and said, I don't care what Christ thinks. You know?
I stand for
DDR looks like way too much. It is
what America stands for. Dave Smith.
Rhythm games that are actually like they require a lot of like hand-eye coordination, foot-eye coordination. Like you gotta be honestly, you actually have to be kind of good at that shit.
What pissed me off, he continues to say that America is the greatest
Okay, so he's just going. We're gonna
Stan has reclaimed the territory.
skip a little bit ahead here because he basically
and Lito's just like, he's standing in the corner staring at
just needs the fainting couch because Dave Smith accused America of something that it's doing, which is terroristic violence on the rest of the world. Which is anybody familiar?
Oh yeah, he's going to the vet tomorrow morning. He has really, really bad allergies. So so they say that they have like grass has these mites that don't really affect humans, but they affect him. So he gets cytokine.
This drew up for Impulse.
Cytopoint? It's either cytokine or cytopoint.
So you would know. I mean, look at Vietnam. Google Zippo squads.
Either way,
for what that means. But let's just skip a little bit of here where PBD
impression.
starts. He ends this little soliloquy and PBD gets in on him.
He might be on a podcast or even on Joe Rogan's for that matter. People don't support this guy.
So with all the hats.
I support our troops. I support America.
It's a lot of hats. He's a man of many hats.
Support our allies.
I think Joe...
I want to punch myself in the dick for that joke.
Joe's had him on 20, 30 times.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. So ask, whether you agree with the guy or not, you know, Joe likes Dave.
You just figure
right?
out
so
that you
so
can
the question you got to ask yourself is, from my perspective,
like, I don't know.
there is issue.
Put on cheese.
There is approach.
Oh, that's so fire.
There is what's next for you. When I look at everybody in the marketplace, including myself, everybody in a market.
I'll say anybody who has a boss, if your boss starts saying what's next for you,
you're fucked.
And you are thinking, am I getting fired here?
Including myself. I leave and I say, okay, how am I recreating myself for this next phase?
Oh my God.
What areas do I have?
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I did miss this. He wasn't talking in the context of the show. Oh, no.
It's a leak from me.
Oh, no.
What
no.
habits do I have that I need to pay attention
to?
When we started building an insurance company, yesterday I had Lee Strobel on. We had a great conversation together.
Let me just zip a little bit.
Stupid fucking drop.
So
he tells one of these old man stories.
Right, but is he basically soft launching him, firing him on air?
Yeah. It feels like that.
Yeah.
You know, this is like
one less kid table.
This is like a theme in American culture too. It's in reality TV, but like probably launched by Trump with the Apprentice thing. The whole, the fetishization.
Pack your hats.
The thing that there's a certain kind of audience that gets off on seeing somebody else humiliated by their boss. Because it's like they get to imagine themselves in the power position when they're actually the Adam Sosnick.
Bar Rescue. Also in that.
Yeah, for sure. This
Yeah.
is very apprentice
Our rescue
coded,
mission,
especially
yeah.
in like the hyper performative, like fake CEO stuff that they're always doing. Like how their previous set, they had like PBD sitting in the big chair and they were all sitting in like the tiny chairs. Like the PBD show is like one of those shows that is entirely run on fake LinkedIn posts about like how to be an effective boss. Like the power, like what's the book called?
Right. Or the
Laws of Power or whatever.
Yeah, Laws of Power.
Right.
Like,
That's all an extension, though, of like the at least here in America, the societal like group think that like, oh, successful business owners are really smart. They're the smartest people alive because that must be why they're successful or why they.
Man, I wish I could pull off that hair.
Make money.
Like seriously.
And so we must listen to everything they have to say.
Funny
So
enough,
if you hear
like,
one of these guys
not too
berating
far
one of their
off as far
employees,
as just
there's
like the way that like I kind of flip it to one side, but man,
there's exactly what.
Like if I could do it like from just like, oh God, that'd be nice.
You all just said
Can't do
too,
that.
but there's also that idea of he's got to know what he's talking about. He's a successful business owner.
Yeah, it's where quickly. It's just where Christianity and evangelicalism and the prosperity gospel intersects, and why that's Trump's base of support too, which is like the outsourcing of kind of one's thinking to this omniscient person who can be the decider for you and is the strong person to follow. It's like a similarly religious instruction.
Why Islam was so smart, saying you can't represent Muhammad.
Yeah, exactly right.
They were cooking with that one.
Exactly right. All right.
So we're gonna skip this weird thing where PB talks about church pastors that were hooking up with members of the parish. I still haven't decoded what that was meant to convey, but we're gonna skip it after that.
Now,
God, like some pastors actually become godlike because of how much the church fears them and they like anyways. They go through this. I said, okay, how do we want to build this company? It's very hard. So you got to think about ways to improve. I'm asking you. The argument is one end because I don't know if you focused on making I've seen you make better arguments with Bassem Youssef than you did with Dave Smith. I didn't see you making arguments on Dave Smith. And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly and I'm talking to you openly with you is there's an element of also representing where you're coming from, where the expectation is.
Gator haircut, 2006.
When you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO.
Whatever.
So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style.
Because I don't skateboard anymore.
I don't do stuff like that. And Dave and I don't even agree on some of these issues. But if I'm having a conversation, it's about what is this next phase?
I don't like it.
And
Skrillex.
by the way, the reason why I'm having this direct feedback with you publicly.
I'm gonna start dropping fucking dubstep beats after every joke, and that is where the pep, and that's where the pep gets hot. Wow.
Is for the following reason.
Humiliation.
This is how I roll at them.
Clicks.
I will give you private feedback. And
that's my I have a catchphrase now. That's when the pep gets hot.
Have your back 100%. I've always been like that. This is why my guys like working.
This part's crazy.
They know how
crazy.
tough it is at times.
This is so crazy. I'll have your back in private.
So this part is crazy because here's the part where you find out that this is the second time he's had to talk to Adam about this. Like the first time was private. This is his like formal write-up.
It sounds like he thinks he's getting fired.
Oh, was the first time when he threw a tampon at Anna Casper?
No, that wasn't it. The first time. Well, I mean, I can let him tell you.
Okay.
I will give you private feedback and have your back 100%. I've always been like that. This is why my guys like working with me, and they know how tough it is at times because I'm always challenging them. But if my
this guy really thinks a lot of himself, man.
private feedback that I'm giving doesn't land,
I can't stand people like this guy.
And
I really can't.
It feels like you have immunity to go run around and say whatever you want and keep saying, I don't give a shit what people say.
It's like,
I do.
Because you figure
There's an
out
approach to take about this game. I don't care that we have differences in debates. We push
take
each
other
other here and we
people's
have
fucking
arguments and, I side with Vinny today. You know what? Today, actually, I side with Adam. There was a couple moments we had where you had a couple clips like they sided with you.
Couple times.
Adam's the point today, and I'm like, oh, okay, Adam had a point. And then, hey, Tom, no, I'm siding with Tom today. Pat, you were off today. No problem. But it's recreating for the next phase. of what is that next phase for you. And that's a very important thing for you to be thinking about. I've had that conversation with him, recreating himself. I've had the conversation with him.
That's why he's in a suit?
I have the conversation openly with me on what I need to recreate. But for me, when I saw that, I'm like, you know, you brought up another guy from the past that beat Dave.
I gotta say, at least he like maybe responded to some criticism that it was kind of disrespectful to sit there on a big desk and have all three of your dudes in small desks. I mean, that was a little fucked up.
Great. You know, you brought up no.
Like,
there
they had
needs
to feel
be
fucked up when they sat there. It's just like,
Adam
yo,
that I've
Patrick, are you fucking with us?
Debate that is prepared.
What's with these tiny ass desks?
He actually would have made some real good points there.
Oh,
and
my
you,
God.
by the way, you've been a moderator for Zero Hedge with Dave Smith and what do you call it, Laura Loomer, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what you did? Didn't you moderate? Yeah.
She did it.
And that was a pretty good job you did as a moderator. So I don't know. I'm saying this publicly to say this next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves, and that includes you in a big way. And I've said this privately 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago at that dinner place we went to, and I was very direct with you.
Dinner place,
but
not a restaurant.
you're cornering me to
not
have
a
to say this
restaurant,
publicly to you
place,
right now. And you have to make a decision on what you want to do with this.
Look
next
what
phase.
you made me do.
You got to recreate
Forcing
yourself.
me.
It's a very important thing. I'm being very respectful to you, and you had no idea that I'm going to go here this morning. You had no clue. And by the way, I intentionally changed today's business podcast to do this because obviously Monday I couldn't be here. We had certain things that was going on. This weekend I had, what do you call it?
SLS.
SLS. Sean Hannity did it last Friday, so I changed everything, and Rob and I, we had to talk about it yesterday and calendar to do it this way. But for me, sometimes, you know, when people say, I don't care, 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 and sometimes this is like the Trump effect. Well, Trump doesn't care. Well, Trump doesn't give a shit. Well, Trump doesn't do this. Well, contrary to popular belief, Trump looks at every poll. Trump listens to every comment. Trump listens to every criticism.
Delusional, of
so what
course.
you think that Trump does, I'm not telling you go read the comments the next day and go through all chat. I don't recommend that at all. But I do believe a little bit of criticism to see, well, maybe there's a little bit of credibility there. There's a little bit of value there for me to receive. How can I receive this and recreate myself?
Where you're just like, how did I do?
Because if you're not too careful,
Look at him
Adam,
disassociated.
and I'll open it up to you guys.
He's so sleepy.
Guys, if you want to say
He's gonna
anything, I'll
cry.
give you the final thoughts, and then I'm going to get on the
He's
next story.
shamed.
But I wanted to open up with us, get right into it.
Play with that
Is
iPad,
the following.
baby.
There is no April Fool's jokes today. I don't have one.
This is not a
You should
joke.
have been like, you're looking at the April Fool's joke right here.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's
Crazy.
so funny that apparently he brought up like a prior debate that what's his name, Dave Smith did that
Coleman
I
Hughes,
guess
apparently.
didn't go so well his way. If Dave Smith wants to play that game, he can just play this fucking video of Adam's boss absolutely berating him for his debate performance. Oh,
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Again, like I was just trying to imagine if Sam did this
Bro.
to
On
me
air?
on air, and I can tell the audience what would happen.
Poor Stan.
Is you would hear the door slam in the
Had to give him his anti-anxiety meds for tomorrow. It's like a 24-hour cycle, so he's all like messed up.
and I would never be in this room again.
Emma, you was on CNN. You was on CNN last night. How do you think you did?
I don't read the comments.
Well, I do.
Well, you should see if there's some credibility there, because we need to, in our next phase, we need to all be recreating ourselves, and that's a big deal for you especially.
I think that's why Vinny wears three-piece suits now, because he said I had to have a talk with him, and he pointed to Vinny to reinvent himself, and now Vinny's dressed like a Peaky Blinder
Yeah.
on the show.
What is
Adam
Adam's
has-
next phase?
I don't know. They're gonna put him on her take. They're gonna have him replace Jillian Michaels if he's not careful. But that's like a
That would
slow
be the
fade
most-
out of the entire brand.
That would be so humiliating for him. We'll put you in the women's corner here.
Yeah, no, he's on his way out. And this
He's
is, I mean,
out.
I've been watching the PBD show for a while. Like, Adam's fall off has been like very
Man, I gotta say, whatever happened with like the bot farms or whatever, like, or just in general the algorithm, I'm all right with where I'm at right now.
rapid. And I wouldn't
like
say
this.
it, for me, seems to have started
Sorry
when
for
he
the
started
single stream
defending
again, though.
Trump on the Epstein stuff. When he started like defending Trump on
It's not going to be permanent.
the Epstein stuff, when he started saying that, like, you don't need to pay attention to this. It's silly. What are we going to do about
Try to have both horizontal and vertical available for y'all.
it? That's when he just started to seem to really fall off in PBD's eyes. And now that he's like just constantly running interference for AIPAC, like the comments are just not feeling him either.
Have you seen how Ben Shapiro's views have completely tanked as well?
11,000 on his latest video. I did
Yeah,
check.
Matt and I were talking about this.
That was crazy.
Israel's just concrete sucks for everybody now.
Good.
Yeah. No, I agree.
The thing is, I don't think it's
It really is. In the real world, like, or what PBD would call the marketplace, it's not, it is what he, actually, that was a great way to say it. Concrete shoes.
I mean,
like, bro.
Obviously,
this is where I'm challenge Daniel Biss on this, where it's like, bro, I understand that you have ties and like you're Jewish, but can we like get some concessions from you, because this is fucking ridiculous? And it's like, I hope you understand that, like, it's not necessarily going to lose you an election, but if you have any integrity and you have any like you want any aspirations for higher office, which I do think he has. He strikes me as the type that does. Then he needs to fucking pull, like, he really needs to pull that Band-Aid off.
I think the broader Israel plays a huge part.
Oh shit, I didn't
part in a lot of these guys falling off. But I think the broader thing is that I think it just shows you how untalented.
No, it's theoretical.
Unknowledgeable. Just you don't need, or you didn't need anything to be one of these right wing or Trump supporting commentators, influencers, whatever. Because it was just so easy to do when the purpose was to simply support the guy, right? But now that it takes just a little bit of critical thinking to say, I support the guy, but not on this thing. They don't, like 99% of these guys,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't even have the knowledge to do that. And I'm not even saying because they need to have that knowledge because like they suddenly something like hit their moral radar. No, they just needed the knowledge to say this is something I don't support Trump on, so they don't lose their own viewer base, because that's all they care about. And there is a abundance of guys who are so brainless and dumb that they don't even have this baseline knowledge of, oh, I need to actually think and then not just go with, I support Trump on this because he is Trump and I support him on everything, to not lose their own audience. And I think PBD maybe just woke up to, oh, that's what this Adam guy was, because I have the knowledge of what I need to go to follow the winds of my my viewership, the winds of change of my viewership.
You mean the marketplace?
Right.
What's fascinating about this, though, is like how I can tell it's going to drive Adam Sosnick like literally insane, because when he said,
keep that.
Saying the American people aren't with Dave Smith, they're with me. I support the troops. I
got to pull like an actual professionalism here.
Support Trump. There is polling to.
God damn it! This is the hardest homework assignment I've ever had.
Show that like the right wing in general is still
has
completely
to be professional. Oh fuck!
With Trump, but it's not the right wing that watches YouTube.
That's why I will never function in those circles. I can't. I just can't.
The comments are.
Like, I don't know what happened. I might have it might have been a hockey puck. It might have been, I don't know what it was. It was definitely something though that just made me go, no.
Crazily.
Yes.
I don't have the ability to fucking just
pro Vinny and anti
professional. There we go.
Adam. Anytime they have a disagreement about, say, the war in Iran or Epstein.
Well, this is a dynamic that I'm really trying to get people to hone in on a bit. Is like the self-identified independents.
I think that we're fine because this is late enough in the show and in the middle of the show enough.
It's the largest growing political bloc of the three, of Democrat versus Republican. Like independents, especially among Gen Z and millennial, who would be the folks that are more likely.
I'll say this much though. You know what? Fuck it. I mean, I'm not talking about the possibility of what's coming down the road. I'll just talk about what I can now. Danielle Biss's campaign manager is a solid person. She is honest, which is kind of what got me to go like, oh, okay.
To be watched.
You know what? Based on how you perceive this and how you guys are approaching this campaign,
and
his representatives are pretty good.
So, yeah, you've only seen
his delegation skills are actually fucking on point. I'll give that. And then Kat came out with what she's doing. Listen. I'm glad she's keeping the campaign office open. I'm glad that she's doing mutual aid. I can't. Oh my God, mutual aid. Is there an R in there? I don't even fucking know. But I hate words sometimes. I really do. But yeah, she's actually doing the good thing, like keeping the food coming in, the fucking clothes, all that. But I do have a little bit of a problem with the whole what are we where's. So I know that she's gonna prop up some campaigns all around the country with some of the money that she got. But is she going to support Biss in this race? And I mean, if she doesn't, fine. She's not he's not owed her endorsement by any means, but it would definitely benefit her to kind of try to, I don't know, push him left.
10-point dip in Republican support for the state of Israel since the beginning of the genocide, for example. I still think that's fairly significant. I mean, it's like 70% from 80% now. I can't remember off the top of my head, but for Republicans, okay, whoa. But it's going to be for anybody that's 35 and younger, 40 and younger, who's watching stuff on YouTube more disproportionately. They might be right-wingers, really right-wingers, but may not want to identify as Republican. So that's where their bread is buttered, and those are the people that they're losing.
And also, even amongst the people who support the war in Iran, specific elements about the war in Iran, they might not support. And so, some of the PBD boys have shown willingness to, put boots on the ground in places like Karg Island or Kashem. And even amongst, GOP, self-identifying GOP members, they do not support, a ground invasion of Karg Island. They might support nebulous bombing. They might support going in for nuclear weapons. But just, today, Fox News poll, not today, but yesterday, Harry Inton was reporting on it. Fox News poll, only 1 in 5 GOP, self-identified GOP members.
Oh, this is done. Okay, cool. All right, now we can do this. Fuck it. This is only 2 minutes long. Let's do this.
And if I went the way the wind blows, I'd be following.
So, if you guys don't know, the quartering is getting called out by a bunch of right-wing podcasters for being disingenuous, for also kind of breaking from what the mainstream in what the right-wing podcast sphere is. And this is kind of funny also because he self-snitches, I guess, saying that none of this actually matters to him. So, hey.
That I'd be following the Israel clicks like a lot of you guys are. I just follow my opinion, and sometimes we don't agree on that, and sometimes it's different than yours.
You're actively lying. You're playing the fence-sitting game. We have you here. You say this is all hyperbole. You say this is an obvious joke. We're going to read this, and then we're going to read the comments, see if people agree. It's all laughing. Okay. No deal. Just bury them, take their oil, and move on with our lives. What are we even doing here in response to the negotiation? That's all a ha-ha to you?
Yeah, it is. It's a hilarious joke to me. All of this is stupid. I think that I get that maybe X means more to you than it does to me. That is totally real. When you send out tweets, maybe you're really thinking about it and really crafting it and stuff like that. And that's probably why you have a better, maybe a bigger following than me. But I use Twitter to shitpost because Twitter is completely overrun by bots and is largely useless. So when I rip off a comment like that,
you're admitting you're not a serious person, are you?
No, I am not. Rex, no, I'm not a serious person. I never said I was.
Okay.
What are you talking about? Of course I'm not serious, dude. I talk about Brie Larson's tits on the internet, my man.
Okay. All right. All a ha-ha. Why do you even take the time to worry about politics if
that's part of the problem?
It's such a big joke.
See, even this is gonna sound bad, but even I know not to fucking denigrate myself to that level where I'm like, no.
To you, and you say,
I know that I'm kind of like, yeah, just a layman, and I try to present this in a way that is accessible to everybody and funny. But I'm not gonna just say, oh man, I just talk about, dick and fart jokes, like, and I just happen upon political opinions. That's it.
Say it's
like
X. That's a big deal to me. It's actually the dead children. You don't seem to take that seriously.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, yeah, who couldn't think of the kids, Rex? I mean, geez, I mean, if we would just think of the kids, I mean, we could really push forward some awesome authoritarianism, like you seem to like, because if we just do, if we just think of the kids, that's why we locked down, right, Rex? Are you a fan of those lockdowns? Because that was for the kids, right?
And pivot argument that has nothing to do with anything. No. There's a genocide going on right now. He's laughing at the dead children. That's what you're doing right now. You're making light of it. That's disgusting. You're a disgusting being.
Yeah, I like your position here. I like how intense you are. I love this energy for a late Thursday night.
I despise people like you that are ignorant. Walking us into World War III, making a joke out of the sickest thing to ever happen in modern human civilization.
I thought that was kind of funny. I have nothing else to add to it outside of I thought that was kind of funny. I think that it is well beyond time for him to get called out for his stupid fucking takes. Why the rest of the world thinks Americans are brainwashed. You know what? I gotta start watching these a little bit earlier in the show because we're having fun. So let's do a Piers Morgan thing, and then yeah.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me the evidence. That 30,000 people were killed. I heard it from your mouth. Where evidence is there? Elika. Silence. And I'm going to tell you. You're disgusting. Oh, good. Insults. That's good.
President Trump says the war in Iran could be over within 2 or 3 weeks. The aftershocks, however, even if that is true, will last for years. Trump has told the Telegraph newspaper in the UK that he's now strongly considering a move to quit NATO altogether. The biggest military alliance in human history is a paper tiger, he said, and Putin knows that too. In a press interview, this is what the former NATO Commander General Sir Richard Sheriff said to me.
That Donald Trump has pretty much single-handedly torpedoed NATO as an alliance. 2 months ago, Donald Trump threatened to attack the territory of a NATO ally, Denmark, over Greenland. Nobody has forgotten that. Europeans will not forget that. That is a grotesque breach of trust. I think the special relationship is a fantasy put about, if I may say so, Piers, by the media and politicians.
Well, just about everybody agrees that NATO and Europe have been complacent about living in the comfort of US security. That's why, at Trump's insistence, they're all ramping up spending, and so they should. But just about everybody also agrees that both America and Europe are significantly weaker on their own. NATO and its member countries have refused to join the Iran war for very sound reasons. First and foremost, it's a defensive alliance. It was created to maintain peace, not create war. Second, by any reasonable definition, the Iran war is to many people an illegal one. If there was evidence of an imminent threat and a right to self-defense, we've yet to be presented with it. Many people in my country and across Europe are asking, why should our men and women risk their lives for a war?
We live in interesting times.
Without coherently explaining why. The so-called paper tiger has been ready to support the United States on countless occasions. 13 countries mobilized after 9/11 and fought alongside the US for 20 years in Afghanistan. European allies supplied 30% of the airstrikes in the fight against ISIS. They share intelligence and assets all over the world. They were there in the Gulf War. They were even in the US after Hurricane Katrina. Trump is threatening...
Dude, I turned audio ducking off.
...to walk away and leave the global oil supply in chaos because he says the US has plenty of its own resources. Well, that would leave America's closest allies stranded, with the notable exception of Israel, which has no intention of ending hostilities anytime soon. It would also leave the Iranian people stranded. For all the talk of liberation and Trump to the rescue, they'll be living under the same regime, weakened but angrier than ever. Joining me to debate all this, attorney and Iranian-American activist Elika Lebon, Aaron Mate, the journalist with the Grey Zone, Iranian-Canadian activist and former MP Goldy Gamari, and Anna Kasparian, the host and executive producer of The Young Turks. So welcome to all...
She literally has a flag thing that she wears every time that she's on these appearances.
All of you.
Cringe.
Elika Lebon, I honestly can't keep up with where we are with this war, other than I read somewhere today, I think Axios reported this, that one of the Trump administration had said Trump isn't playing 3D chess, he's playing 12D chess, and that he basically throws out all these contradictory things because he wants to keep the enemy guessing. Now, maybe that's true, but it might also be, I would offer up as an alternative theory, that he's got himself into something that he quickly has realized is not a good idea, but not because taking out the Iranian regime is not a sound idea in principle, or that they've been an appalling repressive regime, but not a good idea because the Iranians have hit back in a way I think that they've been taken by surprise by the scale of it, economically, by closing the Strait of Hormuz, by attacking the Gulf states, and that the combined effect of this has been a shuddering shock to the global economy. And so Trump wants out, and yet it's very difficult to see how he gets out with a convincing claim of victory. So those are the theories. What's your view?
I mean, at the end of the day, my view from the very beginning, and still my view to this day, is that this operation, whatever it is, has to be seen through to the end, because the worst case scenario is that this war ends and the regime is still in power. That's worse than if the war never happened at all. And so in terms of what I'm here to do, or what Goldie is here to do, is represent, these sentiments of the Iranian people and how we feel about what these military strikes are doing, which are targeting an oppressive regime that, we all know has been oppressing the Iranian people for 47 years. In terms of the military strategy, that's not really within our purview. The only thing that we can do is trust that the United States government knows what it's doing and has an effective plan to remove this regime.
Okay, but explain this to me. I get that. But let me just ask you this. Donald Trump said...
I just tried out a joke on my sister. Apparently.
Said yes to
All right, so she was always my best audience with this kind of stuff. And honestly, she's the one who gave me some confidence to go do stand-up. We're sending each other Jesus jokes. It's Easter. This is what we do. And I just said her, was it a bit insensitive to call Jesus Holy Father?
The mission of making it impossible for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon has now been achieved. It seems to be where he's edging now as the sort of totality justification for the action he took. But there's one problem.
Jesus Christ. Hey.
Is that all the enriched uranium remains untouched underground in Iran. The capacity to develop that into a nuclear weapon remains exactly as it was before this war was started. So I don't understand how Donald Trump, or anybody, frankly, can claim that they have stopped Iran from being able to develop a nuclear weapon when all the tools they need remain exactly where they were before it started.
Well, that's the question that's on everybody's mind, right? The only thing that we've ever asked is for this war to go to completion and for this regime to be removed. It was never in our imagination that you would stop at the point that their nuclear capabilities were decapitated. We were told that the end of this war would be when this regime fell, that uncompromising surrender. That's the only ambition that we were ever told. So I don't know what to tell you about this falling short at just,
I'm going to bring the others in. I mean, Anna Kasparian, that's really interesting because Elika's reflecting there what so many people are thinking, which is the goalposts have changed so often. It was early on, this was going to be regime change. And they thought by decapitating the top of the regime, killing the Ayatollah and a lot of the top people, then naturally, and apparently this was what the Israelis told the Americans, there will be uprisings and the regime will topple. None of that has happened. So they've now moved, it seems to me, to a different game plan, which is actually what we meant all along, was degrading their military and stopping them building a nuke. They've done the first, that has to be accepted. They've massively degraded the Iranian military, but they've come nowhere near to stopping them developing a nuclear weapon if Iran chooses to, because the uranium is still there.
Unfortunately, you have two different countries that are involved in this effort to, I guess, either topple the regime in Iran, which isn't going to happen, or, degrade Iran's military capabilities and ability to build nuclear weapons. For the Israelis, it was never, ever about nuclear weapons. It was never about degrading Iran's military capabilities. It was always about regime change for them. But in order to build consent or manufacture consent among the American people for a war that we all knew was going to be a disaster, the American people were fed lies and all sorts of fear-mongering about how Iran is such a threat that we need to get involved and we need to disarm the Iranians. Okay, how is that working out for us? there was no strategic military plan in place. Elika is on the propaganda wing, and she's like, oh, I don't know, it's not my job to think about the military strategy. No, Elika, it is your job to think about military.
I mean, I don't want to be mean, but
strategy.
Those lips ain't natural, and like, this is what she do, like fucking like do the cheap route and just suck on a fucking a Gatorade bottle and just go fuck.
Because you're advocating for something that's going to get American soldiers killed. It's going to get innocent
sounds done,
civilians
right?
killed. In fact, that's happening right now as we speak. And so you should ask yourself, is there really a reliable path here, a militaristic path that's going to secure what I personally want, which is regime change? And honestly, there isn't a path. There isn't a path. First of all, I don't have a path because I've analyzed the situation and realized that Iran has a formidable military and that we're going to put our soldiers in jeopardy by taking them over there. I
can report that the Iran oil disruption is a regular headline in local Indian news now.
And you're interrupting me. Why are you interrupting me? Pierce, are you going to intervene? Because she's interrupting me when I didn't interrupt her.
Yes, I think that's a fair comment. You shouldn't interrupt each other because we can't hear either of you when you do. So
I appreciate it.
Bitch. And that's for Piers. Fuck him. No, dude. No.
It is important to...
No, she called you out on exactly what you do here. Because notice how he always lets the right winger get away with the shit that, like, in the second, or not even left winger. Like, he does it to Dave Smith, too, where it's just like, he'll let everybody bulldoze him, but the second that Dave starts interjecting, he's like, don't interrupt each other. It's like,
to ask yourself, as you're advocating for military action, whether or not that military action is going to secure the gains that you're advocating for. And if you looked at the landscape, if you looked at the terrain in Iran, if you looked at what Iran is capable of doing, the fact that they control the Strait of Hormuz, you would think about all these elements before spouting off about getting the United States involved in a war that isn't going to secure what you think it's going to secure. There isn't going to be regime change in Iran. And by the way, I think it's disgusting that we are dragged into a war on behalf of a foreign country that does not plan to put any of their boots on the ground. Not a single IDF soldier is planning to be on the ground.
That's a really interesting point. Let me bring in Goldie Gamari. Welcome back to Uncensored, because it seems to me, look, I'm not a military expert, but a lot of my family have served at high level in the British military. And there is only one way to get that enriched uranium and therefore be sure that you can prevent Iran in the future developing a nuclear weapon, because they're very advanced as it is with this uranium. And the only way you can do it is with ground forces. The problem is it's incredibly dangerous, that operation, because of the terrain there, because of the way you would have to do it, because of the embedded defenses that the Iranians clearly have, the drones they have, and so on. This could very quickly, if America tried to do this, and I think it's perfectly reasonable, Anna, to point out, so far there's no suggestion the IDF will join this, even though it's clear from Marco Rubio's own mouth that America went into this because the Israelis said, we're doing it with or without you. If it becomes a ground war, this could become very quickly disastrous. I mean, do you accept there's that risk here?
There's always a risk in everything that happens, but I mean, ultimately, we're dealing with the most powerful military in the world, the U.S. military. Their intelligence is top notch. President Trump himself has said that the reason that he decided to begin this as he calls it, an excursion into Iran is not because of Israel, it's because he assessed the threats to the United States. And, you know, obviously the commander-in-chief of the United States of America has way more intelligence information than, you know, just random podcasters on YouTube. So, you know, I trust President Trump. I trust his analysis. And Pete Hegseth has also said that the vast majority of the Islamic regime's ground forces, it has been destroyed, their drones, their missiles, everything. So the only thing that's really left of the Islamic regime is just their paramilitary forces. In fact, they're so weak that they're now not only bringing militia groups from Iraq, but they're now actually conscripting 12-year-old children, which is a war crime. So the Islamic regime is now using children to protect
All right, let's take for a moment your premise that they've been almost obliterated, which I keep hearing. Okay, but from where I'm looking, the regime has not been displaced. I mean, Donald Trump this morning put out a new post on Truth Social saying Iran's new president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we're blazing Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages, his usual hyperbolic rhetoric. But we don't know who he's talking about, by the way, because no one's come forward from the Iranian side to say, yes, that's me, and we are talking to the Americans.
And Piers, I think that's actually very funny because as far as we knew, the president was Pezeshkian. If President Trump is saying that there's a new president, does that mean Pezeshkian has been obliterated?
Well, that's why I said, we don't know who this guy is. We don't know that he's much less radicalized because we've no idea who it is, or that he's more intelligent than his predecessors. It could just be Trump playing games, trying to divide and rule with the IRGC. That's highly likely, I would think. And maybe that's an effective tactic. Maybe that's an effective tactic. We shall see. With all these things, once a war starts, it's very, very difficult to predict how this plays out. But what I would say about the strength of the American military is there's been an asymmetric war going on.
That's not lost on me.
And I'll bring Aaron in here. The asymmetric war is that you've got the American and Israeli combined incredibly powerful military, the most powerful military we've ever seen in this planet, waging merry hell across the skies of Tehran. But at the same time, the Iranians, like I said earlier, very skillfully and with great cunning, it has to be said, doing a very effective job in economically strangling the world through the Strait of Hormuz, and also strangling the economies of the Gulf states, its neighbors, by attacking refineries, by attacking tourist areas and so on. This has been very effective. I think far more effective than the Americans and Israelis thought may happen. So you've got two wars going on here. And my guess is because of the pain that's happening at the gas station prices, food prices to come, because fertilizer's been shut and so on, you're going to see a lot of fallout from this all summer. You've got the midterm elections in America in November. Donald Trump is many things, but he's not politically stupid. He will know that they could take an absolute beating in the midterms and render him a lame duck if he doesn't do something to resolve where he is right now. I think he wants out, which is why he keeps talking about 2 to 3 weeks, I'm gone, and whatever. What do you feel?
It just gives him way too much credit.
I think his foremost concern right now is calming the markets. And that's why he keeps saying that he's having these great talks and they're getting somewhere and he's going to wrap this up really soon. I can't divine what's in his head anymore. I used to think he had smart political instincts, but I think going to war against Iran in a completely unjust, unprovoked fashion has blown up that impression for me. And there's a debate going on right now that we're having about whether or not the Trump-Netanyahu war in Iran is effective. I think we're missing a more fundamental question. Is it right? Is it just? And the fact that Iran is waging asymmetrical warfare underscores a really important point. It's the weaker party militarily, which underscores it's not a threat to anyone. Trump went to war because Iran acts as a deterrent to U.S. and Israeli hegemony in the region. That's not a threat to anyone's security. It's a threat to domination. And that's why Iran is being subjected to these attacks. And it's whether or not Trump can achieve his goals or not, it doesn't obscure the fact that it's fundamentally illegal. Under the standards of the Nuremberg trials, aggression is the supreme international crime. That is what Trump undertook here. Even his own intelligence agencies affirmed a year ago, and this hasn't changed, that Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program. It limited its missile ranges. At best, they said
but
by 2035.
But hang on that point, because we do know they were clearly lying about the capacity of their missiles, right? They fired a missile only last week, which went twice as far, a ballistic missile, twice as far as they had said that their missiles were capable of going.
It was fired from an Israeli point.
It didn't actually land on its target, but the distance it traveled would mean it could potentially get to Europe. It could get to London, to Paris, whatever. That is in direct contradiction to the undertakings Iran are given about the distances its missiles could go. So they've clearly been lying.
Well, not necessarily, because first of all, even NATO said we can't confirm that Iran fired that missile. So I'm not even sure that it was Iran. But let's say it was Iran. If it was Iran, then it's quite possible they put on.
Well, who else fired it?
Well, listen, I wouldn't put anything past Israel. They carry out all sorts of nefarious acts all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a false flag. But listen, let's assume it was Iran.
Well, hang on, Aaron. You're expecting me to You're expecting me to believe that Israel deliberately fired a ballistic missile at an American base.
Yeah, that happens. That happens. Believe it or not, that has happened in the past.
Yeah, Israel decades ago attacked the USS Liberty, killed a bunch of U.S. soldiers. So actually, I wouldn't put it past them. But listen, let's assume it was Iran. Let's assume it was Iran. Just hold on a second. I'll just finish this point. If it was Iran, if I can finish this point, it's possible they put a smaller payload on the missile, which means it can travel further. And regardless, look, this whole debate is skewed because Iran is defending itself against an act of unprovoked aggression, an act that is not targeting the quote unquote regime. It's hitting schools. They massacred over 150 girls in the opening hours of this unprovoked war. They're hitting pharmaceutical plants that make medicines, for Iranians.
Look, on this point,
they're hitting residential buildings.
Yeah, but Aaron, the idea. Okay, but look, I have serious misgivings about this war and have done from the start. I do not think that Iran had an imminent capacity to have a nuclear weapon or to use one.
There was no October 7th for this one, you fucking asshole.
And also flies completely in the face of what we were told after the 12-day war last summer. We were told that whole capacity had been destroyed anyway. So none of that makes any sense to me. But the idea that Iran had never provoked either Israel or the United States, I mean, that is also patently disingenuous because Iran for the last few decades has systematically waged a campaign of terror through the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxies against Israel. Ayatollah has led the chance of death to America, death to Americans. They have killed, I think, more Americans than any other nation in the world, right, in the last 47 years. So this idea that this has all happened out of nowhere, you know, I just think is disingenuous.
I think the fundamental problem in the region is that you have an Israeli government that gives itself the right to displace the indigenous Palestinians, steal their land, and deny them a homeland. And Iran, on that question, has been far more accommodating than Israel and the U.S. have in terms of accepting the international framework for the Israel-Palestine issue. Iran has said that they would support the Arab Peace Initiative, which offered Israel full normalization if it allowed Palestinians to have a state in just 22% of historic Palestine. Iran has cooperated with the U.S. in the past. You mentioned earlier that Trump's turning his back on NATO and NATO helped the U.S. in Afghanistan. So did Iran. Iran provided critical intelligence to the U.S. that helped the U.S. capture fighters from al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And that was blown up when George W. Bush gave a speech declaring Iran to be a part of the axis of evil. The U.S. Ambassador Ryan Crocker said that seriously undermined Iran's cooperation, which was very, very fruitful. And there have been so many more diplomatic initiatives since. Iran sent Bush a letter offering to resolve all these issues.
These two
Bush ignored it. There was the Iran nuclear deal, which even Trump...
They're kind of panicking because they have nothing to really counter this with because this is just reporting.
Trump's own administration certified that Iran was complying with.
And what about the slaughter? What about the slaughter of thousands of protesters, including many completely innocent civilians on the streets of Iran in January, for example? Because the noise from the left, I have to say, was pretty... I'm not accusing you or Anna, I don't know what you both said about it at the time. You can enlighten me.
They said nothing.
But there was a deafening...
I'll tell you what I said.
Well, hang on. There was a...
Don't speak for me. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, I actually remember very well.
Sorry, I'm actually talking...
You don't know what I had to say about it.
30,000 people were killed. I heard it from your mouth.
Okay.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me the evidence.
There it
I'll
is.
admit that
There
I'm
it
wrong.
is.
But
How many do you think were killed?
Where's the evidence, Elika? Where's the evidence?
You want me to tell you?
What's
you
the
want me to tell
source?
you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can tell you the source. I can tell you the source because how quickly you believe in terrorist regime, but you don't believe.
Just give me the source. I don't need to.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. Silence, and I'm going to tell you. Every single hospital in every single city in Iran gave a tally of how many corpses were in their beds. In total, that amounted to 36,500 people, and that didn't include the people that were slaughtered in the street.
What source compiled those numbers?
The hospitals.
Every hospital? Okay, so you yourself talked to every single hospital?
I saw the list. I saw the list of every hospital with every number.
You saw the list.
Google it.
Who published the list? Who published the list?
It's everywhere. Human rights organizations.
You should know the source. You should memorize that. If you're so heated about
I'm
this
telling
issue.
you.
But you know what's interesting? Okay, hang on. You know what's interesting,
This is so weird when she
you're having the complete reverse. You're having the complete reverse.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not.
okay, I'm going to explain. We haven't
the
heard
New York Times just published a piece on this that I hope you read. That I hope you read.
You haven't heard my question yet.
Right. You care about the deaths in Palestine, but you don't care about the Iranian people. I do care about the Iranian people. Unfortunately,
hang on. You got utterly enraged when people questioned the number of people who'd been killed in Gaza, rightly, because it turned out those numbers were broadly accurate, have now been admitted by Israel. And yet here you are doing exactly what so many Israeli guests did on this show about the deaths in Gaza. You're just refusing to believe any of the numbers coming out of things. So my question for you would be, well, if it wasn't 30,000, then how many do you think were killed?
I don't know. I don't know
so
exactly.
So how do you know it wasn't 30,000?
Hold on.
Sorry, hang on.
Elika,
sorry,
let me make
again,
my point.
Anna,
If you're going to ask a question, let me answer it. Let me answer the question.
This. Anna,
I
so
know, but let me answer
my point being,
the
very question that I used to ask all the Israeli guests who would try and cast aspersions.
I know.
Is the same question
Let me explain
I'll put to
myself.
you. It's the same question to you, which is, if you don't know, how do you know it wasn't 30,000?
Okay, let me explain it, okay?
You don't know.
No, Pierce, let me explain it. Okay, when it comes to Gaza, the Gaza Health Ministry, historically, you look at the history, they have historically been accurate and very careful when they publish death tolls, okay? They're always confirmed. In fact, oftentimes, they're an underestimate. So I know to trust the Gaza Health Ministry because of its history of publishing accurate data. In the case of Iran, we know a few things. We know because so many American former government officials and current government officials and the Israeli media were literally bragging about putting Mossad on the ground, arming people. And that's why so many of the law enforcement or police officers, security forces in Iran were also killed. Okay, there's a lot of disinformation coming out, and there are different sources publishing different information about the death toll, which is why I don't know. I have not found a source that I fully trust
and yet you
that's
are
giving me accurate data.
No, but Anna, again, I would use the same questioning I did to people about Gaza.
How many of them were killed by Mossad operatives? How many of them were actually killed by
I'm not asking you that. No. I'm simply saying once you've admitted you have no idea how many were killed, I find it extraordinary that you would be so emphatic in refuting the 30,000 number. You don't know.
You think 30,000 people were slaughtered in 1 week?
I think it could easily have happened from the scenes that I was looking at. Yes.
I don't.
Okay, you don't believe it. Okay, but
I don't believe it.
Given that you've admitted you don't know, you don't know. Let me come back to Elika.
She's okay not cooking.
You know, I have noticed there has been a.
All right, I might use that a little bit.
I think there has been a double standard here from people on the left who I respect, where they seem to care an awful lot more about Palestinians being killed in Gaza, which I also shared their care about, and the protesters killed in Tehran at the start of the year. And it was deafening. It was deafening. And Hollywood was deafening by its silence too. And I just think that's another thing that is just wrong about this. It's intellectually dishonest to people, right? To pick and choose which
You know what's
innocent
dishonest,
people.
Pierce? The fact that
now?
Iranians are getting killed right now. Civilians are getting targeted right now. This war began, with 175 people getting slaughtered at an elementary school? Elika, you got anything to say about that? Do your people feel liberated?
Yeah, I do,
You don't live in Iran? You've never lived in Iran. And you have the audacity to talk about this as if it's the liberation of the Iranian people as they're getting killed, as their hospitals are being bombed, as healthcare workers are being killed. Disgusting.
All right. Let Elika respond. Let Elika respond.
I'm not going to shut up.
Well, you let her respond because you asked me to stop her interrupting you. So I'm now saying to you,
okay,
Anna,
go ahead, Elika.
let her speak.
Please go ahead.
When you talk about the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, you say their numbers have historically been accurate. Well, did they ever separate civilians from Oh, good. Insults. That's good. Did they ever separate civilians from combatants? They didn't. And in the end, we discovered that that number did include many combatants. Okay.
The idea
so that's
did,
the first
actually.
Thing. Yeah.
You know their numbers.
Correct. That's good.
83%
right?
civilians.
Okay, are you going to interrupt?
83%.
Are you going to interrupt? Actually, Hamas said that 50,000 of them were combatants. Regardless, you are quick to trust the Hamas-run health ministry, which just shows who you trust, right? Which is terrorist regimes. Second of all, you sat there just right now and said 178 school children were killed. First of all, you said nothing about the hundreds of children that were killed on January 8th and January 9th by the regime. And second of all, where did you get that number from? The only people who have confirmed that number is the regime. And that just goes to show.
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
Are you denying that 175 people were slaughtered in that school? Are you denying it? Are you denying it?
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Because you did deny.
Let me finish my point. Are you going to let me finish my point? There absolutely were children killed in that strike. How many? We don't know, because the only people who have confirmed it is the regime.
Yeah, but
okay,
again, Elika, okay, well, now let me Elika, hang on.
Let me finish.
Let me jump in there. Because you're now doing exactly. Sorry,
I'm not.
You're now.
If you let me, Piers, if you let me finish my point,
we know how many children were killed.
No,
we know how many were at the school.
that's not what I'm saying. Piers, let me finish my point, and you'll see what I'm saying. Okay. I'm not saying what's real and I'm not saying what's not real. Here is the point that I'm making. When the people, okay, tell you something, doctors, witnesses, eyewitnesses on the ground tell you something, okay, it is questioned. When the regime says something, it is believed. So what I'm saying is that I'm pointing out to the hypocrisy of how easily they believe regimes, which they might be true. It might be true.
Yeah, but you know, the trouble is, again, you're both basically casting doubt over the death toll numbers.
It's not about casting doubt.
You're both casting doubt over the death toll numbers of the other side. And that's my point about intellectual dishonesty. I don't think it's honest to do that. I mean, in relation to the attack on the school, it's pretty obvious to anybody what has happened there.
We know that people were. We know
why. It used to be. Let me finish my point, please. It used to be part of an IRGC compound. Then it was moved out several years ago to be just outside the compound. I suspect they clearly deliberately attacked the compound, and the missile was slightly off and hit the school and killed over 160, 70 young schoolgirls at school. It was a disgusting thing to happen. And what America should have done, what President Trump should have done, is just immediately had the investigation, concluded it immediately. They know if one of their missiles hit that school or not. They knew immediately. And they should just say, we made a terrible mistake. We were aiming for the compound next to it. We hit the school. Terrible things happen in war. Terrible mistakes happen in war. We are owning this mistake. I would respect any country that says that when that kind of thing happens enormously more than I respect the obfuscating and disingenuous bullshit we've heard about the attack on that school. Right?
Absolutely, but Piers, that's not the point. The point is that how quickly people run with numbers provided by a regime that historically does nothing but disseminate propaganda, and how quickly they question the words of the witnesses of people who have seen this massacre on the ground. That shows you who they defer to, and that is what's worrying.
Okay, let's just
I'll make a point, Piers. The government published a list of people that it says were killed during those protests. If people think that list is false, what they can do is
they're either alive or dead.
There has been.
You know what? They're either alive or dead. And it will be verified. And my guess is that many thousands were killed. Exactly how many thousands?
I mean, she kind of seems like she is definitely missing something.
I don't know. But I certainly, because I don't know, I'm not in a position to emphatically deny any figure because I don't know. Let's just turn. I want to turn to another. Hang on. Listen, we're running out of time.
Because those numbers are ridiculous.
I want to turn.
Those numbers are ridiculous.
I want to turn to another issue.
From 30,000 to 40,000.
All right, we've done the ridiculous numbers. All right, stop talking, please.
Because you're anointed.
I want to change the subject and bring Aaron in here. All right, Aaron, I want to talk about this extraordinary thing yesterday where Israel's parliament approved a law that would make the death penalty the default sentence for Palestinians convicted of what they regard as deadly terror attacks. The legislation was pushed by the far right with Ben-Gvir, the National Security Minister, its driving force. After the vote, and I found this particularly sickening, he was seen opening bottles of champagne and celebrating, posting on X, "We made history, we promised, we delivered." And, I just found this, I have to be honest, completely repellent. I find Ben-Gvir and Smodrich repellent anyway. I think they are unbelievably far right. I think they have dragged Israel into very dark places, this Israeli government. And I think that this is indicative of what I mean by that. The death penalty has existed, but not been
the pearl clutching because she doesn't have a leg to stand on.
Used in Israel for decades. They're bringing it back only for Palestinians, who they.
What I don't like is how Piers will I'm not sure if this is subconscious, but he does baby her instead of Anna, where he'll derail anything she has to say.
Being guilty of terrorism.
Maybe it's because he knows that the right wing guests are generally baby brained, but
some will have committed acts of terror. Others are furiously disputed by the Palestinian side. So it's an arguable point, and we'll have to see who they decide they're going to kill.
The fact that his wife is into the swinging thing that she's into makes me wonder what he's into, which makes me wonder, seriously, you know what? They deserve this shit. They really do. This is the Hollywood elite bullshit types, and Piers Morgan's literally one of those guys that he only cares about who he rubs elbows with. Look at the way that he fucking goes for Trump. It's because he's an entertainment figure and he's powerful. It's gross.
And others were wearing nooses as badge lapels on their suit. It was sickening. But also, they're saying it won't apply to Israelis. Right? So you won't have Israelis being killed under this new law in Israel because, of course, they're not going to convict any of their own for any act of terrorism, even though many other people view a lot of the behaviour by some of the more rogue elements of the IDF to be acts of terrorism. So there's a terrible double standard there, which and the way Ben-Gvir and others have been celebrating it is sickening for anybody, right? Whoever you are. What's your view of this?
Yeah, and this is the government that working class American soldiers are being forced to die for. Nobody signed up to defend this fanatical Jewish supremacist state, but yet this is what people are being sent off to West Asia to defend and to die on behalf of. As Anna pointed out, the Israeli military won't even be sending its own ground forces if there is a ground invasion of Iran. This is what the Israeli government is. People like to think there was maybe an earlier time when the Israeli government was more liberal and things have gone the wrong way. Well, when you found your country on ethnic cleansing, when you claim that there's a divine right to steal land from somebody else, when you establish an apartheid regime that privileges one group, Jews, over another, Palestinians, this is what is going to happen. This is the inevitable result of Zionism. And it's what so many people around the world now are waking up to as being just incompatible with any basic standards of humanity. But yet we're constantly told by all of our leaders that Israel is a top ally, they share our values. Well, these aren't my values, and these aren't the values, I think, of most decent-minded people. So what you're seeing now, I think, because of Israel's actions, and it's not just, it goes far beyond this measure. We've just seen more than 2 years of a mass murder campaign against the defenseless civilian population in Gaza, which is ongoing. And also you're seeing concurrent acts of terror every single day by Jewish settlers backed by Israeli soldiers in the occupied West Bank. People are waking up against this, and global opinion.
Yeah, look, I would agree with you. I would agree with you on the settler point. I think there's been some outrageous aggression by Israeli settlers against Palestinians in the last few months. I would take issue again just with the way you characterise the defenceless civilians in Gaza. Of course, they're surrounded by Hamas terrorists who committed one of the worst acts of terrorism in modern times on October the 7th and are still embedded all around civilians and have been from the start of this war. So they're not, if you're being honest again about what's happening in Gaza, they're not defenseless. I think it's gone way too far.
Oh,
what's happening in Gaza?
Well, you hear that? I think you're gonna bring in some kitty money, or are you just gonna be like, send me catnip? And I will be good.
Initial defense I made of Israel's right to defend itself, its duty to defend itself and its population has been just desecrated by the scale of what has gone on there. And the fact they still won't let journalists in to verify what has gone on there says everything to me. It says they know what they've done does not live up to their claim to be the most moral army in the world. They've done stuff so bad, they won't let journalists in to look at it. And so, that's my view about it. But I think the idea that no one has been there armed in Gaza, able to fire back. Obviously, they have. That's what Hamas have been doing.
I didn't say they couldn't fire back. I said they can't defend themselves from one of the most sophisticated armies in the world, dropping 2,000-pound bombs on residential areas and destroying.
No, I get that. But the truth is that war went on for a long time because actually there was a lot coming back the other way too, right? So I agree with you. I don't disagree with your overall point. It's just language is quite important. Let me bring in.
I agree.
Let me bring in Goldie. I want to bring in Goldie on this point. Goldie, you can defend Israel's government, and so on. I hate the way people conflate the actions of the government with Israeli people or Jewish people. To me, it's a ridiculous thing to do. It's anti-Semitic to hold the Israeli government to account whether they're this right wing and doing such terrible things. You know, when I looked at what Ben-Gvir was doing there, right there, you know, I think I
please don't shut down stream.
posted this on X. This is despicable. Despicable to see a senior government minister of any supposedly civilized country cracking the champagne open at the thought of killing people. Whatever your argument about the people that they're going to put to death, wearing nooses on the thing that they've gone back hundreds of years into the Wild West. You know, this is wrong, isn't it? Can you condemn
your sentence
this?
is 5 minutes.
I mean, my understanding of this law is that it is limited to Palestinians and Hamas terrorists who were specifically involved in the October 7 attacks. So this is basically a law that's only for that particular incident. With respect to internal Israeli politics, I mean, I don't really comment on internal politics. Not really my thing. I mean,
You do for Iran.
Video, so yeah, because I'm Iranian. Of course, I'd comment on Iran. I'm Iranian. Why
okay, well, you're not American.
What an
so why are you
idiotic
trying to drag
comment.
America into
Of course
wars
I comment
that
on
you want
Iran. Why
America to
wouldn't I?
fight?
Why are you commenting on Iran? You're not Iranian.
Okay, then how about you leave America out of it?
All right, what he is doing is he's trying to like claw the carpet, but he's going to like the ends, so he's trying to pull carpet.
You want to comment on Iran? That's fine, but demanding that American soldiers die on behalf of your little agenda is a little disrespectful, isn't it?
I think it's absolutely insane that you think that I have anything to do with President Trump's decision to go in and destroy the Islamic regime. I think you're absolutely insane.
I mean, he takes counsel from the likes of Laura Loomer, so you never know. You never know.
I have nothing else to
I'd
say
actually
to
like to go back to someone who has
Anna,
things
I
of
will
substance to say
Anna, I
real
will
quick.
come to you about this issue, but I just want to finish one point with Goldie. It's not true that this only applies to Palestinians who were involved on October the 7th. It doesn't. So that's not.
If that's the case, then I mean, as a former parliamentarian, I probably wouldn't be, sipping champagne and celebrating. I think, it's a very grave.
Well, especially a law that only applies to one ethnic group.
So, I mean, I would not.
Right, but it only applies to one ethnic group, right? I mean, how can that be remotely acceptable to anybody?
I'd have to go look at. I'd have to go look at that legislation. But ultimately, I mean, this is what they voted for. So it's their internal affairs and their sovereign state. And
yeah, and you know what? We're perfectly entitled to call it.
After what happened on October 7, I can see why there's a lot of passion around this situation.
Okay, Alec has dropped off. I don't know why. I wish people wouldn't do that, or at least say they're going to do it. Oh, it's technical issues. All right. I hope it was. Anna.
May I jump in? Thank you, Piers.
Final point to you.
I appreciate that. So, look, in regard to that law that just passed in Israel, it isn't just the fact that it goes along with the existing apartheid state of Israel, where Palestinians are treated as subhumans. It's also the fact that Palestinians are tried in.
Shit. I wish I could film this. Leto is stalking a spider.
These kangaroo courts, basically military courts, that have a 96% conviction rate.
Like on the
and often these so-called admissions of guilt are secured under duress, under torture. And so a lot of innocent people are going to be hanged. And that's the whole point of the law that just passed. That's why the terrorists within the Knesset, the Ben-Gvirs, the Bezalel Smotriches, they were celebrating specifically because of the fact that they know that they're going to have some legal path to justify the slaughter of more innocent Palestinian individuals.
That's
what's going on. And can we just have Aaron say one last thing? Because Aaron's reporting on what happened to a toddler, a Palestinian toddler, who was detained alongside his father in central Gaza is something that people really need to know about. Aaron, can you just briefly talk about that? Because I want people to know about what's going on.
Hannah, you're giving me too much credit because I haven't really done anything on this, but I do know the basic fact that there was a toddler seized in central Gaza along with his father, and he came back with burn marks. And the doctor says
the last report I saw about this. Sorry, the last thing I said was that was erroneous, that reporting, and it was denied, and then the verified reporting came back. I think that it was not true.
Okay, well, I haven't seen that. But what
Well,
I saw
I
was
think we did, we'll look into it. My understanding
the
is
point is Israel slaughtered thousands of Palestinian children. The Washington Post
okay,
actually
but we're moving into a different.
has a list of.
Okay, we're moving
anyway,
into
so
a different.
I'm saying this is totally.
I wish you guys cared this much about
I don't want to move into other more general arguments about it.
You do care. They're getting slaughtered right now. They're getting slaughtered right now. They're getting slaughtered right now. Right now. Okay, because of what you want. Because of what you want.
All right.
Because of what you want. You're disgusting.
You know what? It shouldn't be mandatory that in the last 3 minutes of every uncensored debate, a member of the Young Turks team comes on. You all lose your shit. It is possible.
How could I not?
Well, it is possible to end on a more civilized manner and just accept.
It's really difficult.
Well, you have different opinions. You know. That's why I get everybody on with different opinions. But we should never lose our basic sense of. We shouldn't lose our sense of civility when we debate things, because that way
I'll do my
madness
best next
lies.
time.
Anyway. It's always good to have you. Thank you to my panel. I appreciate it. And to Elika, who apparently was tech issues. Well, joining me now is the Palestinian political leader, Dr. Mustafa Barghouti. Welcome back to Uncensored. I just want to read what you...
It's I don't have the bandwidth to really deal with that right now. All right, so let's find something else. Oh, wait. I don't gotta find nothing else. I got this. Let's go. Let's go.
Step out now. You're gonna get tagged. Tase them. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
All right, so this is how we're gonna end the night. We're going to watch this the sovereign citizen video, and then
in policing, sovereign citizens encounters are on the rise, and there seems to be no shortage.
Oh, so I did read an interesting article about like this sovereign citizen stuff and how it's tied to Trump, and I was just like, that makes so much fucking sense. I love every second of it. But none of these cops want to bring that up because, yeah, they kind of voted for this shit. Do you ever think that they see that like when they're on patrol too, where it's just like, oh man, like we cultivated this, like these people are technically in our camp. Oh shit. Gotta hop off. Good night. Good night, Isaac. I appreciate you. Also, thanks for joining the Discord tonight, man.
Of incidents where officers encounter sovereign citizens who are willing to be torn out of their car and tased just to prove a wrong point, and officers willing to oblige them. This is one of those.
What was that? It was a setup. I had one turnaround on Mayfield there, backed up, and as soon as I pulled out, they got behind me.
Whenever I approach a car and I see the person stays on the phone, doesn't acknowledge my presence, and they're smoking a cigarette, already I have red flags. Most people, when they get pulled over, they're like, okay, they acknowledge the officer, and I can see that there's some aggression in this guy. This is definitely something to key in on.
It was a setup. Hey, sir, I need you to talk to me.
It was a setup.
You got a driver's license, registration, proof of insurance on you?
A setup.
Sir, you got a driver's license, registration, proof of insurance on you? Yeah, they're on it. They knew what the they were doing.
Take note of the officer behind the B-pillar door jam. You hear me speak of this all the time, and I'll call out if an officer gets too far into that window. The safer position, in my opinion, is behind that B-pillar door jam. So if the person wants to engage you, they got to turn, and you have the tactical advantage.
Sir, you got a driver's license, registration, proof of insurance on you? It ain't no joke. Break. Hey, sir, I need you to talk to me. Well, I'm right down here at the bottom of the hill. These guys are on a little trip, and I'm going to show them what the trip is all about.
Sir, take note of that comment. Letting another person know the exact location is something I definitely key in on.
Shut the truck off and start following my legal commands.
Oh,
you do not.
Oh no, this one. So the window's already down, so he's not getting pulled through the window. But this is gonna be.
Sir, get your supervisor out here. Sir, get your supervisor out here. Shut the truck off. Get your supervisor out here.
Ding ding, sovereign citizen.
Sir, sir, you need to get your supervisor out here. He will be here.
I don't know. I've dealt with enough like Karens that don't even know what sovereign citizens are.
Witnesses. Follow my commands. You have no command.
Same kind of cadence.
Shut the truck off. You have.
Dude, his ceiling's like not even hanging on. Like so I used to have a car ceiling like that in my my old Chevy, and yeah, safety pins.
Regulations. No.
So it's like this, but this guy like used like a button that he was like given from like some rally or some shit where he's just like, oh, that'll keep my ceiling up in my pickup.
Shut the truck.
I'm a Trump voter, you know. He cares about me.
I will not.
Don't tax billionaires.
Shut the truck off. You will get your supervisor out here.
He will be on his way. He's on his way.
This guy definitely steals catalytic converters.
Then he needs
Shut
to be
the
here
truck
right
off
now.
and give me your driver's license.
Allegedly.
I'm not talking to you. I'll talk to your supervisor. I'm not talking to you.
Sir,
I'm
shut
not
the
talking
truck
to you.
off.
No, I'm not talking to you. Head this way.
I'm not talking to you. You don't exist.
No, don't invite anyone else here. Hang up the
You're
phone.
invisible. You're an invisible policeman.
Hang up the phone
Get your
now.
supervisor here.
You're
You
not
have no
inviting-
legal
I
right
do
to
have
tell me
legal
what the
right.
hell to do.
I do.
No, you don't.
I have authority. We're on a
Where?
traffic stop.
Where?
We're in Hockley County.
Are you
I have
on a
authority
public
here.
road?
Yes, you were on a public
This guy's
road
good.
where the violation
Good.
occurred.
Then the public can do what the hell they want to do on that
That's not how
public
that
road.
works.
Yes, it is.
That's not how it works.
Don't get your
You are a legal fiction, sir.
supervisor out here.
He's going to be a sovereign citizen.
You know what a fiction is and a non-fiction? It's one of those confusing words where it's like real means non-fiction and fiction means not real. You know how confusing that shit be?
He's not going to ID himself and follow my commands.
Why I gotta do that shit when we were so young? I don't know, man.
Shut the truck
I've been carrying that with me all my life.
I'm right here. Did you go past bus garage? I'm right
Sir,
here.
you are not inviting anyone else out here.
Sir,
I'll be damned! I just called 4 hookers and I also bought a keg. I thought we was having a party.
We'll place you under arrest and them under arrest.
No, you cannot.
Yes, I will.
You can detain me. You cannot place me under arrest.
You are
You can detain me.
You need to get your supervisor out here. Quit talking.
This guy, I don't want to say he rules because he sucks, but I don't know. He got rules in this.
Go that way.
Get your supervisor out here, man.
No tag lights.
Hey, he lives by the confidence.
Sir.
Go that
Holy
way.
shit.
Shut the truck
This
off.
is a setup. I don't
not.
care.
This wasn't Santa. I like how he's literally knuckling his cigarette while he's doing this. He's just like, yo, this was a setup. It's a conspiracy against me. You're part of the deep state.
I already know this situation.
It's not a setup.
Yes, it is. Go that way.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to take note of something. Key in the mic, and I'm guessing that this is the gun hand, and I see the flashlight is in this hand. And a lot of people are going to say, well, he's got to key the mic. He's got to hold on to the flashlight. There's another
You have Jeopardy to watch?
option,
Oh,
potentially, and that is
well, enjoy Jeopardy. I love Jeopardy, but this is I don't know. I don't watch a lot of cop videos. Like I don't. I try not to like do propaganda, but sovereign citizens are fair game all day. They suck. They 100% make all of our lives harder. Like I hope you understand that.
is hooking the flash.
So, yeah, I enjoy some catharsis by watching these assholes fucking act a fool.
Flashlight under the arm. This arm is now free to key the mic, and then this hand is still free. I can't see the configuration of his gear, but for officers who want to know if they have an option of doing something, hook the flashlight under the arm, key the mic with this hand. This hand is free. This guy's a no person, and he's acting aggressive.
This is a setup.
Oh, that's what he would say. Oh, you gotta put quotes.
I don't care.
Sorry, not trying to tell you how to type. but-
I already know this situation.
It's not a setup.
Yes, it is. Go
Man, that is a Silverado. I will say this much.
that way.
I made fun of brand loyalists, but not even like brand loyalty or nothing like that. Just the Silverado from like the early 90s was a fucking solid truck.
No, sir.
Go that way. Get your supervisor.
He's
Please
on his
quit
way.
talking.
He's
That
on
was
his way.
Silverado for fucking 20 years almost.
I'm telling you, you're going to be placed under arrest.
I have family
Oh, family.
issues I'm dealing with.
I don't care about that.
I know you don't,
I don't
care.
care.
You really don't
Because
care.
this is a legal traffic stop, and you have to follow legal commands.
Bullshit. You need to go back to your cruiser till the
No.
supervisor gets here.
No.
You don't make the rules I do.
No, sir, that is incorrect.
Bullshit. You get
That is
paid
incorrect.
by the... I am a taxpayer.
Okay.
I pay your wages.
Okay.
That is true.
And that's fine. I appreciate that. You helped me put food on the table. But as a citizen, when you went through the BMV...
Citizen? Where the f*** does citizen come in?
You're an American citizen, aren't you? And an
Well,
Ohio
after
citizen?
knowing what I know now, I don't know. After knowing what I know now, I don't know if I am.
I'm okay.
It's pulling Popeye logic. I am what I am, and I am what I'll be.
Sir, keep your hands up on the steering wheel.
Don't tell me what to
Sir,
do.
keep your hands up on the steering wheel.
Hey,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
am I what you say I am?
You're an American citizen.
Is that what you say I am?
I'm trying to be nice. This guy's making it hard to fucking be nice to him.
Yes, sir.
Then
He keeps. Oh man.
I am free to do what I
It's a
want
special
on a
place.
public roadway.
Not on a traffic stop, you're not.
Traffic. That is statutes and codes. That is not law. What law did I break?
Now, this guy is clearly confused on how laws work in the real world. Just like how every year millions of people find themselves confused when trying to find the right
All right, man.
Medicare plan, which is exactly why today's video is sponsored by Chat.
Oh, he is going to jail. And stop. Oh, man, you got sponsors now. It's dirty. You fucking watch. This is publicly available. You understand that I could just do a FOIA and this is like in my hands right now?
In the state of Ohio.
It don't
Like, damn, dude. Like, God, I work too hard.
matter. There is no law. Who
I
is
really
the...
do. Like, sometimes I feel like an asshole where I'm just like, this is... Like, people just literally just restream or fucking rebroadcast shit that is, like, part of, like, the public record and that's it. Like, that's how they make their money.
Who is the victim?
The state of Ohio is the victim.
Well, you said that?
Yes, sir.
The state of Ohio is the victim.
Yes,
So I'm a victim.
No, the state of Ohio is
Well, you got what you voted for here, motherfucker.
the victim.
Yo, dude. No. Ohio's fucked up with their with their fucking traffic laws. I just gotta say, if you vote Republican in Ohio, you're voting for this shit.
I pay taxes.
Because you're obstructing.
Yeah, that don't matter, motherfucker.
I pay taxes to the state of Ohio. So who's the victim? State of Ohio can't be a victim. Who's the state of Ohio?
Those neckerchiefs aren't free.
Artificial entity? Huh? Who's the state of Ohio? Who is...
This neckerchief costs $1,300.
Who's the state of
It's
Ohio?
like, what? Taxes.
We sure the hell know it ain't you because you don't pay taxes. You get paid by taxes.
L2, step it up. We've got other people pulling up on our stop.
Man, this guy's a regular H&R Block.
Keep it. You don't pay taxes. You get paid by taxes. I pay taxes.
I mean, they...
Tell them to leave. You need to leave now.
I don't care. Hey, you're not gonna matter, my old lady.
You need to leave now.
To be fair, man, no, they don't. They can't actually, like, they can pull over on the other side there as long as they're not obstructing anything, and they can fucking film.
Tell her
Nah, I hate to say this one. The cops be on a power trip on that
to
one.
leave or she's going to jail.
Who's the state of Ohio? Who's gonna go to jail? Who's the state of Ohio? You tell me the state of Ohio. Who's the state of Ohio?
God, I miss the 90s where you could hear the like where like they would turn it on. It's just like trick.
So I just want to interject something here. On Taser, the ability for that to be effective with him in the car like that is going to be extraordinarily challenging. Who's on lethal cover? If you're going to be a Taser with a no person, with a vehicle that's not been cleared, and you're on less than lethal or low lethal, there has to be lethal coverage if you think that it might escalate that quickly. So that's a challenge. We'll see what happens.
You can't even tell me who the state of Ohio is.
Tell her to leave.
Actually, I disagree, and I think it's kind of fucked up that we just constantly, like, I don't know. We have a lot of ways to incapacitate people, man. Like, why can't we just do darts and, like, some trank? Like, what the fuck is this idea that, like, we need to, like, again, lethals? Cool, so it's just death penalty from fucking, you know, feel like the perception of an officer. I am the state, exactly.
State of Ohio. Nobody can tell me. It's an artificial entity. You guys act like you know what you're doing. I'm on private property, so it really don't matter.
Sir.
Who is it? Me. I fucking pay taxes. It's me. I am the state of Ohio. And you tell me I'm on a public road. So you're telling me.
You know, somebody said that he kind of rules. I mean, I don't know. This part, yeah.
The state.
I mean, if this ain't exercising your fucking, like, just to be, your right to be like, no, I do pay my taxes. I pay you, bitch. He's not wrong.
I'm on a public road, and you're going to pull me over for some bullshit. Is that what you're telling? Come on, man.
Oh, you thought that the cops did. Oh,
hey, think about it.
Oh, I thought the cops were gonna say it, or that's what he meant by, like, I am the state. Like, he's like, I am the state. I pay your taxes.
You can bring whatever, shoot me, whatever. I don't care. I'm not being vicious. I'm just stating the fucking honest, truthful fact, right? Is it not the truth? Is it not the truth?
What's his name? I don't know. He won't identify himself.
Hey, I'm Lieutenant Wilderman, Darlington County Sheriff's Office. How are you, sir?
I am me.
I am the shift supervisor on scene, okay?
Okay.
All right. My deputy here pulled you over for a no tag lights. Let me see your hands.
The tag light is right back there. It's a little thing. It's like it screws into the.
Okay. I need you to listen to me.
Yeah, but the tag light came back over a license plate or a tag, quote unquote, that wasn't legal.
Pulled you over for a traffic violation.
No, he didn't. He pulled down there. He turned around.
I need you to listen to me.
No, you need to listen to me because
exit the vehicle.
No.
If you do not exit the vehicle, we are going to remove you.
Hey,
now we're telling
that
you.
sounds like a threat. That sounds like a threat. That sounds like a threat. That sounds like a threat.
All right,
and you got little Rudy over here.
This is the last time I'm going to ask you.
It was a
Get out. Step out now. Step out now. You're going to get tased.
Tase him. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. You're under arrest. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Now you got me. Yep.
Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
What I want you to do, I want you to roll up on your side, okay? This way.
In custody. Okay, a lot to unpack on this and some really interesting stuff that we can learn from here. The initial stop was for a license plate light was out. And so a license plate light is the light that illuminates your license plate when you're driving. The interesting thing about that is a lot of officers will use that as what's called a pretextual stop, which is a stop that the officer really wants to look inside your car and find out if there's something more going on than just the tag light. And the Supreme Court has ruled on this. It is 100% within the officer's right to pull a person over if they have a legitimate charge, even if they want to do a little bit of snooping to see if there's something else going on. So that explains.
Yeah, and that's where the Supreme Court might have gotten that wrong. I thought this, like, seriously, this is where some of these assholes, as much as they suck with their sovereign citizen bullshit, excuse me, it does kind of suck that, like, him being like, oh, the Supreme Court totally ruled. It's like, yeah, the Supreme Court ruled that you could be a fucking little, what you doing in there? But I thought we were like land of liberty and fucking such, but whatever.
The part.
And then you're sitting there like, oh, well, we got to make sure we have less lethal, and lethal, like right back to back.
About why a lot of people get upset about getting stopped for these minor violations. A couple of things I'd like to mention when the person is saying the state.
I'd respect Neckerchief more if he ever criticized the cops. Yeah.
How can the state be the victim? Well, for traffic infraction,
nah, his bias is fucking inherent.
And the state or the jurisdiction is almost always going to be the victim that's listed because it's a state, county, whatever statute, and that's who's the victim. You know what other charges usually the state is the victim? Domestic violence. Not the actual person that was battered. The state becomes the victim because there were people who would not press charges because they were afraid of retaliation. So the state decided to step in and say, you know what, we're going to be the victim because we're going to go forward.
And I watch auditor channels too.
With the charges. So there were some tactical challenges that I saw when the lieutenant showed up. I love that he was about business and it was about lieutenant shutdown. But the positioning on the car coming up without the vehicle being cleared is just an unsafe place to be. We can always do that behind the B pillar. So the taser effectiveness. I'm a huge fan of what the taser can do. And the new Taser 10 is phenomenal. This was not the Taser 10. So what happened is you did not see the two prongs create neuromuscular incapacitation or NMI. And that's why you saw the officer drive stunning taser into the back, causing pain compliance, localized pain in that one area. And you see the attitude adjustment and the subject was taken into custody.
What's your name, buddy?
Don.
Don what?
Don Lane.
Don.
I'm well known.
Buddy, I've never seen you before.
Well, none of you have.
Okay.
This
was uncalled for, Don.
Well, it was, but I'm an asshole. Well, I'm not an asshole. I'm a really good guy.
I like the fact they just is like, but I'm an asshole.
My wife called me and she needed help, and I seen him whip it around there, and as soon as I pulled out, he pulled out, and I felt like, because she said sheriffs was up there waiting on them, and I'm like, well, I'll just come, and then
we're the only three on shift. Nobody was up waiting on anybody. Yeah.
I was actually home waiting my bed.
So here's the deal. You pretty much turned a simple traffic stop into a trip to the jail tonight.
Well, I don't want to do that, but
we didn't want you to do that either, but that's where you took this to.
Why?
What's your social, Don?
I didn't resist.
Who are you? No, but you do need to leave, though.
Well, then you're taking...
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Here's your second warning. Here's your second warning for obstruction. If you get to 3, you're going to jail.
Well, then you might as well put me in custody.
Okay, I've got to do my investigation here.
I light cigarette.
So you need to leave. It's not worth going to jail.
So my uncle's truck's going to get towed because I asked for help?
Not that because you're asking for help, because of what happened on scene here for my investigation, okay?
Can I please drive it home?
No.
With my license and everything?
No.
I can't. So you're going to tow it?
Yes, ma'am.
Pay the bill?
No.
I can sue you for this. You don't have
No, you can't.
jurisdiction.
Okay. I'm being nice. I'm being nice. I'm being nice.
I know the code.
Please, please don't make me put
That's why you guys get hit for that every
23
time.
to 19. All right, ma'am. Listen,
I'll
listen.
do it willingly.
Listen, I've been super nice to you,
I'll
okay?
give it back to you.
I don't want you to go to jail.
This is literally all I got. No,
Okay.
I'm being serious because I did not allow my uncle's truck to go to the impound, and I'm not allowing my husband to go to jail for something I called and asked him to do, knowing he didn't have a license. I am sorry.
Well, that's not why you
for
went
that,
to jail.
But that's bullshit.
That's not why
He went to jail. I'll tell you why he went to jail, because he knows the law like I do, and like all of our family does. And you guys, the way the school teaches you, don't like
Listen,
to hear the
listen.
truth.
Here's
And
the
it happens
last
every time you
time.
use the obstruction of
I'm
business.
trying to give you the chance. I'm trying to give you the chance to walk away now. If
And
not,
I'm
you
telling
are
you,
going to go
I'm
to
willing
jail.
for you to put those handcuffs on me and take me to jail with you, because I will sue you and,
Okay.
and take your bond number and everything.
You
will
are
never
not going to
find
stand
another
over my
job.
shoulder while I'm doing my investigation, okay?
Are you serious right now?
I am dead serious.
Can I get your bond number and I'll walk away? I'll walk
My
away
what?
if you can give me your bond number and name.
Bond number?
And name.
What's a bond number? I'm just trying to clarify.
Everybody
What's a
works
bond
for
number?
the state has a bond number.
No, bond number's when you go to jail. I've never been to jail.
No.
Are you asking for a
No,
badge
you are
number?
right.
No.
You are right.
I like how she argued that.
Are you asking for a
But
badge
everybody
number?
works
Is
for
that
the
the word
state
you were
has a
looking
bond
for?
number.
No, they do not.
Yes, they do.
Bond is when you
Might
get
wanna
set
look at
when
it.
you go to jail. Everyone has a social security number.
Oh,
Everyone.
yeah, you're also right on that, but
Okay.
trying to end us. So.
Okay. You need to walk away.
You want to play that?
You need to walk away.
Can I at least get your name?
I am Deputy Justice, and my badge number, or sorry, we don't have badge numbers, we have unit numbers.
Oh, there's now no longer badge.
No, nope, 3 Yes, ma'am.
And Deputy what?
Justice.
Deputy Justice? Can I get a first name?
No, absolutely not.
Deputy Justice, how poetic. It never ceases to amaze me that people, grown adults, could be so
Justice.
incredibly wrong, willing to get tased, get dragged out of a car, and go to jail and be wrong. If you know someone, and I hope you don't, know someone.
If you didn't really think that we didn't have jurisdiction, then no.
I had to take care of this matter because
you know we have jurisdiction. I'm going to revoke your bond if you don't sign it. I'm going to revoke your bond. Right? There's a big between
I haven't seen a judge not wear a robe ever.
privilege
Where the fuck is this?
versus a right. You have the right to walk.
I have the right to travel, don't I?
Yes, and you can walk your happy ass from one part to the other part.
Damn, saying happy ass?
Not in a car though.
Yo, what the fuck? I'm in. Let's go.
Good morning, Mr. Emmett.
All right. You know what? You get a little overtime. Son of a bitch.
Do you have a lawyer today?
No, representing myself.
You are charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. It looks like you also, out of the same charge, picked up a fraud as well. I mean, okay, you can represent yourself. That's your absolute right. I don't know how smart it is. Have you ever represented yourself before?
Yeah, many times.
How did that go?
I have many dismissals.
For what kind of cases?
I had a dismissal on unlawful carry before.
And you represented yourself?
Yes.
In this court? Oh, well, I found no probable cause. That's why I got dismissed. You didn't represent yourself.
I was representing myself, but the judge did find no probable cause.
I found, was it me?
No, it wasn't you. Well, I don't know. I think it was you.
I found no probable cause.
I think that was you.
You didn't represent yourself for nothing, man. I did it. Why don't we delay it off a week? Are you working
the Sylvie stamp of approval, which is highly rare for a
at
judge?
this time?
I am so in. All right.
Yeah, and I stay in Austin. I don't live
a new a new content farm.
So.
What do you do for a living?
Where we can just sit here and do some reacts.
Business.
Doing what?
Resale clothing, audio production.
How much money do you make a month?
I can't tell you, but to pay some bills.
You're very cryptic in all of your answers. We are now in court 5. In front of me, I
You're
have
very cryptic in all of your answers.
Case
this motherfucker dresses like Drew Carey on the fucking Price is Right. Trust me, I know.
number 2522688. Would you please identify yourself for purpose of the record?
The man eats on Amazon.
Yes, he has an open case in the 182nd. Looks like he made a $15,000 bond. With us, I am going to find there's probable cause to go forward. do you have a Texas driver license?
Have a U.S. got private property number with the FMCSA. With my vehicle was on there. It was sticker tags, everything for my business. The Amazon States.
So he does mostly civil court then, from my understanding, just based on the fact that he's like doing traffic law and this guy's a sovereign.
Transportation.
Is that from the state of Texas or from where?
This is federal. This is with the Department of Transportation.
From what I know of the law, you need a Texas driver license.
No, he's criminal? No shit.
To be able to drive.
This is what's this case being tried on? That's what I'm trying to, because I'm kind of don't know what it's being tried on.
It's
I'm in. I love this shit.
Criminal, yeah. Right, in jail time, right?
Dude, as somebody who has sat in a courtroom, because like, dude, my last name's P. Like, you got to understand, every time I've ever gone to court, I get to sit through some shit.
I believe so.
That's one of the benefits of having like a letter like later in the alphabet. Or I mean, some people would get mad at it, but I'm just like, fuck it. If I'm gonna be here, I might as well make a day.
You're taken to jail?
Yeah.
You know.
So that wouldn't lead you to believe it's criminal, right?
Yeah,
Where's
but
I don't know.
under common law, or is it military and tribunal? Because also with
I've been waiting for something like this for so long. This is so much fun.
I'm just trying to see this.
He
I don't want to
wanted
be
a
in trouble
sovereign.
because what I was told with the U.S. I have to register with the state of Texas
Doesn't say.
with the registration
I don't
or
know.
licensing. I do have my
Yeah, I'm gonna
own
like this.
place with
This
that vehicle
all right,
too as well. So
You need a license to
Fuck it, I'll
drive,
solve it.
a Texas driver license. That's it. If you're going to drive a vehicle, it also has to be registered so that they know that you're driving the vehicle and that you own it or have the right to have that, so it's not a stolen vehicle.
I own the vehicle and everything. When I was here the last hearing with the judge, like what he was saying, he said that when it had applied to me, but he was going to see what they were going to say about the other court about the probable cause of stopping me, because he said registration when it had in the front license plate when it had applied to me.
It does apply. It applies to everybody. Everybody has to have a back license plate. They also have to have a front license plate. And so much, they also tell you where it has to be on the car. They regulate.
Ohio or Illinois.
You can't put it in the windshield.
State, right?
State.
Yeah.
Right. They tell you where it has to be. You can't put it on the windshield. You can't put it on, like on what's it called? On the light. Got to be right there. They even tell you how many centimeters it's supposed to be from the street to the actual place on the car. That's how bad the state of Texas micromanages all these things. They even tell you how many damn centimeters it's got to be on the car. You can't drive. And that's it.
Yeah, I did tell him I was traveling. I wasn't arguing with him, but I was traveling. I wasn't making commerce. I used to do medical transportation, so I'm kind of aware with licensing, the registration, and everything. That's why for my private vehicles, I did that with the U.S. DOT instead of the state. But I didn't know that was
correct.
And
You need a license. It doesn't matter whether you're saying you're conveying, whether you're traveling. It's a privilege. It's not a right. Right? There's a big difference between a privilege versus a right. You have the right to walk.
I have the right to travel, don't I?
Yeah, taking your happy-go-lucky feet. You want to travel? Take those 2 feet to travel. Not in a car.
Just with the
Just rules. That's fucking judge rules. Pep Law wants to be his fucking prosecutor because it's fucking rules.
Saying, like, I have the right to travel.
You do.
You take your happy feet and walk.
Yes, and you can walk your happy ass from one
He did it. You can walk your happy ass from one point to another.
part to the other part. Not in a car, though. Not without a license and insurance.
Was on there from what I did this with the Department of Transportation. They said automobiles were on there, carrier, bicycles.
They're wrong. I'm just telling you now, they're wrong. Whoever told you that, whoever, where you got that, it's complete. Because imagine this, Mr. Emiton, and I've seen this before.
Oh,
Imagine
man, the fact that this guy thought that he was like, all right, what?
that
Damn, you're telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about?
you get into an accident, right? And you kill a 5-year-old kid. What's going to happen at that point? Whoever owns that car, the other people, they're going to come after you. They're not going to go after they're going to come after you. The first thing they're going to do is, do you have insurance? And if you don't have insurance, they're going to sue you. And then they're going to attach a lien on absolutely everything that you own to satisfy the judgment they get against you. You have insurance, liability insurance, so that if you ever get into an accident, You don't mean to do it. You didn't mean the kid. It's not an purposement. It was an accident. It's happened. You might be looking at your phone. You're looking at, this pretty girl that's walking across the street, and then boom. So the conveying, the this, that, you need a license. You got to have insurance. And we do it with every single person that comes in.
Can I say for the unlawful carry, the possession of marijuana, the person that was in the vehicle told the officer it was legal hemp that they got from the store. They have receipts and everything in Texas. You can have legal hemp. They got it from the store. He even told the officer it was theirs. He pulled me out the car. He didn't ask for any paperwork.
Now you're making the apples right. Now we got to test it. Is it weed?
Oh yeah,
is it hemp? Understand that takes time, but you also need a lawyer to represent you.
I found my own discovery. I was representing myself pro se.
And you can do that if you want.
Yeah.
But we have to go through a series of questions.
I represented myself plenty of times. I had dismissals here.
He's going to ask you the questions, though.
Remember, and for purposes of the record, so Mr. Emitom had a case with me here. It was May. It was actually...
Damn, I would actually be confused, especially if I had to go in front of this judge. I'd be like, oh shit, you're actually fair.
June 7th of 2022.
Wait a minute.
He was charged with another gun case. And that was with Victoriano. God, that was a PA too. And I found no probable cause in that case, right? So you didn't represent yourself in that case. I found no probable cause and they dismissed it. They didn't have to dismiss it, but they did dismiss it.
Dude, this isn't even his first time in front of this judge.
So other than that case, have you ever represented yourself?
Yeah, many times. I have dismissals all through different Harris counties.
Oh boy.
Traffic violations.
You're welcome to do it. And
I'm sorry, that's kind of fucking hilarious.
And, who's one?
This is like, oh boy, and this is the one that he brought up the DEA.
Who's one of the best presidents that in history that you think about right now?
To me, right now.
You can't think of one good president that we've ever had?
I don't know any.
Abraham Lincoln, he wasn't good?
I never met him. I don't know about him at that time.
Abraham Lincoln said something. He goes, you know what? He who represents himself has a fool for a client. That's what he said. Meaning that when you represent yourself, there is an inherent conflict and there's an inherent bias, and you may not be able to see things objectively.
Wouldn't it be kind of funny if he just Woodrow Wilson? It's like,
meaning that you have your heart, you got your soul into this case. So you may not be able to see from an outside position if...
Who is the guy that died right before getting into office?
They're saying something that makes sense. You're absolutely entitled to represent yourself. And if you want to do that, you're more than welcome to it. And I have no problem with you doing it. You need to understand, though, if you represent yourself, you can't come at a later day and say, you know what?
William Henry Harrison.
I had ineffective assistance account.
How in the fuck does that still count?
So my lawyer sucked. Well, you represented yourself. You now.
My favorite president was William Henry Harrison. He died before his inauguration. So technically, he was the best president because he died before he could fuck anything up.
Can't complain about that. If you lose and I end up putting your butt in jail for a year.
Yeah, dude. No, William Henry Harrison got fucking.
Can't complain. You're stuck like Chuck for a whole year because that's what you're facing.
He got sick and then fucking died right before his inauguration.
You're facing a year in jail, and I'm not here to put you through law school because I have way too much drama as it is. I don't need any more drama, right? So if you don't do it the right way, I'm going to shut you down. Right? I like to be nice to people, but I'm not taking you to school. Do you understand this? Do you understand the charges against you?
No, I don't understand the nature of it.
Okay, you're charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. You're facing up to a year in jail. What they're saying is that you unlawfully had a weapon. As a result, you were charged, and now you're facing up to a year. Do you understand?
Yeah, what they're telling me, but I still don't understand why I went to jail for that. So that's why.
What do you not understand?
The court procedures are...
Oh, yeah, he didn't wear a coat. That's right. Yeah, his inauguration speech. He got pneumonia from giving a inauguration speech where they told him he should have worn a coat, but he didn't want to convey weakness. So he died of pneumonia before he even got before he was even in office. That's crazy.
No. I'm asking about the nature of charges. No, it's not. Don't
history.
Talk about the procedures. Don't talk about the licensing, about the conveying.
Yeah, I know I'm getting charged for unlawful care. And
right. Do you understand that?
Yeah. What's going on?
Okay. You have the right.
Excuse me.
Or you understand the range of punishment that you're facing a year, correct?
That's what I've been told.
Okay. You have the right to court-appointed counsel. Do you want counsel to represent you?
I would.
I don't want legal advice. I don't need a legal team. I just want law.
You really don't want a lawyer?
I represent myself.
No, but just because you represent yourself doesn't mean that you're actually like smart.
I get none more by myself than anyone representing me.
Okay. What that means is that you cannot appeal this thing. If you're found guilty,
dude, get a lawyer.
And you go to jail.
Pep law. Listen, Pep law here. Get a fucking lawyer. I don't care if you hire me. Get a lawyer.
You know, a lot of lawyers,
this man is
a lot of defendants like to claim.
Moron.
Sorry, guys. I'll be 2 minutes. A lot of lawyers, a lot of.
Who did he just be like? Sorry, guys, 2 minutes. I gotta follow up with this dipshit and try and convince him to get an attorney. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to convict him because he doesn't know how to represent himself. And oh boy,
they're lawyers for screwing up. And they say, hey, man, my lawyer messed up. I can tell you, like, that's the one thing that defendants complain about. And probably, I don't know this for sure, but I would suspect probably the number one reason why cases are overturned because of ineffective assistance of counsel, meaning that a lawyer, for one reason or other, messed up so bad that their cases have to be redone. Yeah. You cannot complain about that at a later time.
I've seen that many times. That's why I'm representing myself.
No, you fucking retard. He was trying to tell you that if a lawyer screws up, it's on them, not you. You took that as just like, yeah, that's why I want to represent myself.
But you can't, if you mess up,
you're fucking.
You cannot appeal this thing. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's why I want to do it, is because I know that I'm right. Because I just know I'm right. It's the way I see it, man.
Once. And if you are found guilty, that's it.
Fuck.
Do you understand? I'll make you a deal. If at any time
he's literally telling him, bro, I can't tell you what to do. But if you fuck this up, you can't appeal. That's why I want to represent myself. No. If you fuck this up, which you are, you can't appeal, which you'll need to. So do you want a lawyer? You really should.
You want a lawyer. All you got to do is ask and I'll give you one.
Dude, he's literally fucking giving... He is giving you the fucking... This is your out, man. What are you doing?
Really, if you ever feel like you're under the gun, that you feel like someone's taking it.
He's literally breaking it down for you like he's your lawyer already. He's trying to give you the W, but you're just like, nah, I don't represent myself because
advantage you.
Oh, I want to see this guy locked up now. Fuck him.
I'm happy to
give him. Fuck him. He deserves to go to jail for 20 years for a simple traffic infraction because he's fucking this stupid.
Your lawyer at any time. I want you to understand now, as a condition of your bond, though, I'm ordering you not to drive until you.
This is so dumb.
Have a Texas driver license and
Texas. He's in Texas.
Liability insurance. I'm ordering.
Even more surprised.
You're not to drive. And I'm going to have you sign with me today an affidavit promising me you're not going to drive. If I find that you drive, I'm going to put you in jail.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's giving you not only an out, but he's also giving you like a, yeah, if you do, if you did this, then theoretically, I wouldn't have anything to really like charge you with. So, but if you fuck up, I'm putting you in jail. Jail, capital J, motherfucker. What in the actual hell is he doing?
You understand?
I have personals.
Okay.
Oh, I want to hit this guy so hard in the back of the head and be like, you dumb motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker.
You are not allowed to get into the drive.
Who said that he should go in front of this very fair judge who is telling him specifically what he needs to do to win his case.
Driver's seat of a car and drive, convey.
Oh, this one hurts. This is
travel,
fucked up.
however you want to term it. You cannot do that. And if I find that you do that, I'm going to put you in jail. And I'm going to.
He's belligerently stupid.
Make your bond.
That's a great way to put
On
this.
so high, your head's going to spontaneously combust.
This...
Do you understand?
Even the judge is just like, I mean, I can't help you. I can't help you. I can't help you.
Understand?
That way I'm not right standing or
no.
Oh my God. Yeah. Go to law school if you think you're this fucking smart. Seriously, I can't stand the dumbest motherfuckers on this planet. Think they're the smartest. They think they just have it. Oh, you know, education. Yeah, it's just that's just education's indoctrination. I think's for myself. Yeah, you know what? I also represent myself. Do you know the law? Don't need to read.
So, Mr.
No.
I'm going to find that you are okay to represent yourself. We need you to sign a form that you're going to do that.
even if I don't consent to any of these charges, because I do have my paperwork, I do have.
You don't get to consent to the charges. The charges are filed in the court. You don't consent to shit there, my man.
If you don't consent,
Pep Law doesn't want to help this man.
if you don't consent, just go. If you don't think we have,
just leave. Just go. Just go. Get arrested again. You dumb motherfucker. Just go get arrested again. Since you're such a dumb fucking cunt, just get arrested again.
Look, if I
hate people like this.
Didn't think.
I really do. This is why I watch these sovereign citizen videos, is because I can't stand them.
anyone had jurisdiction over me, do you think I would be here? If I was in your shoes? Hell no, man. If I didn't think that someone didn't have jurisdiction over me to be anywhere, I'm not going there. I'm not going to get out, take a shower, put my clothes on, because I like to be naked, right? You know, I'm not doing anything like
that. Was a little weird. Not gonna lie, if a judge just like kind of like, you know, started speaking like black vernacular at me and said, hell nah, man, and I like to be naked, it's like, what?
So if you don't think we haven't, just go.
Yo, this took a turn.
Otherwise, you're here.
I like to be naked. You like to be naked? It's like,
You
yeah,
know.
we all like to be naked. Where's this go?
Do right? Because if you,
I don't know. That's why I thought.
let me ask you this: if you just took
I think I need a judge for my judge.
off now, what would happen? There you go. What does that warrant mean? What does it mean?
What do you mean as far as like the warrant?
As far as jurisdiction is concerned.
Because you don't know, because you're not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer.
You know, if Stephen went out there
I hate these assholes.
and arrested someone now just for shits and giggles, do you know how much trouble he would get in? Right? If he had no reason to do it, do you know how much trouble he would get in? Right, a lot. He'd lose his job. He'd probably get sued. Right? Can't claim immunity. He'd be toast, Swiss cheese. So that's what I'm saying. If you didn't really think that we didn't have jurisdiction, then go.
I had to take care of this matter because
you know we have jurisdiction.
No, because I was going to go to 515 Rusk and file my lawsuit, my civil lawsuit with the officer who arrested me because they did some unlawful, unconstitutional things that they did to me at that time. So I was going to take it there. You know, I didn't believe they had jurisdiction over me.
I would wait to see how this case goes first before you do that. You know, see how the case goes first before you start jumping the gun. Like,
that's what I was waiting.
You know, if I didn't think anyone had jurisdiction over me, I'm not going to go there, man. I have enough important things to do in my life as it is. I mean, you've been sitting here since 8:30 in the morning, where it's now nearly 1 o'clock.
Your Honor, at this time, the state wouldn't even be able to comply with this order because it's asking for an immediate order of discovery. It sounds like spontaneously going to give.
Well, other than
the opposing party,
I mean, is he asked?
And it's not, the language is not aligned with crime procedure or penal code. But beyond that, the only two pieces that are requested that are reasonable that I can produce with a timeline are 1 and 7.
Mr. Emitom, understand that you will get discovery, but sometimes it takes time. It's not immediate.
We can go down the list if you wish, but
yeah, let's do it. I mean, we have
3, a true and complete.
I mean, I wasn't expecting to stay here through the whole thing, but god damn it, guys, I'm in.
Original.
I'm sorry.
Certified alleged contract.
This will probably finish up the night, but god damn it.
Wet ink signatures between the petitioner, the Harris County Superior Court, state of Texas.
This is wild. I haven't seen somebody this stupid in court ever. Like this is.
And or political subdivisions thereof.
I already hated sovereign citizens, but this guy, like, it's like, dude, you were given every out. He walked you through it. He held your hand. He held your fucking hand. And you're like, no, I can walk by myself.
You may have law.
I just.
States that in order for the Harris County. And he's not even citing law.
They're reading off the reasons why he's gonna lose his case. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna represent myself.
Valid lawful contract between the petitioner. Let them bring it forward for petitioner's inspection or immediately dismiss all charges. I believe this is going into UCC. This is not.
I mean, here you're going into the sovereign citizen type.
God's common soldier first. God's fairest
language.
Well said, Sylvia.
What?
Because holy fuck.
Contract
complaint, whatever. I know this.
Listen, again, I've never seen this. Video experience wise, like I have never seen this. I've never seen a judge, number one, as I said, outside of a not wearing a robe, but also just being this fair.
Statutory and it's not going over common law, so I'm not familiar with the statutes like I explained before.
He tried to get you a lawyer, you dumb motherfucker.
You're a lawyer now. You're going to have to familiar yourself with it.
You're trying me on statutes. I want to be tried on common law.
You're going to have to.
You're not going to be tried on common law.
To do it. I'm not sure. There's no common law here. It's done by statute. There's no common law here. It's all done by statute. And
he's like, what? You're telling me that me quoting the Magna Carta is not going to get me out of this?
Since you're the lawyer.
Oh, I like that realization hitting him real fucking fast.
You need to know that.
I recognize the steps, so the statutory steps. That's why I don't recognize.
So let me ask you this: how on earth?
Nothing is funnier than hearing somebody that is dumb as a box of rocks thinking that they are fucking educated.
Are you going to represent yourself?
Jesus Christ.
You don't even know that.
Yeah.
So I get everything I need in my discovery.
No. He's going to give you body cams. He's going to give you 911 call. He's going to give you witness lists. And that's it. Hold on, just so he knows. So number 4, a true and complete original and or certified copies of the criminal record of the attorneys of record, judge, magistrate, pro tem, commissioners, witnesses, as well as all officers of this court. That doesn't apply here. Really. I mean, my criminal history, you think I have criminal history? You need to have a more realistic guideline. They can't give you stuff immediate because he may not even have it in his possession. So I can't order him to give you something that he doesn't have in his possession.
How soon can I get my next court date? Will they have it, or how soon?
I don't even know. The only other thing I need you to do is I need you to swear to us that you're not going to drive. I am making it a condition of your bond.
I hold that until I put all the stuff in my paperwork. I don't drive. I don't go by driver's license. I have
no, he's very stupid.
My passport that I do go by.
No, I need you to do it now.
No, he's stupid. No, no. He doesn't get the fucking. He's misinformed. No.
Okay,
He just the judge gave him a walkthrough on why he wants an attorney because honestly, he's way out of his depth.
I need you to do it. And I'm making it a condition of your bond that
by his own admission.
Sign the document that you're not going to drive, convey.
Contract doesn't say anything or agreement say anything like that because I'm still trying to see the.
I'm going to revoke your bond if you don't sign it. I'm going to revoke your bond. That's it.
I gotta be forced to sign that. If I don't sign it, I can't have the option to take that paper.
I'm not. You don't have to sign it, but I'm going to revoke your bond. Do you think that the 5-year-old kid that gets hit and killed in a car, or the 69-year-old
soup brain
grandmother that ends up paralyzed from an accident cares whether you were conveying, whether you were in commerce, non-commerce? Injuries don't care whether you're conveying, whether you're traveling. Accidents happen whether you're conveying, whether you're driving, whether you're traveling. That doesn't care, right? When you get into an accident,
liability.
It doesn't matter in what method you're doing it. An accident is just that. And if you have an accident, I want to make sure that the other party will be taken care of. I'm only asking you to follow the law. I'm not asking you to split the atom here. Great. I'm asking you to sign this. If you don't have to, but I'm going to revoke your bond. That's it. And Mr. Emeton, if you get a Texas driver's license and you get insurance, I will take this deal off.
That's what I believe in, and that's believe the Constitution. I don't, was it?
That's okay.
They trying to imply that I need to get a license and insurance when I used to be a commercial driver for the state. I don't commercial drive anymore. I don't do medical transportation. I'm just a.
Did you hear what I said about an accident, about whether you're conveying or traveling?
Exactly what you mean about the accident.
Okay.
I know if I was to get on the accident road with no insurance, I could get sued and there'll be a civil matter and I go to jail. I understand that. That's why I travel very cautious. I don't.
You just said I drive. I drive. You said the magic words.
I was a driver.
Come on.
Busted.
Don't be Helen Keller. Come on. And I'm trying to protect all of Harris County. You're protecting you. I'm protecting
I like this
all the 4.2 million
I like this guy a lot.
people here. That's what I'm doing. Because if you get into an accident, I know that you're not going to be out a dime out of your pocket. But all those other people, they're going to be out a crap load of money. And I'm going to do everything in my power to protect every single person of Harris County. And I don't care if I offend you. I don't care if I make you mad. I don't care if your sensibilities are upset. Don't care. I don't. All I want is every person protected. And that's it. And I'm doing what the law requires. I'm not asking you to do anything that's not outside the law. And you, as a lawyer, should be able to look it up and see, because it's all in the transportation code. So you can sign it. If you don't, I'll have you meet with Stephen. That's it. And they're reserved.
Is he going to sign?
My right.
That's it.
No.
Signing that's waiving my rights. It's a contract. It's me.
What are you waiving?
Travel. That's infringing my right to travel with the Constitution.
No. To dodge patas.
I don't know what that means.
Happy trails. Use your feet. You can travel with your feet.
Yeah.
I can, but I live in Austin. I don't live here.
Take a bus. Take an Uber. But I want to make sure.
Yep, he's traveling. He's going to be traveling at the discretion of whoever's driving. Get it?
If you're caught driving, I'm going to put you in jail, and I'm going to make your bond so high you will spontaneously combust. Because I want you to understand that I mean business, and I'm protecting every single person I can. And that's it.
Forcing me to sign this right now?
No.
I mean, with jail or arrest if I don't sign this. Right
correct. Now? That is correct. That's correct.
Imprisonment if I don't sign this. This is on the record.
It's on the record. I have a report right here, and it's on video. Can you file the bond conditions as well? No driving without a license, please.
This is it right here.
That, and I'm going to have them file it just in so I can give you a copy as well.
Did he sign it? God damn. I don't even know. Oh, fucking A. Well, that was one hell of a way to end the night. Shit. But you know what? It's fun. You know, we always have a little bit of fun before we go into the weekend. That is my prerogative, but I do have to go. Unfortunately, I cannot dilly-dally. I have to get to bed. Got an early morning because Stan there is here. Let's see. Where is it? There he is. Mr. Stan. You see how he's getting a little itchy? He keeps licking himself? Well, unfortunately, I got to take him to the vet. So, yeah, vet visit tomorrow, bud. Let's go give you your medication and then let's go to bed. So, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you again, guys, for all the, just the good vibes. I really, really appreciate it. Today was awesome. I think that I'm trying not to be like too overly optimistic about this, but no, honestly, like, yeah, today was such good vibes that it kind of like it kind of put me into like a new mindset where I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good. So, I hope that I can carry that into next week. And yes, best of luck to the stand man. Oh boy, it's gonna be a bitch, but much love. Thanks. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I will catch you guys possibly tomorrow, so keep your notifications on. If you follow the Discord, I do like an @everybody notification for you guys. Also, I have been toying with doing an hour or two over on Twitch as an exclusive, because there are a few videos that I have found that would be pretty much only watchable on Twitch as far as doing my stream here, or there we go. Cool. So, follow over on Twitch. Also, let me do my last plug here, guys. I know you might hate social media, but follow me on Blue Sky. I'm 1 follower away from 50. Also, follow me on X. I did this for you, for real. I hate the fact that I'm on it, but I do need it for what I do here, and it makes it a little less, scary if I mean, actually, that's what it is. I'm scared, guys. I'm like very scared. I need my community there so I'm less scared. So, yeah, go over on X. You got TikTok? I don't, because I got banned from TikTok twice. So, I'm 1 ban away from a perma. So, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to approach this one, but TikTok sucks. Let's be real. Sorry, Ghost. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. I'll be starting my Patreon soon, so that's gonna be a thing. But I'm already focusing on let's put it this way. I want to make the membership's worth it, so I'm gonna be doing some membership only content as far as like my pep walks, stuff like that. Also, invites to the Discord. Gonna be doing some watch alongs in the Discord, and also be doing some, like I said, videos that we can watch on Twitch. So, if you guys want to keep up with the community, the easiest way is to follow me on X and Blue Sky. So one last time, I will link this into the chat. I don't know, man. I didn't want to do X. Blue Sky is fine, but also, I really don't use this. I didn't use this stuff, but I'm a life ban on X. Well, then follow me on Blue Sky. There goes Train. I'm on Blue Sky. Create a Blue Sky account. Blue Sky is actually pretty fucking dope. Like, honestly, it's got a great interface. It's like, Twitter when Twitter was actually at its peak. So, yeah. Follow me on Blue Sky. The minds that need to be changed are on X, exactly, and that's why I'm there. And also because I can go live, need all the backups I can get, and also just, it does help. I do use X for the show, so. But I'm still unlocking. Anything else? Nope. Just a quick thank you for everybody that's joined me tonight. Also, thank you for all the contributors to the stream tonight. Really, really appreciate it. Mitch, John, Animate, Hate Speaker, Sargon of Akkad. Oh, yeah. Hate Speaker, Sargon of Akkad sent me fucking $10 just to, I don't know, be a dick, I guess. Test the quality of your thoughts was clearly a waste, but 5 more to insult you on the way out, worth it. He literally paid $10 just to be like, you're an idiot. Fine. I love this job. I really do. Hate Dono. I mean, let's fucking go. Exactly. I got a hate Dono. I got 2, actually. 2. Two. That's why I'm like, fuck it. I love this job. But, all right, guys. I will catch you all later. As I said, keep your notifications on. Might be tomorrow, might be Monday. Doesn't matter. I will catch you guys then. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.